Have you seen Mom yet?"
"She's headed this way."
I glanced over my shoulder to take in the scene. Whitney was still holding on to the edge of the rink as she slowly made her way toward the exit where Reed and Tara stood. "Reed," she acknowledged, sounding winded. "I didn't know you were coming."
"Tara invited me."
"Huh." She nodded, a partial smile in place. "Good to see you. It's been a while since you've been by the house." My cheeks flared with heat as I pretended to be fully absorbed in roller skate laces.
"Yeah, I've been busy."
He cleared his throat, tousling his hair. Scotty sat beside me, offering a warm smile as he nudged me with his shoulder.
"You sure you're okay?"
he asked quietly. I glanced at him, and I could tell that he knew. He knew that I wasn't okay, but it wasn't from the physical fall. It was from a different kind of fall, the kind that was going to drain me dry. This feeling was the world's longest blood draw, a needle sucking out my life force after a nurse spent an agonizing amount of time poking and prodding, looking for a usable vein. I was bruised, sore, and weaker than ever, and I didn't even get a consolation prize in the form of a cute Band-Aid to patch me up. But I nodded anyway, erasing the pain from my eyes. I actually think I'm going to go back out on the rink. I refuse to let that spectacle be my grand finale.
"Well, you're nothing if not dedicated."
He breathed out a laugh.
"I'm gonna grab a snack. Want anything?"
"No, thanks." All I wanted was the unavailable man standing near my left shoulder, who was slipping into his own pair of skates as Tara beckoned him out onto the rink. I rolled past him, trying not to make physical contact, trying to remain invisible as I wobbled forward. Tara grabbed me by the wrist, her enthusiasm nearly causing me to nosedive. "Come on," she said, pulling me out. Then she hollered over to Reed. "Let's go, Dad. You can race Mom." I didn't look behind me to see if they were venturing out together, holding hands, making plans to re-fall back in love and pulverize my battered heart. My sour mood eventually evaporated into giggles with my best friend as we made the rounds and I managed to garner a semblance of finesse on the skates. It wasn't so hard. Nothing felt too hard after I'd already conquered the worst out of life, even letting go of him. We raced, laughed, bopped to the music filtering out through the speakers. The lights morphed from magenta to violet, and we spent the next 10 minutes savoring the adrenaline high. Before I knew what was happening, Tara reached for Reed's hand as he came up on my left, then reached for mine and twisted around so she was skating backward, tugging us both forward. I nearly choked when my shoulder brushed with Reed's. He glanced down at me, the hint of a smile peeking through whatever animosity he'd been holding on to.
"Hey,"
he said. I looked away, meeting Tara's eyes. "Hi." In my friend's mind, she was gliding along with two of her favorite people, her father and her best friend, a friend who she thought of as her father's second daughter. It was excruciating. There was a boulder in the pit of my stomach filled with graphite and lead. I could hardly breathe. She let go of our hands, glancing over to where her mother was standing off near the concession counter, munching on popcorn. "Ugh, Mom is being antisocial," she grimaced. "Be right back." Scotty was seated at a table with Josh and a group of guys from school, leaving Reed and I skating together, alone. Alone, save for the elephant on the rink in the shape of me sticking my arousal-soaked fingers in his mouth 7 weeks ago. The memory had me close to buckling, but I kept my balance, refusing to grab onto him for support. Awkwardness crackled between us as I cleared my throat, desperate to fill the awful void. So, how's training going? Any new clients? He stared down at his skates, sliding left to right, right to left.
A few, yeah.
That's cool. This was the worst. I needed air, a reprieve, an entirely new body to shapeshift into.
Graduation is around the corner. Bet you're excited.
I nodded. Yep. More silence, more elephants stampeding toward us. My resolve was thread-like, my sanity in shambles.
Listen, Haley.
His chin dipped down.
I haven't meant to.
It's fine, I understand. He glanced at me, his neck corded, veins dilated.
This is complicated.
You don't need to spell it out for me, Reed. I totally get it.
This can't become anything. I hope you know that.
My fingers curled into fists at my sides, humiliation heating my neck and staining my ears red. He thought I was an idiot. I was telling him that I understood, but he was determined to pound the undeniable truth into me with a sledgehammer until I was a still pulsing pile of unworthy bits splattered at his feet. I set my jaw, staring straight ahead and dodging an incoming skater. Thanks for clearing that up. I really had no idea.
Haley.
I loathed the admonishment in his tone, but I brushed it aside and held my head high. Look, I do owe you an apology for that night. I swallowed the rock in my throat that had caught on fire. That was completely unacceptable behavior on my part. I'm embarrassed and ashamed, and you were right to stop our sessions. They weren't headed anywhere good. He was quiet for a while, as we skated past the common area, and my eyes briefly locked with Whitney's. I sent her a tiny smile, pretending like I was just killing time, waiting for Tara to return. Reed ran a hand over his jaw and nodded slowly.
I thought we needed distance.
We did. I swallowed again. We do.
I didn't mean to hurt you.
Frowning, I looked up at him as irritation flickered through me. You didn't hurt me. I'm not a soft little rag doll you need to be gentle with. I'm an adult, and I've been through far worse than this. I'll be fine.
This is different. I never wanted to.
You don't need to explain.
Haley.
My name flew past his lips like a burial hymn. 2 heart-rending syllables hell-bent on burying us both.
This is killing me.
I opened my mouth to speak, but only found myself choking on the ashes of his words. Soot in my throat, cinders in my lungs. There was something raw in his declaration. A candid hitch. Pain. We both felt it. We both wanted to carve it out of us. The backs of our knuckles grazed as we made another turn, and everything around me blurred. We were the paused frame in a film, a frozen moment. The slightest touch of our hands felt like color in a monochrome world. Rain on dry desert sand, sunshine melting the igloo around my heart. When I looked up at him looking down at me, I prayed that no one saw the currents swimming between us, despite it feeling like a tangible thing. I pulled my hand away and scratched at my knuckles, cradling my palm to my chest. I didn't speak, didn't respond in any way other than to flee. Skating ahead of him, I moved as fast as I could, concentrating on my footing, trying not to slip. He didn't call after me, didn't give chase. He couldn't. It wasn't allowed. especially not here with Tara, Whitney, and Scotty in plain view. My chest heaved, fighting for air as I collapsed forward against the short wall near the exit. I rolled out onto the carpeting and I fell to the bench, tearing at my laces, kicking the skates off my feet as I replaced them with shoes. The moment my feet were flat on the ground, I took off, pushing through the crowd and out the main entrance doors, eager for clean air. I ran and I ran and I ran. I ran straight into my father. Chapter 20. Haley. Oxygen left me in a silent whoosh as I crashed into a hard body. Our stares locked. Two dark eyes flared, looking blacker than midnight, when recognition slowly filled his shell-shocked gaze. The universe shrank to a pinpoint as I froze in place. I was breathless, wordless. There was a young brunette wrapped up in his meaty arm, a woman who was not my mother. They had been wandering out of the bar, situated in the strip plaza next door to the roller rink. My father puffing on a cigarette, the woman snapping a mouthful of pink bubble gum. I glanced at her, drinking in her slow blink of confusion before backing away from the scene. Maybe he didn't recognize me at all. Maybe he couldn't recognize me because he had never truly seen me in the first place. My soul rolled over broken glass as memories rained down on me. The scent of his whiskey breath, the snarling pitch of his voice, the crack of his leather belt against my skin.
You've never been good at doing hard things. You're a disgusting disgrace, just like your mother. You're a whore, a waste of goddamn space. You'll never amount to anything, little lamb. You're a nobody.
Dozens of jagged scars on my back pulsed in remembrance, while heat needled down my arms and legs. I shook my head quickly, briefly, and then I spun around and dashed away. I heard their voices echoing behind me as I retreated back toward the rink. "Who was that, Frank?" the woman asked.
Dunno. Never seen her before.
This is impossible. He was in jail. My father was supposed to be in jail for 5 years. My eyes were on the ground, my mind a million miles away. I didn't understand. Nothing made sense. A hand curled around my elbow. I shrieked with pure terror.
Jesus, Haley.
Reed's voice punctured through my paralyzed daze, and I blinked up at him, my chest billowing in and out, legs trembling. "Sorry, I didn't know what to say. My bottom lip quivered pathetically, and my eyes blurred through a screen of tears. He stared at me, worry creasing his brows as he tried to get a read on me, tried to make sense of my current state as I stood before him on the cement footpath, tremoring like a weak little girl. I wanted to throw myself into his arms and let him carry me away from here. I wanted him to save me. God, all that training, down the drain. What a waste. Because at the end of the day, when faced with real fear, I was going to succumb. I was going to drown in it. Reed gave my arm a squeeze, his eyes skimming over my white-as-chalk face.
Tell me what happened.
He knew this wasn't about him. It was something else. But I was too much of a chicken shit to tell him the truth, so all I did was shake my head. Frown deepening, Reed swallowed hard and released my arm. Then his eyes trailed up and over my head, flitting from the parking lot to the adjacent building, until settling on something directly behind me. His jaw turned to stone, his eyes like crushed emeralds.
Who is that?
Nobody, I said, frazzled. I need to go. I left my purse inside.
Is that your father?
How? How did he know that? My father only somewhat resembled me, donning the same golden blonde hair chopped into a jagged mullet, a smaller-sized nose and full lips that sneered instead of smiled. But his eyes were not the same, being 10 shades darker than my own, and his hands were huge and punishing with a burly frame to match. He was terrifying, and I was terrified. Reed glanced at me, his gaze meeting with mine for a tension-filled beat, as if we were making a decision, analyzing the data, all in the span of a single breath. And then he was storming past me. Oh my God. My eyes rounded with horror as I whipped around. "Reed!" I shouted, disbelief sinking into my gut and weighing me down. I sprinted after him, but his strides were long and his intentions were unflappable. He'd crossed the sidewalk before I could reach him, and I watched as his arm reeled back, his fist meeting my father's jaw as I cupped a hand over my mouth and screamed. All hell broke loose. Smokers scattered, blood sprayed, misting father's sweat-stained white tank. The woman beside him jumped back with a screech. People gawked from the parking lot, some fleeing into buildings and calling for help, while I watched my father get a single clumsy hit in before Reed overpowered him. There'd been a time in my life when I'd thought that my father was the strongest person in the world, indestructible, unbeatable. But Reed was smarter, swifter, and he knew exactly how to take down a monster. He unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes on my pop-eyed father, each blow landing with careful precision. Father staggered backward, stunned by the unprovoked assault. Every move was calculated as Reed seized my father's arm and twisted it behind his back, forcing him to his knees with a guttural cry of pain. Father's face contorted in agony as Reed applied pressure, his grip unyielding. Ignoring my father's pleas for mercy, Reed drove a knee into his back, pinning him to the ground with bone-crushing force and smashing his face to the pavement. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. We were in public. He was defending my honor in front of open-mouthed bystanders, but it wasn't an honor he was meant to defend. No, no, no. My lungs could hardly keep up with my panicked breaths as patrons barreled through the roller rink doors, newly privy to the fight that had broken out next door. To my horror, Tara, Whitney, and Scotty materialized around me. Tara gasped. Scotty grabbed my hand. Whitney charged forward, shouting for Reed to stop, stop, stop. "What the hell is going on?" Tara demanded, hysteria bleeding into her words. I dragged my fingers through my hair, tugging it all the way back as I shook my head. "My father." In the next blink, Reed was being yanked to his feet by his arms by 2 other men as my father rolled onto his back, writhing on the ground, both hands covering his mangled face as one leg bent at the knee.
"You motherfucker!"
Father howled.
"I'll have you arrested for this."
Everything was a blur, pure chaos. I could hardly see, hear, speak. All of my senses died out, leaving me blank and rooted in place. I couldn't say what unfolded next because I was in shock. All I'd remember was the look Reed sent me from across the footpath, his hair wild, eyes wilder, his knuckles cracked with blood. He stared at me for a potent heartbeat, saying more than he could ever convey with words. I pressed a hand to my chest, curling my fingers into my ivory blouse and memorizing the galloping, unsteady beats of my heart, my own silent reply. This man had just risked everything for me. Everything. And I wasn't even his. Hours later, Tara and I crouched at the top of the staircase, peeking through the railing as we watched the argument unfold down below. It was like we were two curious children trying to sneak a peek at Santa Claus coming down the chimney. My fingers curled around the wrought iron posts, while Tara pressed her temple to my shoulder, and we huddled together. We listened, watched, our breaths tangled in our throats. "I can't believe you did that," Whitney seethed through gritted teeth. They both paced the living room, back and forth, forward and back. Reed's bandaged hands were linked behind his head, his split lip illuminated by the ceiling light.
"That piece of shit had it coming."
"Are you insane?"
"Probably."
"You're lucky you didn't get arrested. You could have been thrown in jail, Reed." Sweeping a hand through her hair, she stilled, then crossed her arms beneath her breasts as rivers of mascara lined her cheeks. "And for what? Some macho pissing contest?"
"That's not what it is. I was protecting her," he said firmly. "I'd do the exact same fucking thing for Tara."
"I am protecting Haley." She slammed a flat palm to her chest. "Me. I'm protecting her in the legal, non-violent way, giving her shelter, love, and safety." Her glare was sharp and cleaving. "That was not the way."
"You do it your way, I'll do it mine,"
he shot back. "Are you hearing yourself?"
"Loud and clear."
Whitney let out a huff of disbelief, gaping at him with wide-eyed fury. "You pummeled a man nearly to death outside of a roller rink."
"It was hardly a pummeling, but I appreciate the dramatic rendition."
"I can't believe you." She started pacing again, circling around him as Reed stood stock still and dropped his arms at his sides. "Your training is rooted in defense, not criminal outbursts."
"I was defending Haley. That bastard wrecked her."
"He wasn't being a threat. Your actions were barbaric and unprovoked."
"His existence provoked me."
Reed held his ground, eyes narrowing.
"As long as he's alive, he'll be a threat, and if he ever comes within breathing distance of my girls, he's a dead man."
Whitney slowed to a stop, stiffening, her eyes lifting with a curious flash. "Your girls?" My heart was ping-ponging between my ribs, my stomach and ropes. The silver lining in this was that my father hadn't pressed charges. With his criminal record and having just been released from prison on good behavior, much to everyone's shock and disgust, it was in his best interest to let it go. I was grateful for that. But with whatever Reed said next, our world still had the potential to be rocked off their axis. I held my breath, squeezing the railing until my knuckles bleached white. He lowered his chin, breathing out through his nose.
"Yeah."
That was all he said. No clarification, no expansion, no context. Whitney was a smart woman, and I was petrified she was going to see right through the red tape, then strangle us both with it. What is he thinking? I wanted to slap him. I wanted to hug him tight and never let him go. Fight draining, Whitney pointed at the front door with one hand and pinched the bridge of her nose with the other. "You should go," she said. "Go cool down. We can discuss this later."
"There's nothing more to discuss."
She glared at him. I beg to differ. My stomach rumbled with anxiety as Reed's muscles tightened and he opened his mouth to reply, but he didn't. No words were set free. and all he did was spin around and head to the front of the house. Reed stormed out, the door slamming behind him and rattling the windows. Tara and I both flinched as Ladybug bounded up the staircase, shimmying herself into my lap, escaping the hostility crackling in the air 1 floor below us. I watched as Whitney deflated in the middle of the living room, dropping her eyes to the floor with a shaky exhale. "I told you," Tara whispered to me, stroking her hand up and down my spine. I turned to look at her, my eyes puddled with tears as Ladybug nosed my ribs for comfort. "What?" She smiled through a sigh and pulled me close. "I told you he loved you like his own." Chapter 21. Haley. Tara was making out with Josh beside me on the couch in her baby blue ball gown, while Josh's friend Nolan fidgeted to my left. He was quiet and smelled like suntan lotion and fish sticks, but I attempted conversation through the slippery, sucking sounds on my opposite side. "Are you excited for the dance?" I asked him. He swiped at his nose and nodded, leaving a large gap between us. "Sure." "That makes one of us." Nodding a few times, I went back to staring at the wall and wishing for death. I allowed the awkward silence to simmer for a few more beats before popping up and flattening down the smooth fabric of my black, form-fitting dress, while Tara looked like a Disney princess with a glittering tiara in her hair, shimmery lotion on her skin, and a giant fluffed skirt with sequins that could blind somebody. I was going for sleek and sophisticated. My dress was the color of obsidian nightfall, with off-the-shoulder sleeves and a sweetheart neckline. Half of my hair was pulled up in a glitzy barrette, while the rest spilled over my bare shoulders in golden waves. I felt pretty, womanly. My makeup was subtle, aside from the bright raspberry lipstick kissing my lips. Copper Glow Berry, my favorite. I'd been wearing it the night I met Reed, so I wasn't sure if it was blessed or cursed, but it complemented my lightly bronzed skin tone and added boldness to my otherwise understated look. The front door opened. I swiveled left, and my heart bottomed out of me. Reed spotted me instantly, a physical reaction stealing his feet as he locked up, stilled and idled in the entryway, with his eyes fixed on me. Tara was too wrapped up in kissing her boyfriend to notice him, so I latched on to the private moment and entwined myself in its grip. His eyes were fire, lightning, embers, and jade flames. He rolled his gaze up and down the length of my body in a slow pull, and I watched his throat work and flex through a tight swallow. I smiled softly. There was nothing else I could do. "Picture time!" Whitney made her way into the living area with a disposable camera in hand, waving it around. "You girls look gorgeous, so unbelievably grown up." My invisible tether with Reed snapped, its pulse flatlining. I twisted toward Tara's mom and fiddled with the pearly pendant on my necklace chain. "Thank you. I guess we do clean up nice once in a while." Tara jumped up from the sofa, waving at her father. "I didn't even hear you come in." I did. Every atom in my body heard him and felt him. Reed palmed the back of his neck, the creases around his eyes softening. 2 dimples emerged as he studied his daughter.
"Squirt, look at you."
She did a little hip bob as the huge skirt of her dress swished side to side. "Mom took me and Hales to the salon to get our hair done. You like?" Tara flicked her fingers through her soft brown curls and waggled her eyebrows.
"You look incredible. Where's my gun?"
Tara groaned. The only thing you're killing is my mood with those dumb dad lines." I giggled, turning my attention to my date as he sat like a stone on the couch. "Come on, let's get these pictures over with." While I had intended on going to the prom alone, Tara wouldn't allow it, so she'd roped this poor sucker into being my date. He was painfully shy, but that would likely work in my favor. No pressure, no expectations. If I'd gone to the dance with Eric Solomon, I was confident I'd be channeling my self-defense training when he inevitably got too frisky with me. Nolan inched off the couch, his face almost as red as his amber hair.
"Okay."
Whitney ushered us all to the patio door. "Let's take pictures outside. The white ash tree in the backyard is blooming with those pretty flowers." Tara and Josh strolled ahead, arm in arm, while Nolan shuffled behind them with his head down. I gathered a breath and began to walk forward, but then 2 palms landed on my hips, and I went deathly still. Heat broke out all across my skin, staining my chest and collarbone. I fought for air, but it was stuck in my throat like bubblegum. Warm breath coasted along the nape of my neck as Reed leaned in and whispered,
"You look so goddamn beautiful."
My vision blurred. My legs shook under me as he gave my hips a gentle squeeze and then let go, moving around me and walking ahead to meet up with the rest of the group. Nobody saw. He was careful, and I only wished he'd be that careful with my heart. We took photos by the white-blossomed tree, Tara and Josh, me and Nolan, Tara and her parents, together and singular. Josh offered to take one of all 4 of us, and my pulse palpitated when Reed came up beside me while I squished my body against Tara's on my right. His arm wrapped around me, palm landing on Tara's shoulder, and his scent overpowered the spring blooms. Heady, woodsy, and clean. I swore I felt his heartbeats escalate as our bodies pressed together and as heat seeped under the fabric of my dress, sizzling my skin.
"All set."
Josh lowered the camera. We parted. I swished a loose strand of hair out of my eyes and smoothed down my dress as the breeze tried and failed to push him out of my stratosphere. Before we piled into the limo waiting outside, I grabbed my own camera to capture the night. Tara snatched her purse, her snow-white heels clicking against the floor as she sashayed to the entryway. Whitney said goodbye with tears in her eyes, and Reed stood off to the side, leaning against the staircase railing. Our eyes caught briefly, his blazing, mine yearning. I sent a smile to them both. Reed called out to us before we filtered out the door.
"Call me if you need a ride home."
He glanced at Tara first, but his gaze lingered on me. "Don't wait by the phone or anything," Tara dismissed with an eye roll, smiling brightly before disappearing outside. I swallowed. "We will." He nodded once. Whitney waved us off, and I strolled out into the sunlight with my date. If there was one thing I was looking forward to tonight, it was dancing. It had been too long. The closest I'd come to dancing lately were my training sessions with Reed, and I told him as much. After all, there was rhythm, balance, motion. Music played in the way our bodies moved and limbs tangled, while melodies infused our breaths and unsaid words. Still, I wanted a dance floor. Disco lights, my favorite songs spilling from giant speakers while Tara and I laughed the night away and reveled in the carefree atmosphere. So when the limo stopped in front of a house miles away from the prom, my intuition pitched, Anxiety churned as I took in the unfamiliar two-story home. Glancing across the seats at Tara, I frowned. Who else are we picking up? She sent me a mischief-laced grin. Nobody. This is where we're going. What? Come on, Hales. Prom is boring. Eric is having a huge house party instead. I blinked at her, my heart sinking. I didn't want to go to a house party. There would be nothing but drinking and sex, and I wanted nothing to do with that type of fun. I'd had my fill of watching other people drink. I'd grown tired of promiscuous sex to numb my pain. This was the last thing I wanted to do. I don't want to go, I said. Can you take me back? Haley, this is going to be a blast. I don't want to. Please, Tara, take me back. She nibbled on her shimmer-glossed lip, her eyes shining with confliction. Haley, we don't need to stay long, okay? I promised some of my friends I'd be here, but we can leave early, I promise. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. She sent me a soft smile. I really wanted to have a fun night with you. We've been so busy with school lately. I could tell she meant it. She cared about my well-being more than this party. But I also knew she was excited to go. I didn't want to be the one to hold her back or spoil her night. Inhaling a compliant breath, I nodded and gathered my purse and camera. Okay, I'll stay for a little bit. Yes! Tara leaped over 2 laps to ambush me with a big hug. We're going to have the best time, way better than a school dance. I hugged her back and forced an agreeable smile as the 4 of us filed out of the limo. Nolan hadn't said a word the whole time, but his eyes were twinkling when he glanced at the brightly lit brick house. Sighing, I allowed Tara to link our arms together and lead us through the front door, while daylight melted from the sky, leaving splashes of tangerine and blush behind. I wrinkled my nose when we stepped inside. Noise. Everywhere. A beer keg, loud R&B music, girls in skin-tight dresses inhaling Jell-O shots. My skin crawled with sealed-up memories springing back to life. I was reminded of years past, when I'd escaped to nearby house parties as a way of blending in and feeling normal. But normalcy was always elusive, a mirage on an endless horizon, same as peace. Those 2 concepts were constantly being redefined. This way of life used to be my peace, my refuge. Now, the only vision that sprouted in my heart when I thought of peace was a man with pale green eyes and dimples he gave away like wishes. It was his steadfast belief in me that blanketed me in the truest sense of sanctuary. But that was a mirage, too. I spent the next hour scoping out good lighting and taking pictures with my camera while following Tara around like a shadow. She did her best to include me, to zap her enthusiasm into my lackluster bones, but I struggled to fake it. Eventually, I slipped away from her and found a quiet place to relax in the basement den where only a few stragglers were drinking beer and chatting about sports. The quiet didn't last long. Only a few minutes passed before Eric and one of his friends found me seated on a rust-hued love seat as I did my best to remain invisible. "Yo, Foster!" Eric hollered over to me. I was in no mood. While his enormous pimple had vanished, his off-putting existence in general had not. "Hey, Eric." "You were supposed to be my date. Who's the redhead?" "Nolan." "Never seen that kid before." "He's gone to school with us for years." Eric sniffed. strolling closer with his hands stuffed inside the baggy pockets of his black slacks.
You got a thing for the wimpy wallflowers?
I don't have a thing for you, if that's what you're getting at.
You've never even given me a chance.
I'm not required to, I said with a sigh. Already feeling annoyed, I stood from the love seat and forced a tight-lipped smile before moving around him. He snatched me by the forearm. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck jumped. Eric gave me a quick tug toward him and leered,
"Heard you were fast."
Heartbeats galloping, I twisted my head to glare at him. I'm not easy, if that's what that means.
Dom says different.
I tried to remember Dom, but those early high school years were an embarrassing, traumatic blur. Still glaring, I tipped my chin up as I wrenched my arm out of his grip. Do I look easy to you? His clear blue eyes raked over my body, holding heavily on my cleavage. He licked his lips.
Not really, but you look like you'd be hella worth the headache.
Disgusted, I shook my head and stepped forward. He grabbed me again. The bastard put his hand on me, curling his grimy fingers around my elbow, and I reacted. My instincts kicked in before I could think it through, and I spun around and aimed a swift and controlled strike to the side of his knee. Eric buckled, dropping to the floor.
What the hell?
I winced at my overreaction. Sorry.
You crazy bitch,
he barked, his face breaking out with pink splotches. His friend cackled with laughter beside us.
Shit, Solomon, you just got served by a chick in a prom dress. Fuck you.
Swallowing down my embarrassment, I darted over to the couch to gather my belongings and then made a hasty retreat. I was still vibrating with adrenaline as I hauled myself up the basement stairs and went searching for a phone.
Call me if you need a ride home.
I needed a ride. I need him. While my relationship with Reed was brimming with unresolved tension and a mess of complicated forces determined to keep us apart, it was primarily built upon something else. Trust. I trusted him more than anyone. Every time I'd step onto his mats, I would give him another piece of that trust, until one day he'd earned the entirety of my vulnerable, closed-off heart. Trust hung in the air like a delicate thread, connecting us in a way nothing else could. It was the unspoken promise that he would catch me when I stumbled, breathe courage into me when I doubted myself, and guide me through every dark back alley of my past until I slowly made my way to the other side. And I knew that any time I called, he would come. The main level was teeming with rowdy teenagers as I made my way down a long hall and slinked into one of the bedrooms. I spotted a phone sitting on a nightstand and bit back my nerves. With his phone number memorized, I dialed it in, tapping my foot as I sat on the edge of the bed. It rang twice before he picked up.
Hello?
I squeezed the bodice of my dress in a clammy hand and slammed my eyes shut. It's me. A beat.
Haley?
Can you pick me up? There was a long pause, and I imagined him scrubbing a hand over his face, playing the potential repercussions of my request over and over in his mind, but he didn't sound annoyed or unsure.
Of course. Did something happen?
Nothing major, I said, still toying with my neckline. I'm at a house party. Can you write down the address?
A house party?
He sounded pissed. I gulped, thinking of a way I could explain everything to him without throwing Tara under the bus. Yeah, we left the dance to hang out with some friends. It's not a big deal, but Tara's having fun and I didn't want to drag her home early.
Are you okay?
I folded in my lips, hiding the smile he couldn't see. I'm okay.
Give me the address. I'll head out now.
Rambling off the address, I added, Can you park at the end of the cul-de-sac? I don't want Tara to see your truck.
Yeah,
he said.
See you soon.
15 minutes later, I watched his truck roll past the house, coming to a stop a few yards away. I slung my purse and camera straps over my shoulder and made the unsteady trek over to his vehicle in my too-high heels. The taillights glowed red as engine fumes wafted around me. My heartbeats kicked up speed when I rounded the side of the truck and yanked open the passenger door. Reed was leaning back in his seat, an elbow resting on the console as he stared out the windshield.
You're sure Tara's all right? I don't need to worry?
Ungracefully, I hopped inside, my legs twisted up in the contoured dress. Reaching over to shut the door, I settled into my seat and snapped my belt into place. She's fine. She's not drinking or anything, I told him. She was playing pool with Josh and some friends when I left. His gaze dragged over to me, eyes panning up the length of my body and landing on my face.
Why did you call me?
My jaw tightened as I pulled away from his stare. There were 1,000 different reasons why I'd called him, but I only gave him one. This guy, Eric, got handsy with me and I freaked out. I confessed, my cheeks flaming. My training instincts fired and I sort of kicked him. I was too mortified to meet his eyes.
Did he hurt you?
No, I said. All he did was grab my arm. I overreacted.
No, you didn't. Nobody has the right to ever put their hands on you without your permission. Got it?
When I finally glanced at him, he was staring at me with conviction, with earnestness. I rubbed my lips together and nodded. Got it. Our gazes held for another beat before Reed put the truck in drive and circled around the cul-de-sac before pulling out of the subdivision. I stared out the window at the coal-black sky and shadowy moon. Trees and houses streaked by, and my chest ached as we sat in silence. I wasn't sure what to say, how to feel, how I was allowed to feel. There were so many things that needed to be said, but my tongue was tied in knots, and so was my heart. A few minutes ticked by, and I frowned when Reed pulled the truck into a vacant parking lot that overlooked the lake. I didn't move, didn't speak. I just waited, silent and still, as he killed the engine and inhaled a deep breath. My pulse pounded in my throat when I slowly turned to look at him. His head was tilted back against the headrest, his eyes closed. Why did we stop? I wondered. There was no response for a while, and I allowed the wordless beats between us to culminate into a crescendo. My breaths were a steady soundtrack, filling the space with anxious harmonies. As we sat there, Reed lifted his hand from his lap and carried it over to mine. He took it inside his big, calloused palm, then intertwined our fingers together, squeezing gently, and I swore, I knew this was the moment I fell in love with him. My eyes watered as the feeling siphoned every last drop of hopelessness out of me. It was a perfect, frozen-in-time blip, the best one yet. I stared at his profile as his eyes fluttered open, his chest heaving with emotion as his brows creased and his jaw tightened. Reed finally turned his head to look at me as he brushed a thumb across my knuckles.
I needed a moment with you,
he said. every word braided with torment.
Just for a minute.
My body trembled, caught between knowing I should remain in my seat but wanting to leap across the console into his arms. You have me. It was a wicked lie. He'd never truly have me. These little moments were all we were allowed. I let him hold my hand as twilight faded into night, and stars twinkled above us like tiny lanterns. The lake's surface sparkled in the distance, reminding me of the first time we'd met, when I'd been lost and Reed had unknowingly saved me. I blinked over at him as he gazed out at the water. The semblance of light seeping into the truck brightened the slow-fading bruise still painted on his jaw from my father. Swallowing, I parted my lips to speak. That day, at the roller rink, I started. How did you know that was my father? Reed inhaled a breath as he glanced at me.
I just knew.
My brows furrowed curiously.
That look on your face, like you'd just seen a ghost, he continued. I know you, Haley, and I knew there was only one thing in this world that could shake you up like that.
I grazed the pads of my fingertips over his knuckles. Evidence of the fight still lingered in a dappling of healing cuts. You didn't have to do that.
I know.
You risked too much.
You're worth it.
Shifting in his seat, he inched forward, his grip on my hand tensing.
No one's ever stood up for you like that before, have they? No one's ever fought. And that's bullshit. You deserve to have someone in your corner fighting like hell for you, for your honor, your worth. I want to be that person.
He stared at me with an intensity that etched lines across his entire face.
I'll be that guy, even if that's all I'll ever be.
Something came over me. A needy, clawing urge rippled through me with sharp teeth like a dark possession. I sucked in a breath and leaned over the console. Reed's own breath faltered as he let go of my hand and lifted it to my cheek. His words had been tameless, but his touch was gentle. A caress, a kiss in the form of the back of his fingers against my jaw. My neck bowed, my lips drew apart as a moan-like sound danced up my throat and infected the air around us with everything wrong and everything right. Reed's grip on me turned feral, his fingers splaying and curling around the side of my neck as he tugged me closer. I felt his lips graze my throat. Whatever entity had taken me over wanted Reed and only Reed, and didn't care about the consequences. His thumb extended, pressing along my bottom lip and unhooking my jaw.
You have so much power.
His words breathed fire on my skin.
I wanted to give you all of it. I wanted to watch it take you over, consume you.
Reed. My head was tilted back, my hands raising to fist the lapels of his leather jacket as I brought him closer.
But God damn it, I gave you too much.
He opened his mouth wider, a hot, wet trail coursing up the length of my throat until his lips were a millimeter away from mine.
I gave you power over me.
Then he closed the gap, a light kiss, whisper soft. He was giving me a taste, but I wanted a feast. Whimpering, I stole more, parting my lips and tracing his with the tip of my tongue. Reed panted softly, a shiver rippling through him as he fought against the draw. Please. I peppered more kisses to his bottom lip, my hands curling around his neck.
God, Haley, we can't.
He wasn't moving away. He was only strengthening his grip on me, like his words weren't formidable enough to keep him away. I felt his weakness, the shake in his resolve. The cracks split wider and wider, allowing me to slip inside. Arching back, I lowered his face to the swell of my breasts. I lured him with temptation, begged for him to crumble and submit. Reed trembled, inhaling deeply, grazing his nose along the heaving swells as his head swung side to side like he hated himself for this. Lashes fluttering, he released a groan of surrender, shot back up my body, snatched me by the back of the head and hauled me forward. He kissed me, viciously. Fire tore through me as I grabbed his face between my hands, pulling him closer, taking him deeper. Mouths wide open, he lashed his tongue against mine, one hand wrapped around my throat while his other arm circled around me and dragged me across the console. It was foolish, wrong, senseless, everything and more. Moans poured out with pure relief and pure passion. Our tongues twisted, tasting, yearning for something deeper. He smelled of smoky oak and amber, tasted like mint, an elixir that had me sinking into him, gripping him desperately, dragging my nails down his face and neck. Reed's hand coasted up my back and landed in my hair, his fingers curling into a fist as he yanked my head back, and his mouth slid down the center of my throat, his tongue diving into the space between my breasts. He groaned loudly, unrestrained, the leather of his coat cooling my scorching skin. Fuck, Ailey. I was vibrating in his arms, my underwear pooling with need. I raked my fingers through his hair and squeezed my chest, surging beneath his mouth. More. My dress was suffocating me, my own skin strangling me. We can't have more. But his lips made their way back to mine. He kissed me again, harder, more punishing, like he was cursing the air we breathed and the world that turned while we stood still. He flicked his tongue against the roof of my mouth and caught my bottom lip between his teeth before pulling away. Grasping my cheeks, his fingers dug into me, our foreheads pressed together as he gritted out, "This is all we'll ever have." I shook my head, tears blooming. "Keep kissing me." My mouth reached for his, but he dodged me. "Reed, please." "Haley, no. We can't take it any further." "We can." "Not if I plan on surviving this." My eyelids fluttered closed as his words trampled through me. He told me at the roller rink that this was killing him. He had feelings, and they went beyond physical desire. While I lived my life in little moments and intervals, savoring each one for what it was, Reed was looking ahead. He saw how our future played out. He knew exactly what was coming, and it wasn't a happily ever after. It wasn't a fairy tale glimmering with wedding bells and baby bumps. It was pain. It was me on one side of the waterline and him on the other. Tara would never forgive me. The betrayal would eat us both alive, and I had just started living. How could we ever have a future? If we were to get married, that would make me Tara's stepmother. The notion had me inching away, my fingers slowly letting go of his hair. I nodded, understanding, knowing he was right. "I'm sorry." He fell back into his seat and scrubbed both hands up and down his face. "I shouldn't have done that." I settled back on my own side and swiped away the tangling of hair that had come loose from my barrette, staring out at the water, my chin quivering. This was my fault. If I'd never lied to him about my age that night, this connection never would have seeped inside of us, hollowing out our vital parts. He would have just been Tara's father. I'm sorry, too, I said softly, crossing my arms and leaning back. For everything. We simmered in the thick tension, the silence that said so much, and then the tears started falling, sliding down my cheeks and clouding my eyes. You're crying, he said, after a long beat had trudged by. I nodded and squeaked out, Yes. Because I kissed you, or because I stopped? Swiping the salt off my cheekbones, I turned to look at him, his face bathed in moonglow and dashboard light. Then I swallowed, heaving in a broken breath. Because I didn't get to dance. I almost laughed, but I was too sad to laugh. He frowned in confusion, studying me. What do you mean? I shrugged, forcing a small smile. Prom, I told him. We didn't dance. His eyes skimmed my face as he continued to read me, drinking in my silly tears. Then he nodded once, reached over my lap, and popped open the glove compartment. I tilted my knees to the side and watched as he sifted around for something before pulling out a cassette tape. He slipped it into the tape deck, fiddling with some buttons, and turned the volume all the way up on the dial. Come on, he said, before opening his door and stepping outside. I sat there, frozen for a moment as music spilled from the speakers. A slower, dreamy song. I didn't recognize it until I did. It was a cover of Save the Last Dance for Me. I remembered sitting on Jay's bed, mentioning the song to him while we sorted through CDs. There's a really good cover of that song by Harry Nilsson, he'd said to me. The tears dried up on my cheeks as the concrete in my chest melted into slush. A smile pulled on my lips, and I pushed open my door, sliding out as my heels connected with earth. I joined him on the side of the truck while the lake rippled and shimmered behind us. The perfect backdrop. The song was loud, spilling out through Reed's open door. He stood before me, draped in a moonlit hug. The breeze caught my hair, and it took flight all around me, in time with my heart. I moved toward him, slowly, carefully. Reed extended his hand. Dance with me. Our palms locked, and he pulled me to his chest. His hand planted gently at the small of my back as I curled my fingers around his bicep, and we swayed in a perfect, love-lorn rhythm. My cheek to his chest, his heartbeats vibrating through me, side to side, lazy circles, our touches tender and soft. I was lost. Chords and notes awakened every piece of me as he sang the chorus into my hair, his voice a low, gritty serenade. I held him tighter, burrowed deeper. Intimacy warmed me, cradling me in its unfit arms. I wanted to dance tonight, but I never expected this. I never expected his body pressed to mine, our fingers and souls intertwined, and I realized with every painful inch of me that I would never dance like this again. Stars twinkled down on us with unanswered wishes, only offering a smattering of spotlight. Reed pressed his lips to my hairline, and I closed my eyes, savoring the few minutes we had left. I knew that when I left his arms tonight, I would never get them back. These arms would never swoop me backward on an altar as we shared a forever kiss. They would never hold me in the middle of the night when I awoke from a nightmare, they would never cushion our newborn baby as he gazed down at a pink or blue swaddle with love in his eyes. I wanted all of those things, but I wanted them with the wrong man. Reed rested his cheek on the top of my head as his hand stroked up and down my back, leaving warm shivers behind. "You like this song?" he murmured into my hair. A tear slipped down my cheek as the final chords rang out. I nuzzled my face to his chest, wrapped my arms around him, and whispered back, "It's my favorite." Chapter 22. Haley. I gazed out the window as Reed drove me back to the Stevens house, my hands tightly woven in my lap as the cassette tape played a handful of unfamiliar songs that did little to curb my love-born curse. Silence festered while streaks of streetlight and porch lamp sailed by in dizzy ribbons, blurring the lines inside of me that separated logical reasoning from emotional demand. My head and my heart. I wondered what it would be like to live in a world where the head always won out. Smart, steady, safe. I was both envious and averse to such a life. Reed sighed, puncturing the bubble of heady quietude engulfing us as I twirled my thumbs and bobbed my knees, my skin and lips still tingling from his kisses. I braved a glance at him, unsurprised to find him with one hand cupping his jaw, his opposite wrist slung over the wheel. "You can drop me off around the corner." My voice was damn near shrieky as it carved through the silence. "Whitney will have questions if she sees your truck. I'll tell her a friend dropped me off." He nodded tightly. "All right." I wanted to say more. I wanted to purge and sing, but nothing good had ever come from our misfit dance. We were a song that howled with a rhythmic heartbeats and a never-ending bridge. But I wanted us to be the chorus, the good part, the catchy part that stayed with you forever. Slinking lower in the seat, I released my own sigh into the bleak void as we turned off onto a barren road and cut across town. 5 more minutes and I'd be home in bed, condemned to dream about everything left unsaid and undone. I hated finalities more than I hated loose ends. Loose ends could still be sewn into pretty things, things my hands could hold, things my heart could keep and love. "Haley." My eyes watered at the sound of my name hitting the air like false hope. "Reed." He hesitated. "You okay?" "I will be." I popped my shoulders with a half-hearted shrug. The other half of my heart was too broken to participate. "You don't have to worry about me." "You know I do." We glanced at each other through the shadows as headlights barreled toward us, illuminating his tortured expression. My lips parted to speak, to wipe that wretched look off his face, but my attention whirled back to the windshield when my periphery caught sight of those headlights swerving right toward us. It was staggering how a moment could change so fast, in the blink of an eye. A kiss, a moonlit dance, a scream. "Reed!" His name was now nothing but daggers and dread as his head whipped forward and the truck shot right. "Shit!" He jerked the wheel with one hand while the other lashed out, his arm a shield across my chest, and we started spinning. I screamed again as he slammed on the brakes and the other car skidded past us, still swerving precariously in the opposite direction, narrowly missing us by a millimeter. the world outside distorted with chaos as the truck careened out of control, tires screeching against the unforgiving pavement. Reed's reflexes were a whirlwind of desperate maneuvers, his hand gripping the wheel as he tried to maintain control while still holding me back against the seat like I was the most valuable thing. With each spin, my heart hammered against my rib cage, and I latched onto his arm and the door handle. Terror gripped me. My eyes squeezed shut. All I could do was brace myself for the aftermath of flying over a ravine or combusting into flames or flipping over into a ditch, breathing my last breath. But then, as abruptly as it had begun, the spinning ceased, leaving us suspended in a moment of eerie stillness. The acrid scent of burnt rubber hung heavy in the air, mingling with the metallic tang of fear. Adrenaline and shock coursed through me as I turned to Reed, his face etched with a mixture of relief and disbelief. We were shaken, but alive. The truck idled in one piece, still upright, on all 4 tires. No flames, no collision, no shattered glass. We were facing the opposite way, and his arm was still extended across my heaving chest.
Jesus Christ!
His arm fell, dropping to my lap. He squeezed my thigh, like he was making sure I was still with him, still whole.
Are you all right?
My heart was a grenade, nearing imminent explosion. I grabbed his hand and held tight, trying to calm myself, as if the pressure of my fingernails digging into his skin could alleviate the pressure around my ribs. I think so.
Haley, I'm sorry that asshole came into my lane and
I unbuckled my seatbelt and threw myself into his arms over the console. He didn't hesitate, wrapping me up in his embrace as I inhaled leather and soap, ridding myself of the scent of angry rubber and near death. Gathering me close, Reed buried his face in the crook of my neck, breathing heavily as we both came down from the rush of panic.
You're okay.
He peppered kisses along my throat.
I got you. You're okay.
A car drove by at a snail's pace but kept going, not bothering to check on us. My heart still pounded, ricocheting off of his while soft music played, doing what it could to ease my tremors. When I inched back, his eyes were glowing with worry and torment. I pressed a quivering hand to his cheek like a thank you for keeping me safe and protected. Are you okay? He nodded slowly, his throat working through a swallow.
If you are.
We couldn't stay diagonal in the middle of the street forever, so I pulled away and relatched my belt, a silent request for him to keep driving. Another frazzled moment passed before he sucked in a breath and turned us around, continuing forward. The truck was no longer sideways in the roadway, but everything inside of me was. Images of splintering glass and blood-soaked skin consumed me as the truck crawled down the gravelly road. Panic still lingered in my chest and pulsed in my veins, while my limbs shook with slow-dying shock. We could have died. I could have lost him, really lost him. It was the only thing on my mind as we pulled into Reed's complex 10 minutes later. The drive over filled with treacherous silence after he turned off the music. The track inside his apartment was also silent, and I wasn't sure why he'd brought me here again instead of to Whitney's house, but I was undoubtedly grateful for it anyway. I didn't want to be alone. I couldn't bear the thought of not being close to him moments after nearly losing him to a metal-crunched bloodbath. Shivering, I followed him into the apartment on autopilot. slipping out of my high heels and tossing my purse and camera to the entryway floor. I wobbled on jelly-like legs, my breathing escalated. Reed sliced a hand through his hair, then shook out of his leather coat and let it fall beside my items. He rubbed at his forehead like he was begging his mind to form words. I didn't know what to say either. In the wake of almost dying, the only words that sounded marginally appropriate were a solemn acknowledgement of the fragile line between life and death that we had just bridged. A thank you to the universe for a second chance. A thank God you're still here. Our eyes met from a few feet away. I inhaled, exhaled, my breaths wheezy and fraught. Tears glistened and clouded my vision as I watched him step toward me, landing on the entry mat, a reach away. Did he feel it too? This energy spooling around us, something bigger than us both, heavier than our circumstances and our unfair fate. I shook my head a little, for no reason, for every reason. Tears burned hotter, welling up like someone had stuffed a sock in a drain and turned the faucet on. The water had nowhere to go other than to overflow. Cupping a hand over my mouth, I kept shaking my head as the tears fell down. Everything came to a peak until down was the only direction left. Reed caught me as my knees failed me and I crumpled, landing in his arms. A soft landing, the only landing that could keep my fraying pieces in place. I clutched the front of his muted gray t-shirt in both fists, smashing my face to his chest and sobbing. "Comet," he murmured, his breath as warm as that nickname as it danced across the top of my head. He gathered my limp curls in two hands and held me close while I unraveled string by string. "Shh, we're okay." "Are we?" I croaked out. "Yes." I needed the lie right now, so I allowed it to soothe me. My nose nuzzled against the fabric of his shirt, my breath sporadic and shaky. He walked us backward until my spine was flush with the apartment door, and I fell back as my chin tipped up, my fingers still clasping soft cotton. Extending a hand, Reed reached behind me to flick the lock, securing us inside. My shoulder blades grazed against the cool wood, my eyes unwilling to leave his. He swallowed, his focus dipping to my mouth as he blinked twice, then lifted both hands to cup my cheeks in a tender grip. I loosened in his arms, becoming dead weight, while his hands clenched tighter. His eyes panned back up and tangled with mine, and we stared at each other, our bodies and gazes holding, alighting, brimming with electrical currents and indecision. Neither of us wanted to let go. Neither of us wanted to end this before we had a taste of what it could become. "You should get to bed." He glanced back down at my mouth. "Take the guest room." "Okay." My pulse unsteadied as my hands journeyed up his chest and rested his shoulders, and Reed's grip on my cheeks turned firm and bruising. A contradiction to our fruitless words, I tilted my head back, my lips parting with a tiny whimper when he curled one hand around my neck. All of his staunch reasoning and well-intentioned plans became background noise, a distant, aimless hum. None of it compared to this feeling, this falling. He leaned in closer, breathing meaningless words against my mouth. "I shouldn't have brought you here." I know. I knew, and he knew, but neither of us cared. All that mattered was that we were here, alive and hot-blooded, together. Why did you? I arched my back against the door, craning my neck, cinching his shoulders so hard my nails would leave marks. Our pelvises brushed, and I felt his erections straining against his jeans. Another mule slipped past my lips as I ground against him and trailed my hands up his neck, pulling him closer. Our mouths touched, a graze, a gavel slamming down on our fate. Either path we chose felt like death, but this death was sweeter. I saw his resolve draining the longer we held. Reed's jaw clenched tight, cheeks flickering with suppressed feelings. I needed to be close to you, watch you sleep, watch you breathing. Living, I exhaled. That's right. Life is living. My voice quaked as I echoed his words to me from that first night at the lake. If you're not living exactly the way you want to live, then what's the point? Our foreheads melded together, his mouth a toe lift away. Boldness shot through me as I pulled all the way up and flicked my tongue against his bottom lip. Tell me goodnight, Reed. He stared at me, locking on a breath. The world fell away. Reason disintegrated. Longing dominated the raging war. Temptation was a rallying cry, roaring in our ears. He snapped. Whatever line he'd drawn in the sand was flushed away by the tide as he pounced on me. Before I could process anything, his hands were linking both of my thighs around his hips as he hauled me up the door, and our mouths collided. Yes. A stunned cry caught in my throat as I grabbed his hair, sucked his tongue into my mouth, and jutted against his erection. A groan vibrated through me. His, mine, as he fisted my knotted curls in his hands while my dress rode up my thighs and I crossed my ankles at his lower back. Licking every inch of my mouth, he only pulled away to unzip the back of my dress, tearing it down my body until my breasts were exposed. My moan echoed through the empty apartment when his mouth clamped around my breast and sucked hard, his teeth nicking my nipple before he dove over to the other. Reed, oh, God. My fingernails clawed the nape of his neck as my body writhed against him, seeking friction. I nearly pulled his hair from the roots when he laved my nipple into a tight bud, groaning hotly as he devoured me. Wetness drenched my thighs, seeping through my lace underwear. I needed him inside me. Reed spun me away from the door before carrying me across the living room and dropping me on the blue mat laid out across the carpeting. I shimmied out of my dress and underwear as he whipped his belt from the loops, unzipped his jeans, and shoved the denim and boxers down his hips, kicking them free. He climbed over me, and the moment our mouths fused back together, a cocktail of wet tongues, nips, and bites, I reached down between us and fisted his cock. Huge, rock hard, pulsing in my hand. Fuck, he cursed through a hoarse moan, his face falling away from my mouth and burrowing against my neck. I stroked him up and down, the tip sliding against my pussy as he bucked into my palm, his muscle-corded arms caging me in as he kept himself propped up. Then he shot down my body, wrenched my knees apart, and plunged his tongue between my legs. My lower body jerked up against his mouth, and I let out a high-pitched mewl, while Reed linked his arms under my thighs to hold me steady. The sounds he made as he ate me, Animalistic, hungry, insatiable. If he stretched me any wider, he'd snap me in two. I gripped his hair, my pelvis heaving skyward as I begged and gasped and moaned, shuddering with every violent thrust of his tongue. No one had ever done this to me before. My insides immediately unfurled with a primal, clawing feeling that started in my womb and zapped hot, blinding starlight all the way down to my toes. I jolted off the mat with a sharp cry, digging the heels of my feet into his back as my vision blackened and the world slipped away. He lapped, sucked, tongued me until I collapsed to a trembling heap beneath him. But I didn't have a chance to recover before he drew up to his knees, grabbed me by the hair, and yanked me upright.
"Suck me,"
he rasped out, his chin and lips glistening with my orgasm. His cock hovered in front of my face, thick and throbbing, lined with blue veins and leaking from the tip. Moving closer, I wrapped my hand around him and took him into my mouth as he palmed the back of my head and guided his hips forward. Gagging when he went flush with the back of my throat, I inched back a fraction as he let out a prolonged groan. I hollowed out my cheeks and sucked him.
"Christ, fuck, yes!"
His fingers braided through my hair, making a fist, as his other hand stroked the base of his cock. He was too big to fit fully in my mouth, and my pussy pulsed, imagining how he'd feel deep inside me, how he'd fill me, own me, ruin me for anyone else. My watery eyes lifted while I sucked, my hands holding on to his muscled thighs. I watched his head tip back, his lips parting with raw pleasure. He glanced back down at me with a half-lidded gaze, combing my hair off my forehead, almost lovingly, tenderly.
"I could come down your throat right now."
Eyes glinting with heat, he shuddered and tensed. Then he tugged me away from him and glided the tip of his thick cock against my lips.
"But I need to be inside you."
Beads of salty pre-cum bathed my tongue as I licked the head, circling around and around, tasting and savoring every drop. A visceral sound bowled through him, and Reed tossed me onto my back again. I hit the mat, my breasts bouncing, my legs spreading apart as his body covered mine. I knew he wouldn't be gentle. I knew he'd take control, make it rough, destroy me, body and soul. And I welcomed every bruise, every bite mark, every scar he'd leave behind. Slipping my fingers under the hem of his shirt, I frantically tugged it up over his head, removing the final barrier between us. We were skin to skin as he fell on top of me, stealing another harsh kiss as his cock teased the soaked juncture between my thighs. His teeth snagged my bottom lip and tugged, and I cried out, clawing my nails down his back. As he pushed up, Reed cupped my knees with both hands and shoved them forward until I was completely spread and exposed. His eyes dipped downward, skimming over my swollen pussy, pink and glistening, eager to take him in. Breathing raggedly, he gripped his cock, pumping a few times with his fist as he centered himself with my hole. One white-knuckled hand was still clamped around my knee as he pushed inside me, just an inch, an agonizing, slow slide. Reed's mouth fell open as he watched us come together, watched me stretch and yield to his thickness. My fingertips dug into the mat on either side of me as I panted, on the brink of another orgasm before he even filled me to the hilt.
"Jesus, Haley."
Hissing out my name, he leaned farther over me, planting one hand on the mat as he pulled out, then slid back in halfway.
You're so fucking tight.
I nearly buckled, arching my back and palming my breast, my hips lifted off the floor, my body greedy and begging for him to go deeper. More, I cried out. Please, Reed. He groaned, a gritty, virile sound.
Keep begging for my dick, and this won't last long.
I need you. I bucked my hips, taking him inside me farther, almost all the way, until he finally slammed home and collapsed over me. Both of his hands pressed to the mat on either side of me, my knees nearly hitting my chin, and he thrust hard. I cried out, a threadbare whimper, and his eyes rolled up as his eyelids fluttered closed. He rutted into me again, harder, hitting places deep inside me as I wrapped my arms around his neck and held him closer. Face buried in the crook of my neck, Reed pistoned his hips forward, faster, each stroke more punishing than the last, his grunts and groans mingling with the sounds of skin slapping together, a slippery, raw, sweat-soaked fusion. Yes, yes, God, yes, I chanted. You feel so fucking good. The words rumbled against my throat as he sucked the sensitive skin between his teeth, then trailed his tongue up to my earlobe. He nipped it before growling.
Soaked for me. Tight and perfect.
My legs coiled around his back and my body met his rhythm, that tingly, soul-defying feeling blooming inside me for a second time.
Come for me again.
Raising his head, he tugged my hair back, our faces a centimeter apart. His lips hovered over mine, grazing, teasing as his hips ground into me.
You're so beautiful. So goddamn gorgeous.
His words were soft, his thrusts rough and merciless as he fucked me. We were beautiful, a beautiful, forsaken mess. Please, I keened. The barest smirk tilted his lips as he felt me vibrating beneath him, needy, desperate for that pinnacle. Reaching under me, held me up by the ass and angled his cock higher and deeper, his movements picking up speed. My eyes shot open as another orgasm slammed into me with lightning force, without warning, and his tongue plunged into my mouth, stifling my cry. I held him, gripped him, cherished him as I blissfully unraveled, with galaxies in my eyes and stardust in my lungs.
That's it,
he breathed against my open mouth.
That's it, Haley.
Falling back onto me, Reed cupped a hand over the top of my head to anchor himself as he buried his face in my hair, and his body took over. He rutted into me hard, each thrust more graceless than the last, as he teased the edge of release.
Ugh, fuck.
He tensed, shuddering violently through a hoarse moan as his neck arched back, spurts of hot cum pulsing through his cock and spilling inside me. Pleasure twisted his face and unlocked his jaw as he groaned through his climax. All I could do was hold on to him as we came back down, my fingers sliding through his slick hair, my cheek pressed to his when he collapsed. It was over. I didn't want it to be over. Everything had happened so fast, ended even faster. Drops of sweat rolled down his temples and neck as he deflated on top of me, still sheathed inside and twitching through the final shock waves. Both of us were panting, our choppy breaths the only soundtrack to my whirlwind thoughts. We had sex in his apartment, on his training mat. Emotion bubbled to the surface as we lay there in silence, entwined and wholly bare. The scent of sex, sweat, and synthetic rubber wafted around me, and a lone light flickered above us, a dull spotlight illuminating our crime. I was sticky, satisfied, and sad. Refusing to be the girl who blubbered after mind-blowing sex, I forced back a rush of tears and turned my head to the side, away from him. But he reached for me, covered my cheek with his hand, and forced our eyes to meet. A rough thumb grazed my cheekbone, his gaze shimmering with tenderness, with apology. "Reed." My eyes pooled with unwanted tears as I inhaled a ragged breath. "Tell me this changes things." I had to know. I had to know there was hope for us. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment mistake, a weak blip, or a lapse in judgment. There was something here, something powerful, a life worth living. And yet, I already knew what he was going to say.
"I'm sorry. We shouldn't have done this. Nothing changes."
Reed closed his eyes, but his eyes didn't need to be open for me to see right through them. Despite the fact that he was still hard inside of me, still cupping my cheek and dusting his thumb across my skin, the truth resided in everything he didn't say. My feet defeatedly trailed down his backside, his thighs, calves, until they plopped down to the mat, and my whole body drained of fight, my hopes shrinking to fragile embers. I fought back tears. I fought back anger. I needed to go. "Get up." I rasped out the words, my voice small. "Please." His eyes fluttered back open. They glinted with promises he wanted to make but couldn't keep, fairy tales he wanted to weave into happily ever afters, pain so raw it hurt to look at. But he obeyed my wishes and pulled himself off me while I covered my breasts with both arms, glancing around for my scattered clothing, my thighs damp from our combined release. I couldn't meet his eyes while he stepped into his boxers and plucked my dress and underwear off the floor, handing them to me. Sitting up, I yanked the dress over my head, hauled the lace up my legs, and remained silent. Reed paced the living room with his hands in his hair, a blur in my periphery. When I was dressed, my zipper unzipped and my dreams undone, I stalked over to my discarded heels, covered in nicks, scratches, and bite marks. My skin was pink and blotchy. An ache throbbed between my legs and ribs, a subtle reminder of what we'd been too stupid to resist and too weak to pursue any further. We hadn't even used protection, but I was too tongue-tied and sucker-punched by the turn of events to broach the subject. I just need to go. Frazzled, I snatched up my purse and camera, flattened my chaotic hair, and reached for the doorknob. Reed called out to me, his voice cracking on my name. "Haley, wait." If I opened my mouth, I would cry, and I refused to cry. I hadn't even cried after sex with those nameless, faceless men, after they'd pumped into me a few times and rolled over, leaving me pleasureless and used up. And that was because I'd been numb to it. "I can't stay," I said.
"Where are you going?"
He hadn't expected me to leave. I had no car to drive, no sneakers to run in, nothing but adrenaline and pain fueling my escape. Home. I unlocked the door and raced into the hallway, then out through the main doors, the humid night and half-moon guiding me the 4 miles back to Tara's house. Ripping off my heels, my bare feet pounded the pavement while hot tears burned my eyes, muddling my vision. I ran with pebbles in my soles and glass in my lungs. I still felt his body pressed to mine, felt him between my legs, felt his tongue on my flesh, engraving his essence into me. I'd never be able to scrub him off my skin. I ran the whole way home until I buckled in the front yard and dropped to my knees, out of breath, out of hope, my fingers fisting the grass blades. My insides howled and bled. Tears burst from my eyes, carving devastation down my cheeks. I sunk into the earth and begged for it to bury me. One thing was certain. I wasn't numb anymore. And oh, how I wished I was. Chapter 23. Haley. Tara turned 18 the day before our high school graduation. Blue water sparkled before me as I stared out at the slow rippling surface, the shoreline teeming with Tara's circle of friends celebrating her birthday with a luau-themed beach party. Sugar Ray's fly mingled with loud laughter as 4 girls smacked a volleyball back and forth, one of them diving into the lake to retrieve it after it had gone rogue. A melancholy smile tipped my lips. I sat by myself, watching the summer Saturday unfold, sipping a cherry Coke, while my skin sizzled beneath a cloudless sky. My emotions were all over the place. I felt a pull to join the fun and distract myself from the Reed incident from a week ago, but my legs refused to budge, anchoring me to the sand. I hadn't seen or spoken to him since it happened, and it was my fault for running away before we had a chance to discuss things. But I also knew there was nothing worth discussing. It was easier to pretend it never happened than to breathe more life to something that had the power to unravel every other thread stitching me together. When the song ended and the radio DJ cut in, Tara raced toward me with braided pigtails in her hair and multiple colorful lays around her neck. "Hales!" she called out, her smile beaming as bright as the midday sun. She always said my name like that, like happiness caught in a granite bubble that would never leak. Shielding my eyes from a sun flare, I watched her zigzag toward me, a cloud of sand kicking up at her heels. "You look like you're having fun," I said as she approached. Tara snagged a Coke from the cooler and plopped down beside me. "Unlike you," her eyes narrowed. "What's up? You're sitting by yourself in the land of the lonesome?" "It's the land of the loungy," I corrected, loath to admit my self-inflicted misery. "I'm just waiting for Scotty. Dad should be here soon to drop off presents." I tensed up as a shot of anxiety stabbed me in the gut. "I didn't realize he was coming." "He's not staying." Her shoulder lifted before a new thought stole her expression. "Oh, Mom told me you and Scotty finally, you know." I froze. She wiggled her eyebrows. "Details, Hales. Tell me everything." Mortification competed with my slow-blooming sunburn, flooding my skin in itchy heat. "She told you that?" "Duh. We tell each other everything." Tara leaned back on one hand and sipped her pop. "She got you a prescription for the whoopsie pill and then put you on the patch. Smart. I can't imagine a little Haley running around." She squinted her eyes at the sun, deep in thought. "I mean, I can, and she'd be adorable as crap, but you've got dreams to live out first, you know?" Oh my God. I fell backward in the sand and draped an arm over my eyes. "I can't believe she told you about my sex life." My sex life made of lies, no less. She followed, dropping beside me. our hair blended together, gold and chestnut. It's not a big deal. Josh and I are doing it. Mom got me on the patch a while ago. Her face changed when she glanced at me. I think Scotty will be good for you. I never understood your interest in older men. They're nothing but trouble. My heartbeats accelerated. How so? Just trust me. Looking away, I fiddled with the string on my bikini bottoms. I don't know. I feel weird that you know about that. It's personal. Not in our household. She wrinkled her nose with teasing. The Stevens family is an open book, and you're basically one of us. I wasn't one of them. I was the traitor, the turncoat, the Judas. Hey, speaking of dreams, what are your thoughts on getting an apartment together? What? Josh offered, but I'd rather live with you. Chicks before dicks. Giggling, she canted her head toward me. I can't imagine starting college and moving on without you. I met her gaze across the sand. I have some money saved up from the animal hospital, but not enough for monthly rent. Can you afford your own place? Mom's been helping me save. I was thinking we could get a 2-bedroom. You and I can share a room and someone else can take the other one. Between the 3 of us, I think we'd be fine. I nodded, contemplating the offer. Tara was going to community college, which didn't have dorms. I figured she'd be living at home until she secured a full-time job in her line of work. As for me, well, I had no idea what I was doing with my life. Scotty was heading to South Carolina in the fall, after Reed had offered him an opportunity to teach self-defense courses at his East Coast studio under the assistance of his old friend. He would be getting an apartment while he saved up for a more permanent place. The twist? Scotty had suggested I go with him. He said he wouldn't charge me rent until I was on my feet. The offer was tempting. Traveling and sightseeing had always been on my bucket list, so getting handed an opportunity to live near the ocean and miles away from my ocean of issues was something I needed to seriously consider. But I didn't want to leave Tara. I didn't want to leave her father either. Love always had the upper hand. What's the matter? Tara wondered at my delayed reply. Did you have other plans? Nothing concrete, I said quickly. But what if something happened between us? She frowned. What do you mean? I mean, what if you found out that I fucked your dad? My face heated, and I swallowed hard. What if something got in the way of our friendship? What if I did something to make you hate me? Silence slipped between us, only severed by squeals and laughter drifting from the shore. Tara pulled up on her elbows, staring down at me with confusion. Haley, nothing will ever come between us. No fight in the world could make me hate you. You don't know that. Yes, I do. You're like a sister to me. You're my best friend, my family, and you've been through more crazy shit than anyone I've ever met. If you can survive the worst out of life, so can we. We'll get through anything together, she said with surety, even if you start to snore. I sniffled, emotion sinking its way inside. I don't snore. Good. Grinning, she bopped my shoulder with hers. That was the worst thing I could think of, so there's literally nothing to worry about. You swear? Tara yanked me upright by my wrist and locked our eyes together, drawing out the moment. Look into these eyes, Haley. Stare deep into my murky green depths that resemble swamp guts and discover the truth hidden within. A giggle slipped out. You're laughing, but this is serious, she said, unable to mask her own laughter. I swear on Jared Leto's sexy-ass soul that nothing will ever come between us. We'll pinky swear on it." She snagged my pinky finger and held tight. My smile stuck as I nodded, and our hands bobbed up and down. "Okay. Great. It's settled then. We'll get an apartment and one day raise little Josh and Scotty babies together." The elation deteriorated, and I ducked my chin, releasing her finger. "But not anytime soon," she added. "Try to keep your ovaries in check for a few more years, even though Scotty's walking this way, and he does look good without a shirt." Blinking rapidly, I glanced up and found Scotty headed toward us. I'll be right back." Tara smacked me on the bikini bottoms and hollered to my retreating back. "Keep it in your polka-dotted swimsuit, Hales!" Scotty strolled over to me, swiping his long hair back. "What was that all about?" He glanced over my shoulder at Tara, who was darting back to the netless volleyball game. "Oh, nothing important. Can we talk?" The question spewed out of me before I could gather the reins. I needed to confide in somebody, and I trusted Scotty. Nerves raced through me as he met my eyes, evidently noting the terror that resided inside them. "You look like you're about to puke." "Probability is high." I coiled my hand around his wrist and dragged him through the sand over to a tent covering a spread of finger foods and munchies. "Are you good at keeping secrets?" Sure." He trailed behind me until we both came to a stop and looked at each other. "What's this about? You're kind of freaking me out." "I'm the one freaking out." "Okay," he said, eyes thinning. "Tell me." Flapping my arms like a bird fighting gravity, I finally collected my wits and skimmed my fingers through my hair, staring down at his ruddy brown sandals. "I slept with Reed." Silence. A barbed wire knot formed in the pit of my stomach as I glanced up at him, my cheeks burning. His eyes bulged. "What?" "Coach Madsen." "I know who Reed is." Scotty stared at me, dumbfounded, cupping a hand around his jaw and scratching at the copper stubble growing in. "Damn, Haley." I folded my arms and dug my toes into the sand. "I know." "What were you thinking? He's Tara's father and your training coach. I knew there was some weird tension between the two of you, but..." Shaking his head, he breathed out a heavy sigh. "Holy shit. I didn't think you'd ever go there." Shame nibbled at my insides and shook my words. "I don't know what to do. Everything's a mess." "When did it happen?" "Last week. Tara doesn't know." I croaked out. "She thinks I slept with you." His body went rigid, his eyes glazing over with something like pain. "All right." Jabbing his tongue against his cheek, he sighed again. "Why are you telling me this?" I don't know. I trust you, and I was hoping that if Tara ever said anything, you'd cover for me." I was being so selfish. Scotty had feelings for me, I knew that, and I was using him to hold on to my depraved secrets that centered around another man. It was an awful, cruel thing to do. "God, I'm really sorry. Never mind. That was a terrible thing to ask you. I'm such a bitch." "You're not a bitch." "Forget I said that," I rambled on. "I'll deal with it on my own. If everything implodes, it's my own fault, and I'll figure it out." "Haley." Scotty grabbed my shoulders and bent to eye level. "I won't say anything. I got your back, okay? Breathe." My eyes watered as I inhaled a breath, hoping to tame my ebbing panic attack. I didn't deserve his friendship or loyalty, but I was undoubtedly grateful for it. "I'm sorry. I'm sure you hate me now, but you're one of my only friends, and I had to tell someone. I need advice, I guess."
"You know I don't hate you."
A muscle in his cheek twitched.
"But you won't like my advice."
I sighed, my face falling. "You think I'm being stupid?"
"I think you're being reckless," he said. "I think you're playing with a fire too powerful for you to control. Honestly, Coach is the stupid one, and my advice is to cut ties before you both burn."
Gritting my teeth, I rubbed my lips together. "It's more than physical." I tried to reason. "We met 2 years ago before I knew he was Tara's father. I was in a bad place then, and I lied about my age. A connection kind of blossomed, and now we're in too deep to just cut it out of us." He shook his head slowly, his brows knitting together as he processed my bomb.
"What's your endgame here? Are you just fooling around and having fun, or do you have real feelings for this guy?"
My heart jumped, a reminder of all the feelings I was too weak to stomp out. "Real feelings?" I murmured. "I hate this, but it feels impossible to walk away."
"It's going to feel a hell of a lot worse when you're faced with no choice but to walk away. Tara will find out, and she's not going to forgive you. Then you'll be walking away from them both."
His words danced through me with steel-toed boots. Tears rushed to my eyes as I envisioned a future spun with betrayal, heartbreak, and ultimately, loneliness. Everything I'd tried so hard to escape from, I'd been running, and it felt as if I'd run 360 degrees, landing right back where I'd started. Different circumstances, same result. I inhaled a breath. What if Tara's okay with it?
His brows shot up. "You really believe that?"
"I don't know what I believe. It's hard to make soul-crushing decisions on a hunch when things might play out in a positive way."
"I mean, I'm not a psychic, but all signs point to everything going to shit."
"But why?" I demanded, frustration fueling me. "Why is this so wrong? We're both consenting adults. Sure, there's an age gap, but so what? Why does everything have to be so hard?" A new presence warmed my skin at the same time Scotty's eyes flicked over my shoulder, and he took a step away from me, pushing a hand through his hair. My heartbeats jackknifed as my mouth snapped closed, despite being too cowardly to turn around. I flinched when 2 gift-wrapped packages plopped down on the picnic table beside me, but I kept my eyes on the sand and my heart in my chest so it wouldn't give us both away. Tara's voice floated over to me, her footsteps following. "Hey, Dad," she called out, jogging closer in her ruby-red one-piece. Cautiously, I pivoted around, my arms crossed over my bikini top. Reed turned toward Tara as she entered the tent and threw her arms around her father for a hug.
"Hey, Squirt."
A smile flickered to life the moment she was in his arms.
"Having fun?"
"Sure am." She stepped back and did a little curtsy. "I'm trying to get Haley in the water, but she's allergic to fun today. Maybe you can convince her." I willed a spontaneous lightning bolt to strike the tent and bury my shame in a fatal avalanche. Forcing an awkward chuckle, I choked out a hello to Reed. "Hey." He stared at me, his smile faltering as he palmed the back of his neck.
"How's it going, Haley?"
So casual. He offered no indication of being inside of me only a week ago, bringing me to double orgasm as he'd thrusted and moaned and chanted my name like it was his greatest undoing. Tara was completely oblivious, and I wasn't sure if that made everything better or worse. Scotty intervened, shaking Reed's hand in greeting.
Good to see you, Coach. Yeah, you too.
My eyes instinctively panned back to Reed's when he glanced at me again, and the brief contact felt like a moderate earthquake rumbling in my chest. Looking away, he nodded at Tara.
I was just stopping by with gifts. Can't stay.
Keys to a new convertible, I'm guessing. Tara snatched up a blue foil box and shook it. Sounds like socks. I'll definitely be gifting you that apron for your birthday. Hot pink. I was still staring at Reed, completely checked out when Scotty reached for my hand.
I'm gonna go for a swim. Join me?
Blinking away from the obscenely attractive source of my turmoil, I tried to center my unruly thoughts. Sure. Anything was better than this blistering corner of hell. Waving them off with a weak goodbye, I followed Scotty over to the water. No words passing between us. There was nothing more to say. He linked our fingers together, and the gesture was a small comfort as we waded into the shallow water and my toes burrowed into cool sludge. My gaze skated across the beach as the breeze caught my hair and draped it over my face. Reed stood just outside the tent, watching me from afar, looking plagued and haunted. He couldn't shutter the curtains, couldn't drop the blinds over his eyes. I saw it all, felt it. We didn't smile, didn't blink. We just stared at each other, me on one side of the waterline and him on the other. Chapter 24. Haley. Tara skipped beside me through the sand, her braids drenched with lake water. "Sorry to call you back here," she said to Reed. "We're out of pop and chips. Can you make a store run?" I stared at my nails attached to prune-like fingers as Tara dragged me over to her father, who had just returned to the beach after excessive pages from Tara. 2 hours had rolled by and I was mentally exhausted. Scotty had taken off a few minutes ago, leaving me drained and limp as I stewed in my brief interaction with Reed from earlier. Sunset was approaching, carving out a canvas of vibrant colors in the sky that did little to brighten my spirits. Reed sauntered over to us from his truck, still clad in his grunge band t-shirt and navy and white swim trunks, fixing his focus solely on Tara.
"You're not ready to wrap it up?"
He glanced at his watch.
"Getting late."
"It's not even dark yet," she huffed, like the notion was preposterous. "Susie set up a net, so we're going to play a round of volleyball until sundown. Can you get the stuff?" Sighing, he flicked a hand through his wind-blown hair and nodded.
"Yeah, all right. Tell me what you want me to grab."
Tara rattled off a grocery list that included Willy Wonka's entire chocolate factory, while I stood like a stone beside her and counted the wrinkles on my hands. "Want to be on my team?" she asked me, breaking through my zoned-out daze. "Oh," I blinked. "I was thinking of taking off. I'm getting tired." "So lame." "Sorry. I can walk home. It's not far." "You're wearing sandals. You'll murder your feet." "I'm fine. It's not that far and I can—"
"I'll drop you off at the house."
Reed's offer slammed into me, rearing my head up as my eyes locked on his. My face heated, and I was thankful for the sunburn flush that had graciously stained my cheekbones. You don't have to do that."
"It's on the way. Come on."
The reddest of red flags fluttered in front of my vision as I watched Reed spin around and stalk back toward his truck. What a terrible idea. We had no business being alone together only a week after our spontaneous, spine-tingling, utterly illicit and detrimental sexual encounter. But I had no words to fight him. Tara was dallying beside me, extending her arms for a goodbye hug and sending me a smile.
"Thanks for sticking around so long,"
she said, releasing me from the hug.
"I know you weren't really feeling it."
"I was. Sorry if I was boring. I think I'm about to get my period."
I lied. "Yuck, totally understandable."
Before I turned around and bounded toward an awkward ride with her dad, she reached for me one more time and hooked her pinky fingers together. Emotion seized me. It almost felt like our goodbye hug had grown wings, preparing to fly me far, far away from my best friend.
"See you back at the house."
She swiveled around, dashing back toward her friends as the setting sun splashed tangerine hues across her hair. Swallowing hard, I stepped into my denim cutoff shorts and pulled them up over my bathing suit, then toed into my beach-dusted sandals. My trek toward the parking lot was steeped in nerves as I practiced potential conversations in my head. Reed was already in the driver's seat, the engine rumbling, his head tipped back against the headrest. I avoided eye contact through the windshield and slipped in beside him. We sat in silence for a few beats before he put the truck in reverse and pulled out of the lot. 5 minutes later, we were at the grocery store. Frowning, I glanced at the building, then at Reed. "I thought you were dropping me off at the house." His jaw was tight, eyes unreadable.
"Figured we should talk."
I scratched at my collarbone, where new heat lingered in rosy patches. "That sounds painful." He muttered a yeah, then pushed open the door and stepped out until I had no choice but to follow him inside and hope no one could see the scarlet letter branded on my chest. Grabbing a cart, Reed shuffled forward and glanced over his shoulder at me while I trailed him.
"You all right?"
"Peachy," he sighed.
"Haley."
My face flamed under the fluorescent lights. "Reed?" I inched closer and folded my arms, realizing my bikini-clad cleavage was on full display for the shoppers. "I don't know what you want me to say."
"I want you to say whatever you're thinking,"
he said.
"You ran out on me before we could discuss anything. I was worried about you walking back to the house alone."
"I couldn't stay." I scratched behind my ear, one arm still draped across my breasts. And there was nothing to discuss. I was mortified. He fell silent for a breath.
"There's plenty to discuss."
"It was just sex." My words were flippant, but my pulse was doing backflips. It's not like I haven't had sex before.
"Just sex?"
He parroted flatly, hands curling around the bar of the shopping cart as he perused the shelves.
"Felt like more to me."
It was more. It was everything and more. Hope shimmied up my chest and sprinkled its magic over my heart like pixie dust. Emotions were high. Life and death situations can muddle sound reason. I glanced around, hoping no one of relevance was in earshot. "Nothing changes, remember?" Shaking his head, he pressed forward on the cart.
"I never said that."
Heavily implied.
"You didn't give me a chance to talk, Haley. I was still fucking inside you when you checked out and then bolted from the apartment."
Molten heat doused me from toes to top as I glanced at him, my eyes wide. He swallowed, pausing the cart with a sigh of frustration.
"Are you,
Clearing his throat, he stared blankly at a bag of potato chips.
"Protected?"
I wanted the squeaky linoleum floors to morph into quicksand and swallow me whole. "Yes, you don't have to worry about having 2 children, 18 years apart." Reed blinked over at me and ran his tongue along his upper lip before sending me a tight nod, then continuing forward.
You don't have to worry about anything either. I haven't been with anyone in a long time.
My breath caught. I was trudging through that blizzard again, his words icing over my heart. Any lady friends lately?
A few.
I gawked at him. But you told me.
I lied.
Silence followed, and I tightened my arms around myself as we circled the aisles. I had convinced myself that Reed was out there sleeping around, meeting attractive women in bars and clubs and scrubbing me from his mind like I was week-old dirt. After all, he was a gorgeous mid-30s bachelor who had a stable career, his own place, and the prettiest green eyes that could reel any woman in. Even the random shoppers that strolled by were unable to keep their eyes off of him. It didn't make sense that he'd be celibate. My curiosity got the better of me, and I asked timidly, "How long?" Hoisting a 12-pack of Coke off a bottom shelf, he slid it onto the bottom of the cart and straightened, looking right at me.
How long have I been caught up on you and unable to even look at another woman?
His tone was void of emotion, but his words were passion-doused daggers.
1.5 years.
I paled, rendered speechless once again. Reed swallowed and dipped his gaze, returning to the front of the cart and rolling it forward. The next 10 minutes slugged by in itchy silence as I processed his revelation and spun it every which way inside my mind. When we found a line and started filling the belt with items, I was still dumbstruck.
"Haley,"
he said softly. I shook my head as we inched up the checkout line, hardly able to keep my emotions in check. 1.5 years?
Comet, look at me.
He twisted toward me as the scanner pinged with items sliding across the surface. When my eyes finally lifted and glued to his, he leaned forward and said with all the conviction in the world,
"I wanted it. I wanted it more than I wanted air."
Waiting, I stared up at him, expectation blooming in the pit of my stomach. Ping, ping, ping.
But it can never happen again.
The balloon popped. I deflated before him and looked away, my jaw set and my soul withering. "Yeah," I whispered. "I know." Oh, God, yes. My forehead was pressed to Reed's, my arms circled around his neck. The swell of my breasts bounced inside the cups of my clamshell pink bikini as I rode him in the front seat of his pickup truck. His t-shirt was still on, but his swim trunks were halfway down his legs, clinging to his muscled thighs. Dipping his head, he yanked down my bikini top and covered one of my breasts with his mouth, devouring my nipple through ragged groans as I bobbed up and down on his lap. We were being reckless, dangerous. The truck was parked in an empty corner of an industrial parking lot, away from traffic and passers-by, but we weren't being careful. Someone could spot us, call the cops, have us arrested for public indecency. And then what? All hell would break loose. Yet somehow, none of that compared to the absolute heaven I felt when he was inside me. Dusk flittered in through the windows, a chalky gray haze swirling with sparks. I gouged my nails into the nape of his neck and fisted his hair with the other as my head craned back and the erotic melody of our bodies slapping together drove me toward ecstasy. "Fuck," he ground out, laving his tongue up my chest, my throat, until our mouths locked. Sloppy, wet kisses fueled us, and a song on the radio did little to pierce the sounds of our moans. I cried out as his tongue idled in my mouth, his eyes closing, lips parted with euphoria. My hips picked up speed, and he squeezed the globes of my ass to anchor me as he began to come undone. We panted through the pinnacle, his hand reaching between us, fingers rubbing my clit to take me over the edge. My knees dug into his hips as my grip on him turned vice-like. My body tensed and vibrated while shimmery light danced behind my eyes and an orgasm yanked me under. I buried my face in the crook of his neck to stifle my cry as he fisted my hair and drove his hips up, grunting through his own release. Haley, fuck! He broke apart, spilling into me, his whole body going rigid as he held on to me until his grip on my hair loosened and he collapsed back against the seat. I remained draped across his chest, my heavy breaths warming the skin of his throat. When I pressed a tiny kiss to his pulse point, he shuddered, both arms wrapping around me to keep me flush against him. I felt his chest heaving up and down, his heartbeats in my ear. Stickiness coated my inner thighs as warm molasses filtered through my veins. For the barest moment, I was content, safe, alive, and adored. I allowed the moment to last longer than the first time, savoring the feel of him hard inside me, filling me in every way. Sighing, I kissed my way up his neck and jaw, hesitating when I reached his still parted lips. Reed combed my hair back with both hands, then cupped my face, his thumbs grazing gently over my flushed cheeks. "Don't run away from me this time," he pleaded softly, his eyes skimming across my face before he sealed our lips together for a gentle kiss. Exhaling, I buckled atop his chest, my cheek plastered to his beating heart while he stroked my hair, my back, palming the base of my neck. "I don't know what to do," I confessed as puddles gathered in my eyes. He pulled me closer, held me tighter, and said nothing. A tear slipped loose. "You're supposed to know. You're supposed to have the answers." "Why?" "Because you're older." Simmering in my claim, Reed inched me up until we were face to face again. "Older doesn't translate to wiser, and age doesn't guarantee answers." He cradled my cheek in his palm as I nuzzled into his touch. "With age comes certainty. You grow to know exactly what you want, but that doesn't always mean it's wise or right, and then that certainty becomes a curse." "What are you certain about?" I swallowed, my fingers curling into his t-shirt. Reed continued to massage his palm up and down my spine as his eyes glassed over with sentiment. His lashes fluttered and he exhaled through his nose, whispering back, "I'm certain it's going to hurt like hell when this is over."
Chapter 25. Reed. Tara stole one of my French fries as we sat across from each other in a diner booth while mid-June sunshine streamed in from the adjacent window. It brightened her smile and lit her up, highlighting the truth I'd been struggling to digest over the last 2 weeks. My little girl was now a high school graduate. She was a legal adult, a grown woman. It felt impossible, but here we were. I leaned forward, both of my forearms pressed to the tabletop, and tilted my head. I studied her through the melancholy. There was a dreary cloud coasting over my head, because I knew that these moments together were going to be fewer and further between. And paired with my new extracurricular activities, these moments may diminish to fleeting glimpses, overshadowed by the weight of my secrets. Tara munched on a fry, swallowing it down before her eyebrows dipped What? You're looking at me like I traded faces with a baboon. I frowned. I don't like baboons. I know. That's my point. I would never look at a baboon like I look at you. There's only pride and unconditional love in these eyes. You look like I just stomped all over your heart with my creepy hand-like baboon feet. I physically shuddered at the mental image. I was just thinking about how fast time has gone by. How much you've grown up. She nodded slowly, processing, then shoveled a few more fries into her mouth. Well, you were thinking about that. Now you're just thinking about baboons. Smirking, I flicked a French fry across the table, and it bopped her on the nose. Rude. She broke out into giggles and tossed a handful at me. You know I'm not above public food fights. Oh, I know. Your 7th birthday party still finds me in my nightmares. Cake everywhere. So much. Her features softened, her emerald eyes sparkling against the window light. Long hair fell over her shoulders in cocoa-brown waves, and her eyelashes were long and curving, just like mine. Tara had my bone structure, an angular jaw, dimples, and full lips. While her eyes were my color, they were shaped like Whitney's. They shared the same button nose, too. She was so damn perfect. My little girl. I feel like you invited me out to lunch to get sappy with me, Tara said through a bite of food, dipping one of her fries into a chocolate milkshake. Am I right? Yes. Oh boy. She sighed and collapsed backward in the booth. I saw your tears during my graduation ceremony. I had a feeling this was coming. Those weren't tears. The wind was in my eyes. We were inside. There was wind. Pursing her lips to the side, she let a smile break free. I'm still your little girl, Dad. Fuck. The wind was back. Sniffing away the emotion, I scratched my jaw and nodded. When you're a parent, you're consciously aware that these days are ahead, destined to find you. You try to prepare, and you think you'll be ready, but it's not possible. These moments always seem so damn far away at the time, and then, bam, no more piggyback rides, no more swimming lessons, no more birthday cake painting the walls. It's like I blinked, and you were older. Tara pushed her plate aside and stared down at the table, her own eyes wet and glimmering. Do you feel like you missed out on stuff? Being separated from Mom? I feel like we did a good job of making it work. There's sacrifice in every decision. My teeth clenched through a tight swallow. If we had stayed together, we would have been bitter and unhappy, and then other parts of our lives would have suffered. You would have resented us both. I can't imagine resenting either of you. I folded my hands together. You won't fully grasp that unless you ever experience it, which I hope you don't. I hope you find someone who compliments you in every way, who gives you strength and courage, who fights for you tooth and nail, no matter the consequences, and who loves every single piece of you, even the sad pieces, even the ugly pieces you try to keep buried. Lost in thought, she curled a hand around her soda glass and nodded. You guys didn't love each other's ugly pieces enough to stay together. Spinning a reply over in my mind, I glanced down at my hands, knowing that these hands weren't capable of keeping all the pieces together sometimes, even the beautiful ones. You know, I still have a lot of love and respect for your mother. That'll never change. But I think that when someone you care about betrays you, nothing can glue those broken bits back together, I explained. Think of that puzzle we were working on for weeks, a few years back. Sure, the Mickey Mouse one. Ladybug was still just a puppy, then she chewed up one of the pieces. We had the whole puzzle put together, but that one piece was bent and smashed, so it never fit into the space. You were so mad. You said it would never be a perfect puzzle because of that broken piece, no matter how much I tried to flatten it out and squeeze it into place. The analogy flickered in her eyes, and she looked away, biting her lip. I'm just saying, some things are great while they last. We had fun putting the pieces together, just like your mom and I had a lot of great moments throughout our relationship. But the end result is still the same. A broken puzzle. Inhaling a shaky breath, she stared out the window, fisting her hands together in her lap.
Yeah, I get that. I guess I had it in my head that you two still loved each other and wanted to try again.
That love is a residual feeling built around you.
Makes sense, she said. Haley thought I was reading into things. Apparently she was right.
Shrugging, she sent me a sheepish smile.
I just want you to be happy, both of you. You guys are always working, always alone. Is there someone else?
My chest buckled at the question. Muscles locking, heart jumping, I squeezed my hands together and blinked across the table. I wasn't able to hold back the brief flare of my eyes, nor the truth that flashed inside of them. Her dark brows lifted with intrigue. She gasped.
There is? Who is she?
Nobody. I'd said it too quickly, my voice drowning in treacherous grit. There's no one.
You're such a liar.
I'm not with anybody, Tara. It was partly true. Haley and I weren't together. Not really. We were just having sex, and that came with an expiration date. Wrinkling her nose, she blew a piece of hair out of her eyes, then swatted it back. Her focus thinned as she gazed out the window, stewing in the implication that I'd been ill-prepared to hide.
You can tell me, It won't break me.
She had no idea how wrong she was. I propped my chin on my cupped hands, my elbows digging into the table almost as hard as my teeth were digging into the inner lining of my cheek. I know.
I'll support you, no matter who she is.
My eyes fell shut as white-hot guilt filtered through my bloodstream, a sickly feeling that had my veins shriveling and my heart rotting a hole in my chest. You know I love you more than anything, right? I confessed, my voice hitching with a devastating crack. I needed to say it. I needed her to know. Tara blinked back over at me, her cheeks glowing pink, and her gaze widening at the emotion pouring out of me.
Of course I know.
She reached for my hand over the table and squeezed.
I love you too. You're kind of the best dad ever.
The light returned to my eyes as I leaned forward. I wasn't aware of any competition.
No need for contenders. Everyone knows you would dominate.
I grinned. They just know I'd beat the crap out of them for top spot. Off her giggles, the conversation wheeled back to a more palatable place, and we resumed our playful banter and French fry fight. Still, the guilt lingered. Guilt in the form of betrayal, something I'd just given my daughter a lecture on. Guilt in the form of weakness. Guilt in the form of her best friend. My wonder wall. But the wall between us was anything but wonderful, and I feared we were all one loose brick away from that wall crashing down and putting us 6 feet under. Chapter 26. Read. There were the kinds of messes that took a dish rag to clean up, and some that required a mop and a bucket. Some messes spilled over and compromised other areas, which turned a minor inconvenience into prickling aggravation. And then there were grade A, next-level catastrophes that left you sifting through the wreckage, contemplating every misstep, every wrong turn that led you there. We weren't any of those things. We were just plain fucked. This wasn't a stain on the carpet that could be scrubbed away, and it wasn't even a gut job that required hours upon hours of manual labor to fix what was broken. It was a relentless flood, drowning everything in its path. And as I stared at her sun-kissed limbs tangled in my silver bed sheets, her hair a golden river splashed across my pillow top, I wondered how we could possibly ever reach the surface and breathe clean air again. Sunshine trickled in through the bedroom window of my apartment, showering pale yellow stripes across her cheek. She was so damn gorgeous. Sweet innocence curled around her, mingling with sinful memories from the night before. We'd been sleeping together for 2 weeks. I wasn't proud of it, and I sure as fuck wasn't expecting anything more to come from it. This was all we were going to get. I placed a hot cup of coffee on the nightstand and crawled onto the mattress, wrapping an arm around her and tugging her to my bare chest. I'd been doing my damned hardest not to let emotion stifle reason, and to allow this to be exactly what it was, a forbidden affair that would live in the shadows and never see the light of day. I'd never take her out to dinner, hold her hand in public, or put a ring on her finger. I had laid my intentions out, loud and clear, and Haley claimed to be content with the terms. But I knew that even the best laid plans were often butchered and left splattered across a murder scene floor. Haley stirred awake, making a breathy, squeaky sound that jump-started my heart. She twisted toward me, her long lashes fanning out and tickling her brow. A drowsy smile stretched when I skimmed my hand over her abdomen and pressed a kiss to her temple.
"Morning,"
she said groggily, her voice sleep-ridden gravel.
"You're up early."
"It's after 7. You should probably get going." Stretching her arms over her head, her belly flattened and tightened beneath my palm, and I grazed my hand up between her breasts until I captured her throat and tilted her mouth to mine. She deflated the moment our lips brushed, circling both arms around my neck and pulling me on top of her.
"I don't want to go."
Careful fingers mussed my uncombed hair.
"I like it here."
"I like you here." Our lips touched again, just a feather-soft graze.
"I told Tara I was sleeping over at Scotty's. She won't expect me back till lunchtime."
My eyes closed, my throat rolling. "It's dangerous. We shouldn't be doing this here," I told her. "Tara has a key to my apartment." She nodded, even though her expression soured.
"I guess we can resort to seedy motels and shady corners of parking lots."
Fuck. I didn't want that either. I wanted her here, in my bed, in my home, imprinting her golden light on every lackluster inch of my world. You look best in my bed. My dick hardened from half-hard to rock-solid as I kissed my way down her throat. But it's not safe.
"Maybe I can stay a little longer?"
The heel of her foot crooked around my ankle, then traveled up the length of my calf.
"I still want to do things."
"Yeah." My tongue flicked her pulse point, where a light bruise shaded her skin from the night before. "What things?" She reached a hand between us, cupping the erection tinting my boxers.
"Coffee?"
She gave me a firm squeeze until I shuddered against her.
"Breakfast?"
Her hand stroked me through the thin fabric.
A shower.
I groaned, slipping down her body and palming both breasts in my hands as she arched up. I sucked a dusky nipple into my mouth until it budded, swirling my tongue around the peak. Later.
Okay,
She panted, vibrating beneath me.
I'm adaptable.
With one quick motion, I rotated our positions until I was flat on my back and she was straddling me. She gasped in surprise as I hauled her up my torso, my chest, until her pussy was hovering over my mouth. Coffee's on the nightstand, I ground out, kissing her neatly trimmed patch of curls. Breakfast can wait. When she tried to lower herself onto my mouth, I held her up, just out of reach, her pelvis swiveling with frustration. And I do plan to fuck you in the shower. My tongue lightly flicked her clit, making her writhe and moan above me. But first, you're going to ride my face. Curling my hands around her hips, I hauled her down on my mouth and devoured her. Haley cried out, bowing her back as her knees caged my head and dug into the pillow. I plunged my tongue in and out of her with hungry, vicious strokes, holding her to me as she clamped onto the headboard with both hands and thrust against my face. I ate her like a starving man, like she was my last meal, knowing she'd forever be the most priceless delicacy I'd ever taste. She was responsive, so eager for me to take control and have my way with her. She'd let me do anything, even break her heart. She always came fast this way, so it was only a minute before she shook, panted, and quivered, one of her hands sinking into my hair and squeezing tight. I sucked her clit hard, my tongue sliding in and out of her, and she shattered like broken glass, moaning my name, begging for more, and collapsed on top of me with her forehead landing on the headboard. I didn't give her time to recover before I slid out from under her and repositioned her on her hands and knees. Hiking her up by the hips, I yanked my boxers down my thighs until my cock sprung free, already throbbing with need and beating at the tip. I kneeled behind her as her hands fisted the bed covers and her face planted on the pillow, dragging my swollen head up and down her slick entrance. She moaned, bucking her ass against me, greedy and demanding.
Reed.
Hearing my name keen from her lips always unleashed a beast inside me, a primal, possessive feeling that carved its way through me, lighting a fire in my blood. I slammed into her, my knuckles going white as my fingertips bruised her slim waist. This was how it always was. Brutal, carnal, fast. I realized we hardly ever had sex face to face, save for those first 2 encounters. I took her doggy style, let her ride me, or drove into her with me on my knees and Haley on her back with her legs hooked over my shoulders. Intimacy would be our undoing. Too much eye contact, slow kisses, soft touches, and gentle strokes. Those were the things that would make it damn near impossible to walk away. And I had to walk. There was no other choice. But not yet. I fucked her like I always did, with anger and frustration fusing with twisted lust, rejecting the tendrils of affection that tried to seep inside. Haley whimpered below me, as I tugged her up by the hair and bathed her neck in hot, wet kisses, inhaling her scent as she took me over the peak. With her back flush with my chest, I circled an arm around her and clutched her breast, hating that it was always over too soon, never long enough, no matter how hard I tried to prolong the inevitable. Groaning through a sharp climax, I buried my face in her soft hair and rode out the waves, spilling into her. My teeth nicked her shoulder as she buzzed and swayed against me, and a delicate sweat sheened on her skin, glistening in the window light. When I pulled out of her, she dropped to the mattress, panting through the adrenaline. Making a satisfied humming sound, she rolled over as I yanked my boxers up. Another languid smile tipped her lips, and she stretched again, her perfect body splayed before me. Her eyes were glassy and adoring as she gazed up at me with flushed cheeks and disheveled hair, like I was her soulmate, instead of what I really was. Haley plopped back onto her stomach, wholly satiated, until her bare back was facing me. I stared at her scars. A swirl of undisguised tenderness bloomed inside my chest, turning my stone heart to sand. Against my better judgment, I bent forward and splayed my palm atop her spine, then trailed my index finger over the puckered edges of her battle wounds. She hissed out a breath, stilling beneath me. My own scar pulsed like it was drawn to hers, like we were in some sort of secret club together, a partner in pain, a companion in violence, two warriors braving the storm, hand in hand. Haley made a whimpering sound as I continued to trace and touch, empathy stifling reason. The deepest parts of me wanted to protect her from the evils of the world, to keep her by my side and defend her always, body and spirit. But those parts of me also knew that the only way to protect her was to let her slip through my fingers. I needed to saw through the steely binds and let her go. Turning over, Haley peered up at me as my hand landed on her hip.
I like when you touch me like that.
I idled on my knees beside her, the sweat cooling on my skin. Like what?
Like I'm yours.
My heart shrank. She was mine. She would always be mine. But not everything we were given was meant to be kept. She saw me retreating, saw me burrowing back into the emotionless corner of my mind and slipping the mask back on. Pulling to a sitting position, Haley spoke before I could cut the thread.
Take a picture,
she said. I frowned. What? A smile brightened her mouth as she crawled over the mattress, leaned over, and snatched her camera off the floor.
A picture, to save the moment.
Haley was particular about her moments. She didn't take photos on a whim, didn't capture unworthy things. This was a moment she wanted to preserve. She handed me the camera, and I stared at it like it was a foreign language textbook.
You just press the button,
she said, still smiling.
Right here.
Pushing the camera toward me, she moved in closer and showed me what to do. It was heavy in my hands, an uncharted relic. I brushed the strap away from the lens and lifted the camera body to my face, peering through the eye hole and watching as she flopped backward on a bed, tugging the bedsheet up her chest. She made a silly face that pulled a laugh out of me.
Take it.
she ordered playfully. "You're moving too much."
"Those are the best ones."
I centered the frame as she tickled my thigh with her toes, and I flinched. She collapsed backward with a laugh, her cheeks still flushed, hair askew. It was beautiful, this moment. Our ugly reality fell away as I snapped the picture, just as her teeth flashed white, her eyes closed, and her hair blanketed my pillow in streams of honey. I couldn't draw out the tenderness any longer. It would consume me. Discarding the camera on the mattress, I sighed, the beauty fading to black. "Breakfast?" I hedged, crawling off the bed.
"Sure."
Her smile slowly buckled in my periphery as I reached for the lukewarm coffee. I handed her the russet-colored mug and watched as she took a small sip. The smile returned, half as bright as it once was.
"You already know how I like my coffee."
Scratching my hair, I offered a dismissive shrug. "I've seen you make it at the house." Dark roast, a splash of milk, and a teaspoon of honey. It didn't mean anything. Knowing how she liked her coffee, her favorite songs, her deepest fears and dreams, the way her breath hitched on my name whenever my tongue was between her legs, and her assortment of smiles dependent on her mood, only meant that I was observant. Haley scooted off the bed and made her way to the bathroom to clean up, meeting me in the kitchen a few minutes later as I pulled a few boxes of cereal out of a cabinet. I glanced at her, wearing only my t-shirt, my jaw tightening as my eyes rolled down her bare legs. I cleared my throat and turned back to the cabinets. "Cereal good?"
"Yep, unless you want me to cook something."
"We can keep it simple." Watching her cook magic in my kitchen while wearing nothing but my t-shirt wasn't going to do my sanity any favors. Haley hopped up behind me on the small island top and swung her legs back and forth, her hair falling in chaotic waves over her shoulders. She flipped on the radio, and a pop song filled the kitchen. I tried to ignore the way her lips moved as she sang along to the song, only partly in key, and snagged 2 bowls and spoons from the cupboard before grabbing the milk. Her eyes lit up as she watched me pour the cereal.
"Rice Krispies, the Christmas kind."
I stocked up over the holiday. Pretty sure cereal lasts forever. Hazel irises glimmered with specks of green when I carried a bowl over to her.
"I remember buying you a box on Christmas Eve."
I ate my cereal standing up, leaning back against the counter across from her in my running shorts, still sans a shirt. "Yeah, you did."
"Then you tried to pay for all my groceries and still stuck money in my pocket, even though you lost the bet. You're a good man."
A good man. The title gnawed at me with rotting teeth. Pretty sure good men didn't fuck around with their daughter's friends and lie about it. I was definitely a piece of shit. I said tersely. We ate our cereal in silence, stealing glances, dodging some, both of us lost in our own heads. Before I could think of something to say, the song morphed. Fucking Wonderwall. Her smile twinkled back to life when the first few chords rang out, and I recalled a chilly afternoon out on Witt's deck shortly after her flu bug had passed. She'd looked halfway in love with me at that point, so I'd had no choice but to reroute things, telling her I'd originally gotten the CD for someone else. A lie, of course. Only her face had flashed through my mind when I'd been browsing through albums at the record store. One specific CD for one specific girl. I'd told myself it was innocent, but here we were. Sighing at the memory, I chewed through another bite of cereal and mulled over my words, a darkness scratching its way inside. Looking back, I wonder where exactly I fucked up, you know? I wondered aloud. Maybe it was buying you that damn CD. The little moments. Definitely the training sessions. Jaw clenched, I glanced down at the floor tiles. Feels like every step took me in the wrong direction, and we ended up here, in this goddamn purgatory. Haley's brows gathered between her eyes. The smile wiped off her face.
That's not how I see it. I like to think everything happens for a reason.
That's an imaginary concept designed to make you feel better about your life and help you sleep at night. Santa Claus, angels, wishes, fate. They're not real. They're coping mechanisms. Her frown deepened.
You sound so cynical.
Maybe I am. I'm a 36-year-old man fooling around with a teenager. The hitch of her breath had guilt joining in on my pity party, and I closed my eyes, exhaling a slow breath. Haley hesitated before jumping down from the counter and stepping over to me.
Regardless of what this can or can't be, please don't diminish what it is.
My eyes opened and narrowed. What exactly do you think this is? Her delicate palms slid up the length of my torso and landed on my chest.
Something beautiful.
More fantasies. More pretty lies to help her sleep at night. Beautiful things don't last, I said, trying to remain stiff and sharp-edged, but tenderizing against her touch. I wanted to reach for the lie, too. Weave it and mold it into something honest, something worth keeping. But I was too aware of everything it wasn't.
I know, but they can still be beautiful while they're here.
Haley lifted up on her tiptoes for a kiss, and I was helpless to the magnetism. I lowered my head and caressed her lips with mine, stupidly allowing the soft moment to warp my darkness with streaks of light, with glimpses of a fairy tale that would never come to be. I deflated on a sigh, on a dream, on a wish for so much more. But I couldn't let it last, couldn't draw it out. I couldn't give it a pulse. If I breathed any more life into it, it would outlive us both. Pulling away, I turned my back to her and set my bowl on the countertop, pressing forward as my arms tensed and my muscles twitched with bitten-back emotion. You should hop in the shower and get ready to head out, I said, stoning my voice. It's getting late. Her body heat buzzed against my back as she idled behind me, exhaling a breath.
I could, or I could kick your butt at Resident Evil.
I was grateful I wasn't facing her, as I was unable to prevent the smile from slipping. She was always breaching me, always digging her way back inside. A stubborn sliver. Pivoting around, I tried to erase the smile in time, but she saw it. She latched onto it, clung to it, stored it away, and I was defenseless. Shower, I stated.
Video games.
My lips pursed to the side. Then, at the same time, we both raised a hand and slammed it to our opposite palm. 1, 2. Haley did paper. I did rock. Grinning with victory, she stepped forward, inched up for a kiss, and reached down between us to grip the growing bulge in my shorts.
Paper covers rock.
She kicked my ass at Mortal Kombat, and then I took her one more time in the shower, like I'd promised. I watched her on her knees with equal parts agony and ecstasy as she sucked me to near completion before I hauled her up the tiled wall and buried myself between her thighs. Our wet bodies tangled, danced, and yearned, slipping and sliding with no traction to keep us bound together for long. Water spewed from the shower head, drenching us in hard jets, trying to wash us clean. But even after I released inside her, and then took my time to lather her in soap bubbles, gently shampoo her hair, and cradle her against my chest until the water ran cool, neither of us felt cleansed. There were too many layers, too much dirt piling up just beneath the surface. And as I said goodbye and watched her dejectedly leave my apartment an hour later, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, I knew nothing in the world could erase the stains of our sins. More importantly, nothing could ever wash away the haunting residue of what we would become.
Chapter 27. Haley. After spending the afternoon touring apartments with Whitney and Tara, I paced the common grounds of a nearby complex with my camera in my hands, taking pictures of the vibrant rose bushes and lush landscaping. A little bird's nest was hidden in the foliage, so I crouched down, angled the camera, and snapped a picture that was draped in half shade and half muted sunlight. Zooming in closer, I was able to capture a mama bird dropping food into the tiny, wide-open mouths of 3 baby robins. A smile gleamed on my lips, and I couldn't wait to process my film at the local art center. It had a public darkroom I'd visited a few times with Scotty, who enjoyed tagging along after coffee and lunch dates to witness my creative side take over. There were so many new photos I was dying to see and relive, my goal being to make a big scrapbook of my life's sweeter moments. As I straightened in place, a woman wearing an eclectic, multicolored pantsuit exited through the main doors, smiling at me as she passed. "Hey, darling, moving in?" I smiled back. "Not currently. We're on the hunt for an apartment. My friend and her mom are still inside talking to the leasing agent." "It would be nice to see some new faces around here," she said, approaching me in the grass and extending a hand. "I'm Monique." We shook. "Haley." "Are you a photographer?" "In the making, I guess you could say, but I'd love to make a career out of it." Nodding, the woman skimmed a hand through her short, cropped hair. Amethyst nails and lipstick dazzled against warm, dark skin. "I see you've met Annie and the kids." I blinked, glancing around the empty common area. "Who?" "Our bird family." She pointed to the nest, her dark brown eyes glimmering. "Not that I'm trying to scare you off, but they're by far the most likable residents. They keep to themselves. Zero noise complaints." A giggle fell out as I glanced at the nest, then back to Monique. "Have you lived here long?" "Nope. I'm what they call a nomad. I don't stay in one place for more than a few years." She hauled her purse strap over her shoulder. "Gets boring." "That's understandable." "Listen, I run the banquet hall off Lemming Street. We specialize in weddings and events. I'll give you my card in case you're looking for some work," she told me. "We hire on a few extra photographers during the busy season. Assistant jobs mostly, but the pay is competitive." My eyes popped at the invitation, my pulse stuttering. "Really?" "If you can handle the heat. It's a ruthless line of work, and some prefer to capture the Annies of the world. But if you're open to it, I'd love to bring you in for an interview." Monique reached into her front pocket and pulled out a small, rectangular card, handing it to me. "Thank you," I breathed out, glancing at the cursive lettering. "That's kind of you."
"I'm a peach when I want to be, but peaches go sour, and you don't want to be standing in the line of fire when Becky the bride has a meltdown and tries to harass me into a full refund because her wedding flowers weren't the exact shade of blush she envisioned." She snorted a laugh. "I mean, seriously, I've navigated flower markets with military precision, battling unpredictable bloom seasons only to be taken down by the wrath of a bride who swears the difference between blush and bashful ruined her entire day." I cringed, biting my lip. "Anyway, if your cup of tea includes a few shots of whiskey, maybe you'll work out." Laughing softly, I bobbed my head, sliding the card into my back pocket. "Honestly, I've made it through worse things," I assured her. "Yeah." Her soulful eyes gave me a full sweep. "Something tells me maybe you have." We shared another smile before Monique retreated, sending a wave over her shoulder. "See you around, Haley." "Bye," I called back, just as Tara bounded down the cement steps with her mother on her heels. Tara jogged over to me in the grass, a lollipop secured between her teeth and cheek. "This is the one," she said with a squeal. "Yeah?" My eyes brightened, skipping over to Whitney. "We're getting it?" "I just paid the security deposit. You move in next month." "Oh my God. Oh my God," Tara parroted with double the enthusiasm. "I am so ready for this." We leaped at each other, spinning around in the grass, our hair flying in every direction as Annie fluttered from the nest and soared skyward over the treetops. An apartment with my best friend, a potential new job, a down payment for a junky car stuffed in the top drawer of my nightstand. Things were falling into place, finally, a rarity in my once dismal, directionless life. Without a mother's warm embrace, I had Whitney. Without a sibling to confide in, I had Tara. As for a real boyfriend to share the triumph, well, that was missing. So the minute we arrived home, I jumped from the car, raced through the front door, and picked up the phone to call Scotty. My heart was being held together with taffy and floss, my bones made of parchment paper. As excited as I wasn't ready for any of this. The following weekend, a boombox blasted from the deck as the scent of smoky barbecue wafted from heated grates, filling the air with summertime magic. Reed sat slumped in a lounge chair, wearing sunglasses and a faded black baseball cap, a beer bottle dangling between his knees. He was facing my direction as I swept by him, but I couldn't tell if he was looking at me, thanks to the sunglasses. Probably deliberate. I sent him a smile anyway, just to be nice, just because I smiled at everyone, so it wouldn't have made sense to not smile at him too. He fidgeted in place, bringing the nozzle to his lips and drowning the rest of the beer, his unoccupied hand twitching against his thigh. "Want me to get you anything?" I asked him, aimlessly shuffling pasta salad bowls around on the table. Eyes still shadowed by dark lenses, Reed leaned forward on his elbows. "I'm good."
An inflatable pool was blown up in the backyard, and Tara and a few friends rimmed the edges, cooling off beneath the scorching sun, their squeals and splashes floating to my ears. I glanced over at the group as they kicked puddles at each other.
"You should be over there having fun, not acting as the waitstaff."
His tone was acidic, his posture stiff. I pivoted back to the table to hide my scowl. It was true. I'd been running around all day, helping, assisting, cooking, and cleaning. But I enjoyed being useful, especially when it came to people who didn't get off on using me like my own parents had. Hospitality was my love language. Helping makes me happy. Reaching into the fruit bowl, I popped a strawberry into my mouth. The tangy juice sluiced over my tongue as I glanced back at Reed over my shoulder. He chugged down the rest of the beer in a few swallows and discarded the bottle, attention aimed at the wooden deck planks. One of Whitney's male co-workers helped man the grill, twirling hot dogs and flipping burgers, his demeanor far less frigid than Reed's. Whitney idled beside him with a wine cooler, their laughter mingling with the music. Their interactions were flirty. Part of me wondered if that was why Reed was in a mood. Maybe it had nothing to do with me, and everything to do with his ex-girlfriend and some guy making eyes at each other. "I'm going to restock the cooler," I muttered to Whitney as I whooshed past her, swiping my hands down the light, cottony fabric of my sundress. She nodded with a smile before returning her attention to her friend. I slipped inside to grab more refreshments, closing the sliding door behind me and stifling the sounds of the offspring. My lavender dress kissed my knees and my hair sat high on my head, coiled into a messy bun that bobbed with every barefooted step across the hardwood floors. Tara's family always hosted a summer barbecue, and there was even more to celebrate than usual this year. We'd officially started packing, weeks away from moving into our new apartment. It was a slow-going process as we picked out new furniture and stowed away beloved knickknacks into bins and boxes, but excitement was starting to claw its way through my apprehension. And as the days drifted by and summer trickled on, I wondered how this new chapter would unfold. My feelings for Reed hadn't lessened, not even a little. We'd managed to sneak away for a handful of private rendezvous that carved out new holes in my heart, leaving me hollow. Every kiss was full of passion, yet over far too soon. Sex was rough, abrupt, and urgent. Reed hardly ever made eye contact, never held me through the aftermath or whispered pretty words into my ear. I was starting to wonder how much longer I could withstand our arrangement. I glanced around the quiet house, humming under my breath as I made a pit stop to the bathroom first. Washing my hands and readjusting my hair in the mirror, I noted that my summer-long sunburn had faded into a warm shade of bronze, making my eyes look lighter. My skin still gleamed with suntan lotion, and a smattering of freckles were sprinkled across the bridge of my nose and cheekbones. A smile tilted my lips as I gave myself a final once-over, dried my hands, then pulled open the door to head into the kitchen. But my retreat was compromised when Reed barged inside the bathroom, shut and locked the door behind him, and proceeded to haul me up onto the sink counter before I could intake a breath. "Reed." His mouth crashed to mine, and my legs instinctively linked around his hips. Our tongues slashed together, filling each other's mouths, hot, wet, desperate. "Comet," he murmured huskily, dragging his lips down my jaw and nipping my throat. "You're killing me in this sundress." I gasped when his hand disappeared up my sundress and yanked my underwear to the side. We shouldn't. Oh, God." 2 fingers plunged inside me as I collapsed back against the mirror and spread my legs wider. My moan filled the small space, and his palm shot up to cover my mouth, muffling my cries, his other hand still pumping deep and hard.
Need to watch you come.
He rasped out, replacing the hand over my mouth with his tongue. He tasted like citrus beer, and I wondered if he was buzzed. Reed was always careful when we were at the house. This was anything but careful. His kisses were clumsier, his balance teetering, and he didn't seem to mind that his family's laughter was seeping through the thin walls. I wrapped my arms around his neck as my pelvis jutted off the counter, his thumb rubbing and teasing my clit, the slippery sounds of my arousal weaving him into a frenzy. His baseball cap slipped off his head when my hands sank into his hair and squeezed the strands, while the scent of barbecue smoke and amber musk assaulted my senses.
God damn,
he breathed against my mouth, pressing our foreheads together.
The things you do to me.
His eyes were fixed on mine, the intimate contact ballooning my heart. With 2 fingers still buried inside, curling and stretching me, I felt the coil of need unravel.
You smell like coconuts in summertime.
He dragged his nose against mine and inhaled sharply, his eyelids fluttering. Inserting a 3rd finger and thrusting hard, he continued to rub my clit, drawing me closer to the edge.
You have no idea how hard it is to be in the same room as you and not touch you, hold your hand, tell everyone you're mine.
Yes. This was what I needed, wanted, craved. These words, this passion emanating off of him in volatile waves. I bowed my back, arching into his touch as his body pressed forward, draping me in warmth, our foreheads colliding back together. Reed. I bucked against his hand as starbursts rocketed through me, blurring my vision and heating my skin. Detonating into shimmering fragments, I tried desperately to keep the scratchy cry lodged in my throat.
That's my girl.
He looked utterly transfixed as he massaged my clit, and I rode out the waves.
I love watching you come apart. So beautiful.
Reed flung open his belt and unhooked his jeans, and I mewled with need, reaching to tug down his pants and boxers until his erection bobbed free. My hand gripped him and stroked hard, causing his brows to pinch, his mouth drooping open as a soft groan rumbled in his throat.
Every moment with you fucking hurts.
His voice was pure grit, words cracking and breaking.
Every moment without you hurts so much more.
You have me, Reed. Take me. My cheeks were flaming with desire, my eyes misting with love. I wanted him to see me right here, right now, spread before him like a treasure. I wanted him to keep me as one, as his favorite, as his only, forever. He slid my underwear down my thighs until it dangled off my ankle, and then he lifted me higher and pushed forward, the thick crown of his cock slipping inside me. My head dropped back against the mirror before he cupped it in the palm of his hand and pulled my face to his, tenderly, lovingly. Our mouths hovered, a centimeter apart, his warm breath pluming against my parted lips. He held my gaze as he pushed all the way inside, gripping me beneath the thighs as I squirmed and adjusted to his girth. My spaghetti straps dipped off my shoulders, the swell of my breasts bouncing as he started thrusting in and out, slow and steady. A dense cloud formed around us, a beautiful haze of wrong and right, nothing and everything, could be, wouldn't be, shouldn't be. is. My eyes were locked on his, unmoving, unblinking, as currents churned between us. His hand journeyed up to grip my throat like a delicate claim as he pumped into me, and I tried in vain to rid myself of this lovelorn affliction. But he was in my bones, in my blood, and there was nothing I could say or do to carve him out of all of my essential pieces. I would die with him a part of me. Sound drowned out as we remained secured in our flimsy bubble. He never looked away, never faltered, never broke contact. He was with me. Even as he released, his body tensing up and legs shaking, Reed kept our eyes locked together and offered me another part of himself that made everything so much harder. It was harder because now I had even more to lose. We stayed connected for a few more restless heartbeats, panting against each other's mouth. His hand lifted to cut my cheek, his thumb dusting over my jaw. I stared at him, awestruck, dumbstruck, love-struck, stricken and skewered in every way. Then a feeling mauled through my chest and up my windpipe, turning tangible the moment my words leaked out. "I love you," I whispered. Reed tensed, slow blinking at me, my confession seeping inside him like sludge. His gaze skimmed my face as he drank in those 3 destructive words, one by one, swallowing them down until their sweetness turned sour and poisoned the moment. I watched his features collapse, his hooded eyes losing a little of their light. I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't have handed him my heart right here on this goddamn bathroom sink. Reaching for him, I tried to pull him back into our magical bubble, but the bubble had popped, and he was gone. I'd already lost him. Reed pulled out of me and lowered his head, yanking his boxers and jeans back up and methodically relatching his belt. My eyes snapped closed, and I cursed my stupid tongue for reminding him of everything that would never come to be. "I'm sorry," I said, my jaw clenching through the threatening tears. He scrubbed a hand over his face, top to bottom. "Don't apologize. I shouldn't have." Releasing a long sigh, he swallowed hard and shook his head as his eyes danced away from me. "I should go." All I could do was nod through the heartbreak. Reed hesitated for another beat before stalking forward and tugging my face to his with one hand curling around the nape of my neck. He kissed me. No tongue, but all fire. Our mouths lingered as his other hand fumbled for something in his back pocket, then swept across my hip. When he pulled back, he didn't spare me another glance before plucking his hat off the floor, opening the door and slipping out into the hall. I sat idle on the sink, breathless, boneless. A quiet hum filled the bathroom, replacing the echoes of our kisses and moans. We were running out of time while running in circles, and the air around me was thinning, the niggling of hope slowly draining away. I hopped off the counter and splashed cool water on my face, then yanked my underwear back up and readjusted my dress, keeping the emotions at bay. But something tugged at me. Blinking at my reflection, I slid my hand into the pocket of my dress and sifted around inside. My heart galloped, skipped. Silken petals tickled my fingertips as I removed my hand and outstretched my fingers, peering down at my open-faced palm. A stem of blue morning glories.
Chapter 28. Read. I braved a family dinner at the house the following week, after running out of excuses to decline. We were all adults. I could pretend my kisses with Haley had never happened, and our limb-tangled rendezvous had never happened, and that her whimpers and moans weren't an erotic soundtrack to every internal thought that swept through my mind, even though they were seared on my soul with a hot iron brand. It was only a few hours. I could pretend. But it was damn hard to pretend I was immune to the way my blood heated with possessiveness and nauseating jealousy when I discovered Scotty seated at the dining room table next to Haley, his shoulder pressed to hers, his enamored eyes on her flushed profile as she sipped a glass of water. I sat across from her, tried desperately to avoid her glassy-eyed glances and soft laughter that seeped into all of my vulnerable pockets. I tuned out their conversation, ignored his arm slung around her, and blocked out every sound, movement, and stolen look until everything around me turned to static. Only when Tara jabbed her elbow into my ribs did I tear through my self-built bubble and plaster a smile on my face. "What was that?"
"How much wine have you had?"
she griped. I looked at my glass. It was empty, but I didn't remember taking a single sip. "Not enough." "Just a glass. Sorry, work is on the brain." Whitney sat at the end of the table, sipping her own glass of Merlot.
"Tara was just telling us about her first client."
"Client?" I blinked at my daughter, feeling terrible for zoning out. She beamed with pride.
"My friend Chrissy is a bridesmaid in her sister's wedding. She hired me to do her hair and makeup. $50.
"A paid fucking gig?"
"Read."
Whitney shot me a warning glare.
"Plenty of adjective alternatives."
I didn't care. I was fucking proud. "That's incredible, Squirt. I'm fucking proud."
"Read,"
Whitney scolded. Tara and Haley both laughed before Tara continued.
"Yep, and Haley's getting paid too. She's photographing the wedding."
My head twisted toward Haley, who was gulping down the glass of ice water, her skin turning pink. "Yeah?" Then I cleared my throat, worried the word had fallen out too soft, too intimate. "That's awesome, Comet. Proud of you both." A beat of silence washed over the table, and it took several more stretched-out beats for me to realize why. I looked at Tara, catching her furrowed brow of confusion, while feeling Whit's eyes on me from the other end of the table.
"Comet?"
Tara scrunched up her nose. "Shit. Fucking shit. Fuck." I did everything in my power to prevent myself from choking on nothing. Yeah, like Haley's Comet," I said, playing it off the best I could. On the inside, my ribcage was trying to smother me. "You're Squirt, and she's Comet."
"Gotcha."
Tara bobbed her head, accepting the answer. Haley sunk lower in her chair, her cheeks staining with more color as she avoided eye contact with me and stared down at her hand clasped around the glass.
"Huh. Cute."
Whitney honed in on her wine as she swirled it in aimless circles.
"So, Haley, are you and Scotty officially together?"
I fidgeted in my seat and scratched the back of my neck, cursing the idiotic slip. Tara was oblivious, but I knew Whit's tells. I was going to be interrogated, and the anxiety was nibbling away at my sanity. Wishing I could zap more wine into my empty glass with mind voodoo and desperation, I glanced across the table at Haley as she latched onto the redirection. I was also pathetically eager to hear her response.
Nothing too serious."
Her eyes shimmered with apology as she peered over at Scotty.
We're just having fun.
Scotty's smile was flat and lifeless. It was no secret that he was smitten with the woman beside him, and that hurt. Scotty was a good kid, one of the best, and he didn't deserve to be the third wheel in our triangle of tragedy. Every session we had together, her name came up. Every time her name came up, he couldn't shake the grin or fake indifference. He'd told me he'd invited her to the East Coast with him and offered her the extra room in his apartment, and all I'd been able to do was smile pleasantly as my heart teetered on a gravel ledge. Guilt tackled me from every direction. Clearing his throat, Scotty skimmed his fingers up Haley's arm and stretched a hard-fought smile.
Yeah, we're taking it slow, he said. Nice guys might finish last, but I'd like to think the wait is worth it.
The wink he sent her made her blush, and my chest fizzed with anxious heat. Stupid, unjustified jealousy paired with shame. I felt trapped. 4 walls on all sides of me, closing me in, filling with water. The edging suffocation smothered reason as I slumped back in the chair and rubbed my forehead.
Well, you're welcome over any time,
Whitney continued, her attention shared between Scotty, Haley, and my own unraveling.
It's great to see Haley making new connections. She's strong, a fighter. Watching her train was inspiring. I can imagine.
Whit slowly panned her eyes over to me, and that's where they settled, her smile tight.
Why did you two stop training again?
I tapped my foot under the table and folded my arms. I just thought...
It was my call,
Haley interrupted, noting my fidgeting.
I really wanted to focus on school and graduating with high grades. Mr. Madsen taught me a lot, and I felt like he'd given me all the tools and lessons I needed.
Mr. Madsen. And here I was, worried that Haley might slip up, might look at me too long or say the wrong thing. But she was convincing, giving no indication that my dick had been inside of her last night, and that I'd spent the better part of 2 years doing everything in my power to keep her out of my bed, only to fail miserably. Haley had dropped by the studio yesterday after my evening training session, and then I'd fucked her in the workout room beneath the resistance bands. I was weak, powerless, a victim to this unbreakable draw. Before she'd left, Haley had handed me a photograph, the one I'd taken last month of her grinning ear to ear, her naked limbs tangled in my silvery bedsheets. There was no question of where she'd been, or who she'd been with, and her flushed cheeks and sex-mussed hair portrayed exactly what we'd been doing. I'd tossed it the moment I'd gotten home, burying it in my garbage can. The risk was too high, the evidence too damning. Whitney nodded, taking a small sip of wine as she mulled over Haley's response.
That makes sense. I'm glad it all worked out. It was a great experience.
Conversation trickled on, veering from elaborate summer plans to one of Whit's social work cases. I did my best to follow along, to smile and react at all the appropriate times. But dark clouds manifested in my gut, spewing cold rain all over my insides. I needed shelter, but everywhere I turned, another storm front rolled in, shading my world in gray. As the girls cleared off the table 20 minutes later, Whitney signaled me into the kitchen.
Help me with the dishes?
My throat closed up as oxygen dwindled, and I was certain that if I attempted a verbal response, I'd sound like I'd just inhaled a gallon of helium. Haley interjected.
I can do it. No, enjoy dessert with Tara and Scotty, she said. I made cherry pie.
I caught Haley's eyes for a heavy beat before pushing out of my chair and sauntering into the kitchen like a pint-sized deviant on the brink of scolding. Joining Whitney at the sink, I moved in beside her to help her dry off dishes as she rinsed them under the faucet with soap and a sponge. She sent me a sidelong glance while I stacked dinner plates into a pile and reached for another.
"I'd say dinner was a success,"
she stated, looking back down into the dish bath.
"The girls are happy. Scotty is a great guy."
"Yeah," I nodded, pretending to be immersed in my task while awaiting my sentencing. Laughter sprinkled into the kitchen. I pivoted around to see Haley taking pictures of Ladybug running circles around her feet as the dog clutched a ham bone in her mouth. Scotty tried to pry the bone away, but Ladybug held tight, her butt swishing furiously from side to side. Whitney made a humming noise beside me, twisting off the faucet and shaking water droplets from her hands. She leaned forward on the sink, eyes aimed downward.
"Comet?"
Icicles bucketed down on me. I knew what she was hinting at, because I wasn't an idiot. Or maybe I was, but I was an observant idiot. "It's just a nickname," I said, lowering my voice.
"Are you sure?"
"What does that mean?" Her throat rolled through a tight swallow.
"Nothing."
Blinking rapidly, she swiveled back around to the sink.
"Forget it."
I reached for a dish rag and dried my hands, the mood thick with unsaid words and tension that teased the brink of imminent destruction. It wasn't the time or place for this conversation, with our daughter and Haley a few feet away. But I wanted to know what was going through her mind. I needed to assess impending damage control and debate my next move. Pressing forward on my hands, I stole a glance at her profile. Her doe-like features were pinched, freckles wrinkled with all the things she was too scared to ask me. "Tell me what you're thinking." She huffed.
"That's never ended well."
"Wit." Rolling her tongue across her teeth, she dipped her head.
"All that time training together,"
she said softly, warily.
"And then that reckless, impulsive assault on her father that I'm still scratching my head over. Now, a nickname?"
Cautiously, she canted her head toward me until our eyes locked.
"Tell me nothing is going on there, Reed."
Needle-pointed guilt stabbed at me, and there was a part of me that would rather die a liar than whatever the hell the truth would make me. But I had to find the balance. I couldn't give her the whole ugly truth, but it wasn't in my nature to tell a bold-faced lie. I set a plate down and turned around, leaning back against the counter and crossing my arms. Whitney was watching me, her chestnut eyes trying to unravel my threads until a clearer picture was revealed. "Listen," I began gently. "We did develop a bond during training. Of course we did. Those sessions are built upon a strong level of trust, so it's impossible not to draw connection out of that. I care about Haley. It's remarkable what she's survived and what she's capable of becoming." Her slender throat worked through another swallow as she continued to read me.
"So, she's like a daughter to you?"
My heartbeats sputtered, shredded tires on ice. She was trying to decipher the exact nature of the connection we shared, while desperately wanting to believe it was familial. But I couldn't shove her in that direction. Morally, I couldn't allow her to think our relationship was rooted in a father-daughter dynamic. "No," I admitted. "It's about respect. I respect her as a woman, a fighter, and a survivor." Whitney ran a hand through her hair, analyzing my words, studying me for a long, bated breath, before slowly blowing it out. Whatever expression I'd managed to school my face into seemed to have worked. And it was all true.
Okay.
She scratched her collarbone, fidgeting in place.
Sorry for the Inquisition.
You don't need to apologize. You care about Haley, and I'll never villainize you for making her best interest a priority. I would do the same. I will do the same.
I do care about her. I've witnessed a lot. I've heard her crying into Ladybug's fur when she thinks no one is listening. I've seen the fear in her eyes when there's a knock at the front door, or when the phone rings, or when I drop something and she nearly hits the ceiling. There's been long talks where she spills her heart to me, and I take her in my arms and promise her she's going to be okay.
Her eyes watered, glinting underneath the kitchen lights.
I just want the best for her. The world has been so cruel.
I want that too. Sighing deeply, I slung one arm around her shoulders and pulled her to me. Whitney stiffened for a beat, caught off guard by the hug, until she relaxed against me and breathed a soft exhale against my chest. You're doing an incredible job. Those girls have all the tools to create beautiful, fulfilling lives, and that's because of you. I hope you know that. She nodded.
Thank you.
A presence moved in behind me, and my skin tingled with familiarity. Letting go of Whit, I turned around to find Haley reaching into the refrigerator for whipped cream. She didn't look at me right away, didn't acknowledge either of us. Not at first. But then her gaze flicked up, for just a millisecond, for the span of half a breath. Our eyes caught, and it felt as though we were breathing 1,000 wayward breaths, each one suffocating, each one void of oxygen. The back of my neck heated, my fists clenched, and whatever piss-poor version of truth I'd led Whitney to believe only a moment ago dissolved into ashes. Shutting the fridge door, Haley darted her gaze away from me, her posture stiff like a board, then whirled back around and flitted out of the kitchen, returning to the table. I cupped my jaw. A heavy, grating moment slugged by as I waited, my back to Whitney. I just waited. Whitney moved around me and pressed her hand to my forearm. She didn't look at me, and I didn't look at her, and there was nothing I could do but wait for her words to slice me down.
I need you to think long and hard about whatever it is you're doing, she said, her tone low and leveling. Or about to do.
Swallowing, I twisted to face her, everything I was so desperate to hide, shining back at her within the guilty glimmer of my eyes. Despite my efforts to shield myself, Whitney's words cut through the bullshit, exposing the raw truth I couldn't seem to bury.
Whit, don't read.
She shook her head, telling me she already knew. She didn't know everything, but she knew something.
You're a grown man, and she's an adult. It's not my place to tell you what to do, but it is my place to protect our daughter.
My breath hitched. I would never hurt Tara. Her eyes flashed as she chewed on her lip.
You'd be surprised how easily good intentions can turn rotten. Every single one of us is capable of hurting the people we love most.
Emotion infected her words as she inhaled sharply.
Trust me. I know.
I didn't get a chance to respond before she whooshed past me into the dining room, joining the rest of the group at the table with a force-fed smile on her face.
How's the pie?
Fuck me. I needed to break this tether, this bind. Whitney wasn't ignorant to it, no matter how hard I tried to reroute things in a more savory direction. she'd soon discover the full extent of my depraved truth. And then it would only be a matter of time before Tara did too. I couldn't let that happen. My daughter was my foundation. With every misstep and heavy-footed stumble, I was making cracks, and if I didn't start patching these holes, she'd slip right through. We all would.
Chapter 29. Haley. I stepped through the main door of Reed's studio later that week, greeted by the sound of feet hitting the mat. Energy swirled around me as grunts and kicks echoed off the walls, and a pop song poured from a nearby boombox. It was late June, almost 2 years to the date since I'd first laid eyes on Reed Madsen. He didn't look the same as he did that night. The creases around his eyes were slightly more prominent, and the color of his jade irises had darkened some. He was even more built now than he was then, a wall of muscle and strength. A wall, in general. Too sound and too well constructed to break through. Shadows followed him around these days, and sometimes I wondered if they had left me for him. Maybe they'd grown bored with me, tired and uninspired by my tedious gloom. I quietly closed the door behind me as I watched him train with a middle-aged woman with hair spun with light amber frizz. Beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks and nose like they were playing connect the dots with her freckles. I observed the sparring session with equal parts melancholy and nostalgia. While I missed training with Reed, I didn't miss the debilitating feeling that came along with our dodges and blows. Reed's eyes flicked my way, the image of me taking a seat along the wall, catching him off guard for a moment, long enough for the woman to aim a hairline strike that had him teetering back. She squealed with victory, her gloved hands shooting toward the ceiling, unknowing that I'd been the one to distract him. "You're welcome, lady." A few more minutes passed before Reed turned off the music and plucked off his gloves.
"Nice job, Sandra. Same time next week?"
"Thanks, Coach. I'll be running a few minutes late, but I'll be here."
"Sounds good."
I nibbled my thumbnail and zoned out on my chipped red polish. Scotty had told me that Reed wanted to see me tonight, wanted to talk to me about something. I wasn't sure what that something was, but curiosity had me trudging through a blanket of humidity as I'd jogged the mile over. Sweat still clung to every inch of me, so I billowed the tank top off my stomach and let my skin breathe. Poor Scotty. He'd become our middleman since Reed wasn't able to call the house or show up at the front door to request a private meeting with me. That would only prompt questions, and questions would incite answers we couldn't give. Scotty had choked down his pain, still treating me with kindness and friendship. It was almost like he was patiently waiting for whatever this was to peter out, so I'd look at him in the same way he looked at me, in the same way I looked at Reed. Reed chugged down a bottle of water as the woman gathered her purse, sent me a bright smile, then disappeared out the entrance. The sound of the door clapping shut was like a metaphorical door closing on my fantastical daydreams. There was a dark, solemn look in his eyes that had anxiety swirling in my gut. Is this it? Was he going to point a pistol at my chest and pull the trigger? I bit my lip as he stared across the room at me. "Hey," I greeted, my voice already strewn with bullet holes.
"Hey."
Capping the water bottle, he sat it down beside him and flipped off a few of the lights until only a dim glow bathed the room.
"Thanks for meeting with me."
So formal. I chuckled, not knowing what else to say or do. Folding my arms, I sauntered over to him. We met in the middle of the studio, and I kicked off my sneakers, towing them aside and stepping onto the mat. What did you want to talk about?
You. Us.
My face flamed with premature heartbreak. I figured as much. He wore a mask. Stony eyes stared back at me as if he'd doused himself in concrete, and I couldn't tell what he was thinking or feeling. I couldn't read him. Even a scalpel wouldn't chip away the veil.
Listen, Haley,
he continued, planting his hands on his hips. Dark hair glinted under the lone light, still damp with sweat.
This is hard, so I want to make this quick.
I swallowed, the anxiety growing toothed wings. Quick? A drumbeat pounded between us, a sharp inhale, and then...
I'm moving back to Charleston.
I blanched. My lungs shriveled up and my heart slammed to a full stop so long I feared it would never rev back to life. It felt like he'd taken his wet concrete and poured it all over me until I was sealed up tight, buried alive and gasping for breath. What? I whispered.
It's for the best.
For whom?
He didn't even blink. For all of us.
My arms hung defeatedly at my sides as I broke our stare and gazed at the sterile wall behind him. Shock infected me. I wasn't emotionless, but I was frozen. There was no argument I could throw back at him, because every logical part of me knew this wasn't going anywhere. It was smart for him to leave before we dug ourselves two side-by-side graves, and yet the tears still came in the form of hot, fiery pressure scorching my eyes. I don't know what to say. Reed exhaled through his nose, nostrils flaring, the only sign that he was marginally affected by this.
There's nothing to say. It's done. I'm staying with a friend while I get back on my feet. I'll be in charge of the studio again, training Scotty as an assistant coach.
Does Tara know? I croaked out. Whitney? He shook his head.
Not yet.
Are you sure this is the right move? I just mean, you've been building your life here. You have a career, a family.
I'm sure.
My fingers curled into fists as a wave of devastation rippled through me. Tears stung and clawed, neon heat blurring my vision as panic pierced my chest, bending my ribs in half. No. My head swung side to side. No, I'll go. This is silly. You can't just uproot your life when I'm the lifeless one. I have nothing keeping me here. No real home, no purpose. Warm salt trickled down my cheeks as my lips quivered. Please, let me go. Finally, gradually, his face twisted with something other than cool indifference. Pain leaked through, shimmering in his eyes, creasing his forehead and brows. Reed took a step toward me and cupped my wet cheeks in his hands.
I am letting you go, Comet.
The dam broke inside me. Breakage tore up my stomach and weaved a splintered labyrinth up my chest until it bulldozed through my lungs and throat. A war cry flew past my lips, agony fused with anger as I fisted the front of his faded Navy tank, unsure if I wanted to pull him closer or shove him out of my pinwheeling orbit.
Haley.
Pressing a kiss to my forehead, his lips lingered, parting through a shaky exhale.
I'm sorry. This is just the way it needs to be.
No. Lies. This wasn't the way. It wasn't the way at all. Anger won out, and I shoved him away from me. "This is your solution?" I demanded, vibrating with feeling. All feeling, every feeling. "You're just leaving?" He linked his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. "I have to." "You don't have to. You're taking the easy way out." Two molten green eyes pinged back open, flaring with what looked like fury. He stepped forward again, his face inches from mine. "The easy way out?" His tone was as deadly as his stare. I cowered back, but tipped my chin. "Yes." A slow nod was his reply as he simmered and churned in my response, glancing down at the blue mat like a prelude to more words that would butcher me into mincemeat. But he said nothing. My brows furrowed, and I crossed my arms defensively. "Whatever you're thinking, just say it." He turned away, his hands still interlocked behind his head as every muscle in his back rippled with tension. "Say it, Reed. Tell me what's on your mind. Please enlighten me." I was instigating him, poking and prodding, but this hurricane of rage was far easier to digest than the chasm of grief threatening to swallow me. "Tell me why you think running away from your problems is better than facing—" "Because you fucked me all up inside." He whirled back around, both hands sliding into his hair and fisting hard. "Do you realize that? One little lie and you opened up a doorway to hell. You allowed me to let my guard down, to let this goddamn connection seep in, and now I can't shake it. I can't shake you. If I had known your real age, I would have walked away the second you told me. You fucking cursed me, Haley." The tears kept welling, kept falling down my cheeks in trails of vulnerability. "So this is my fault?" I shot forward, my fingers bruising my biceps to keep my hands from reaching for him. "This isn't all on me. You're being weak." One eyebrow flicked up, as if daring me to say that again. "I'd rather be weak than wrecked," he ground out. "And that's exactly what's going to happen if we take this any further. We'll all be fucking wrecked." "You don't know that." "I do know that. You're dead wrong if you think you can't destroy me with a single look," he rasped. "That's why I need to go. I need to put distance between us, thousands of miles of it, before I ruin both of our lives." Heaving in a deep breath, he pressed his hands together like a prayer and leaned forward, trying to talk reason through the madness. "Tell me what you think is going to happen if we keep doing this. If Tara finds out, tell me what's going through that pretty little head of yours, because I can assure you it's not what's going through mine." I don't know," I answered helplessly. "Maybe you're underestimating her. Maybe she'll be fine." "I know my daughter. Nothing about this will ever be fine." "Maybe it will be. Maybe—" "You are my daughter's age." He jabbed a finger in my face like an exclamation point to every word. "I'm sick for even thinking about you like this. It's twisted, it's fucked, and I'm completely helpless when I'm around you. Tara is going to be blindsided. She'll look at you like a traitor instead of a friend. Is that what you want? To destroy the one person who took you in, who sees you as a sister, who gave you friendship and love and loyalty when you had nothing." I gouged the heels of my palms into my eyes and shook my head. "I don't want to hurt her." I sobbed. But I don't want to hurt, and this hurts so much. I know, he said, tone softening, but it'll hurt a hell of a lot more if I don't leave. Tara is my little girl, and I know in my heart she would forgive me one day, but I don't think she'd ever look at you the same, and that's not something I can live with. Reed, Haley, please try to see the bigger picture here. You need to see this for what it is and not for what you desperately want it to be. Stepping closer and sounding broken, he finished with, I told you I would always fight for you, and I meant that. This is how I'm doing it. I choked out another sob and lowered my hands from my eyes, gazing up at him with all the bare-boned truth I could muster. I love you, I confessed painfully. You can't pull me from rock bottom and then send me right back. My heart was a splattered mess between us, the love inside of it spitting and snarling for one last beat. He could scoop it up in his palms, mold it into something beautiful, something better, and return it to the bleeding cavern inside my chest. Or he could stomp it out. Snuff the flickering of life out of it with just one look, one word, one step in the opposite direction. Reed's eyes slowly closed as he drew in a long breath, like he was debating what to do with the most precious piece of me. Haley, this is infatuation. This is the thrill of sneaking around with an off-limits man who is twice your age. Goodbye, heart. His words chewed through me, acid corroding flesh, a dagger with dull blades sawing through my bones. I wrapped both arms around my stomach as if that could keep my pain tucked inside. How dare you say that to me? I gritted out, teeth grinding against metal. It's the truth. That's your truth. It's not mine. It's the only truth. No! I glared those dull daggers right back at him. How dare you rearrange my feelings into something that makes you feel better about walking away? How dare you talk to me like I'm a child, like I'm a lost, pathetic little girl who doesn't have the mental capacity to know what she wants? How dare you make me feel these things and then twist them into something dirty? You made me finally feel something, Reed. Something other than this God-forsaken pit of worthlessness and loneliness, and now you're... Reed snatched me by the biceps and spun me around, walking me backward until I was pushed up against the cushioned wall and his face was centimeters from mine. Trailing his hands up my arms, he gently cupped my cheeks, tenderizing the hard steel I was molding around us. I feel those things too, he said, chest heaving, voice hitching. I feel it, Comet, I do, but it's not what you think. His forehead fell to mine as he sucked in a fraught breath. It's a goddamn death sentence. Anger battled it out with treacherous pain. I knew he was right, but it was too easy to be hateful and bitter when my heart had become nothing more than rubble, clogging my ribcage. Mascara-laced tears streaked down my cheeks as I shoved him away from me. Fine, go. He palmed his hair back, slick with sweat from exertion and heartache. Don't make this harder. Don't tell me how I'm supposed to respond to the things you're setting in motion. I never wanted it to go this far. I never wanted to hurt you. Well, you failed. My shield went up, my weapon drawn. I was mad, so irrevocably mad. You just had to be so perfect. My white knight, my rescuer. You had to be everything I've dreamed about, every wish I've made on falling stars and birthday candles and pennies and mall fountains, and you had to make me fall in love with you. Words spilled out of me, assaulting him like an ambush. How could I not? It was so damn easy. You made it easy. His brow was wrinkled, features taut and brimming with tension.
Nothing about this is easy.
Falling for you has been the easiest thing I've ever done, I confessed through the anguish. Everything else, painful, torturous, difficult beyond belief, but loving you. The anger died out, flatlining to a dead pulse. Effortless. Tears rimmed his eyes, his emerald irises glowing with heartbreak as he drank in my pain and let it funnel through him. Stepping forward, he tried to reach for me again, but I dodged him. There was no comfort here, no more soft landings. Don't, I said, moving backward. I can't.
Haley.
Just go, leave, pretend none of this ever happened and toss me away, just like my parents did, just like
Whitney knows.
My words clipped off, nosediving off a craggy bluff. I gaped at him, eyes rounding with shock. Whitney knows? What? I swallowed. How?
Because she's observant. Because we haven't been as careful as you think. Because she knows me better than anyone and has had a front row seat to our relationship for the past 2 years.
Reed squeezed the back of his neck, staring down at the floor.
Pick one.
Ice filtered through my veins, freezing my hostility. Fear leaked through, fear that my love for one man had ultimately derailed the only other love in my life. Oh God, I didn't know.
Now you do. That's why I'm leaving. Tara is going to find out, and I can't let that happen. I can't do that to her.
He inhaled a cracked breath and shook his head with defeat.
I can't do that to you.
His words slowly trickled through me. A clearer picture formed. With it came a new image of Reed, not as a villain or a coward, but as the man he promised me he'd be. The fighter. The warrior.
You deserve to have someone in your corner fighting like hell for you, for your honor, your worth. I want to be that person. I'll be that guy, even if that's all I'll ever be.
This was his way. This was the only way. While pieces fell into place, other pieces broke into tiny fragments. All of my stupid hopes and daydreams shattered at my feet. Reed was a realist. He knew there was only one way out of this, and that was him putting true distance between us. Miles of it. States, borders, highways, and mountains. We weren't done. Our story wasn't over, and yet the end was stamped in black ink across the pages. I knew it was for the best, but the best didn't always feel better. We would forever be a half-written song. Finally, ruefully, I nodded my surrender. If he was going to be strong, then I'd be strong too. I would prove my father wrong and do this really hard thing with my back against the wall, my knees shaking and buckling, and my heart in splintered tatters. I can do this. Okay, I told him in 2 broken-down syllables. You're right. He smiled the saddest smile.
I don't want to be right.
I don't want us to be wrong. When he reached for me again, I let him. I let him cup my damp cheeks between his palms and press his lips to mine, our kiss infused with salt and pain. Our foreheads touched, our noses grazed, and I said softly, "Are you here to save me?" Another kiss landed on my hairline, and he lingered there, squeezing me tighter, exhaling ragged breaths against my skin.
You never needed saving, Haley. You were never lost.
I was, I cried. I was lost when you found me, and I'll be lost when you leave me.
No.
He kissed my forehead, my tear-tipped lashes, my quivering upper lip.
You were searching for something you already had.
As his hand splayed across my chest, my heart, I collapsed into a heap of devastation against him, burying my face into the crook of his neck and wishing I would never have to leave the solace of his arms. It was fascinating the way human beings tended to living things, how we could nurture something so fiercely, all while knowing it was going to die. Just a little more water, we'd say, better sunlight, a silent wish for a few more good days. But it didn't matter. Every hardy, thriving thing carried with it the certainty of an expiration date. Nothing lived forever, even love. And still, we allowed it to bloom. We breathed life into it while simultaneously whispering our last goodbye. Some goodbyes just came far too soon. Chapter 30. Haley. Outside the window, through vertical blinds, all the ink slowly leaked from the sky as the sun began to rise, turning it cerulean blue. Tara and I lay sprawled together in our new queen-size bed that her mother had purchased for us, staring up at a galaxy of glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. Per Tara, nobody ever grew too old for glow-in-the-dark ceiling stars. We hadn't slept. We'd stayed up all night, talking, reminiscing, laughing through tears. After tumbling through the front door for our first full night of sleep at the new apartment, we'd made a chef-worthy dinner of SpaghettiOs and double chocolate ice cream sundaes, then jumped on the bed, screaming the lyrics to every song on the Jagged Little Pill CD in our pajamas, while gluing constellation stickers to the popcorn ceiling. It had been a good night, memorable, innocent, carefree, the calm before the storm. And maybe that was why I hadn't slept. Couldn't compel my eyes to close for longer than a few fretful heartbeats. I was savoring. I was sampling. I was pretending that what was would always be. While my best friend spoke of the future with bare-boned joy, my ribs splintered with gritty shards of grief. Boxes were half unpacked, unlike Reed's stacked boxes, filled to the brim, littering his own apartment. A fresh beginning, a tragic end, all at the same time. And that was a tragedy in and of itself. Tara linked our fingers together as birdsong trickled in through the cracked window on a breeze. "Will you miss him?" she asked softly. Darkness faded from the sky and jumped ship to my heart. Rudders cracked, masts tore, and waves crested and surged, swallowing my reply. All I did was squeeze her hand and nod. Reed was leaving at the end of the month. 3 more weeks. The hours ticked down like splintering thread, unraveling my strength, little by little, while June faded into a stormy July. Reed had finally broken the news of his departure to Tara and Whitney. It had been a tension-filled evening, and the mood that had washed over the dinner table had turned colder than the uneaten food. Tara had been confused and disappointed by the revelation, while Whitney had said it would be a good change of scenery for him. New ventures, new goals. All I'd heard was, a new woman to pursue. Surely she'd been thinking it. Days later, Tara was still trying to make sense of the sudden bombshell. "I can't believe he's leaving," Tara continued, the light mood compromised by a topic that hurt more than my decade-long abuse. "It feels so random." Maybe there's more to the story. I shouldn't have said it, shouldn't have put ideas and gnawing whispers in her head. It would only lend itself to answerless questions. "Like what?" she asked. "I don't know." Tara sighed. Our two-toned tangle of hair splashed across the cream pillow. "It's weird. Family has always come first for Dad. Unless..." Trailing off, she stuttered out a breath and canted her head toward me. "Do you think it's because of a woman?" I blinked up at the faux stars and made a billion silent wishes. My heart crumbled, the debris slithering through me and settling in the pit of my stomach. "Maybe." She let go of my hand and wrenched the covers up to her chin, thinking it over. I had a feeling he was seeing someone. I figured she was local, but maybe he started something out in Charleston and wants to try again. Everything inside of me curled and shriveled up, my mouth going dry. All I could muster was, "Yeah." Another sigh escaped her, longer, heavier. "I should talk to him before he leaves, see what's going on." Her nose wrinkled with reflection. "Mom thinks it's strictly for work, but I know him better than that. He has a good job here." I marinated in her words, silent and stiff. More light filtered in through the blinds, bathing us in dawn's first blush. Fatigue washed over me, a consequence of the sleepless night and my restless mind, and I turned onto my side, gazing at her profile across the pillow. I didn't want her to talk to him about that, but there was nothing else I could say. "That's a good idea." We spent the next hour going through some of the photographs I'd developed, a welcome levity slicing through the sour mood. She flipped through the stack, one after the other, her smile brightening with added color. There was a picture of Tara with a cheesy grin, a pencil clamped between her teeth, a self-taken photo of both of us making a kissy face at the camera in the front seat of her car. Whitney reading by the fireplace, her lips turned up with wonder, ladybug on her back in the snow, paws lifted like she was trying to morph into a T-Rex. Reed and Tara on prom night, followed by another of them hugging, her glittery curls in motion. I'd taken the camera from Whitney, trying to capture a less posed moment. She lingered on that one. "This is a great shot," she said, emotion infecting her voice. "I don't remember you taking it. Dad doesn't like being in pictures." "That's why I took it." My words were a fusion of nostalgia and melancholy. No matter what happens, we'll always have these moments. They're more than memories this way. Memories fray and falter, but pictures don't. They just are. You never have to question them. "Can I keep some of these?" "Of course." I made sure to give Reed the photograph of me, blissfully sunny-eyed and lovesick, sprawled out across his bedsheets. A forever memento. No matter what happened between us, he'd always have concrete proof that I was real, that I was once his. I never wanted to be the memory that frayed or faltered. Tara stacked the photos beside her on the nightstand, then soon fell asleep, while the sun fully rose. I just lay there, stewing in the unknowns of my cloudy, murky future. I couldn't turn off my mind, couldn't turn the pain off. Maybe there was no calm before the storm. There was only the storm, the aftershocks, and our broken bones scattered in its wake. My smile was as close to beaming as it could be as I pranced out the double doors and into the late summer sunshine. A camera strap dangled around my neck and a backpack bounced between my shoulder blades. I'd just completed my first training stint at the banquet hall in preparation to help capture a wedding in 2 weeks. The day had been filled with excitement as I'd proudly showcased my passion, impressing Monique and the rest of the staff. My knowledge was vast, considering I'd accumulated plenty of hours at libraries, dark rooms, and photo labs over the past year, eager to intake everything I possibly could. Lighting, camera settings, composition, exposure, shutter speed, aperture. Every shot required careful consideration and precision, making each photograph a labor of love and craftsmanship. I took pride in my work, and I was confident it showed. My new used Camry sat idle in the parking lot, an ugly shade of taupe decorated with rust and old bumper sticker residue. I'd saved every penny from my prior animal hospital job, earning enough for a down payment on the junky vehicle, while also having a little left over to put toward rent. Tara and I had already found a roommate to take the second bedroom. Things were looking up. And then I looked up and spotted Tara leaning back against a cherry-red convertible, waving at me across the parking lot. My smile widened. "Hey," I greeted, approaching her in my sandals and pale yellow sundress. "What are you doing here, and whose car is that?" "Josh's." Her eyebrows waggled. "He let me borrow it while I get my brakes fixed, so I'm heading over to Dad's apartment to talk about the move. Want to come with?" I blinked at her, anxiety curling like a fist around my lungs. Oh. This was not a conversation I wanted to be privy to. I'd rather be a fly on the wall, an inconspicuous ant skittering across the carpet, taking in the sights and sounds without being noticed. Witnessing Reed's tall tales and fabrications firsthand, all while knowing I was the reason for his exit, was a torture I wasn't mentally prepared to deal with. Trying to sway her in a more palatable direction, I gripped both straps of my book bag. "Are you sure you don't want to go alone? This feels like a private moment." "No way! You're part of the family," she said, laughing like my statement was outrageous. "Besides, you need to take a ride in this thing. It's life-changing." My nose scrunched up and I scratched at my cheek. "I just think, come on." She snagged me by the wrist and hauled me forward. "I only have these wheels for the day. Let's break some speed limit laws on the way over, then I'll drive you back to your car." Out of arguments, I trudged around the front of the convertible and hopped inside the passenger seat, my whole body sagging with surrender. I tossed my items in the back and buckled my belt, glancing at Tara as she revved the engine. Her eyes sparkled with vibrant green flecks, her glossy lips twitched with anticipation. And then we were careening out of the parking lot, the wind in our hair, the sun warming our faces, and for a brief moment, I allowed the sweetness to find me. The open road stretched out before us as Tara flipped on the radio to full volume and fell back against the seat. Gangsta's Paradise blasted through the speakers mid-song, and we both tried to ramble out the lyrics, laughing through our tied tongues and mismatched words. She punched the air with her fist, the motions heightening with each beat. I giggled until my belly ached. A sense of peace found me, and I realized that maybe there was no calm before the storm, because there was no storm. There was only an endless summer, ripe with possibilities, unbreakable friendship, and memories of a love story that would forever keep me warm. Every love story served a purpose, but not every purpose was the same. Reed tended to my wounds when I was broken down and damaged. He molded my fear into strength. He gave me tools, wisdom, and hope for better days. He found me when I was lost. Now, only I held the power to chart my own course and find my way back to myself. I was breathless when we pulled into Reed's apartment complex, winded from laughter and living. Unbuckling my belt, I jumped out of the car, the smile still glued to my cheeks by each corner of my mouth. Tara swooped ahead of me, gesturing me forward, and we headed down the familiar hallway to apartment 17. I refused to let the burdens of my fear and poor choices hinder my epiphany. All I could do was stand by Tara's side and be her courage, while swallowing down my nerves. "Dad?" Tara popped the key into the keyhole and pushed open the door. "Dad, it's me. You home?" Following behind her, I glanced around the near-barren apartment, making sure there was no evidence of me littered on the couch, strewn across the floor, or twisted in the bedsheets. I swallowed, noting Reed was mostly packed. He'd scrubbed me from his space. "Damn." Tara peeked into the empty rooms. "He must be at the studio." A sigh of relief fell out as I fiddled with my hair and stared down at my toenails. "Guess so." "It's weird seeing all these boxes," she said, entering the second bedroom and flipping on the light switch. "Feels so real." It did feel real. We felt real. And now we were quickly becoming nothing more than memories, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. I pressed a hand to her bicep and gave her a comforting squeeze. "It'll be okay. He'll come visit us, and it'll be fun to take cross-country road trips and dip our toes in the ocean." She nodded. "I suppose he could have picked worse places to live." Tara stepped fully inside the room, assessing the tidy space. The twin bed was made, a few posters still stuck to plaster. A photograph of Tara and Reed sparring at the park rested beside a lamp on the nightstand, one of the only personal mementos still unpacked. Tara's profile softened with a smile as she honed in on the picture frame. "I love this one. Thank you for taking it." Memories from that spring morning washed over me like a breeze, back when I'd been seated on the park bench with Ladybug curled around my feet. "I have lots more. We can hang them around the house." She grinned. "True. He can't complain about being in pictures if he's not here to look at them." I watched as Tara reached into the pocket of her cut-off jean shorts and pulled something out. She unfolded another picture, the one of her and Reed on prom night, standing beneath the white ash tree. Tara's head was tipped sideways in the shot, pressed to his broad shoulder, his arm wrapped around her waist as they posed for the camera. They were both smiling, indelibly happy. Tara sighed, studying the photograph and flattening out the crease along the center. Plucking the gilded frame off the nightstand, she turned it over and unhooked the back piece of cardboard. "I'm updating this. I look way better when I'm not dripping with sweat. I can smell my BO from here." Chuckling, I slipped my hands into the pockets of my sundress and rocked back on my sandals. "He'll love it." "I know. Dad always—" Her words trailed off. I was staring out the window at a little trio of blue jays floating through leafy branches when my attention returned to Tara and her sudden silence. Her face morphed from carefree and gleeful into a look that had my insides pitching and my knees wobbling. "What is it?" She turned her back to me, her head bowed forward as she stared down at something. Tara, what? My heart started pounding, my airways tightened, the light mood thickening with black tension. Tara, what the hell is this? She whipped around, her hair flying over her shoulder as her cheeks turned scarlet. In slow motion, I let my eyes fall to her outstretched hand, and my world shattered. The floor beneath my feet turned to quicksand. I was free-falling. My gaze panned back up, and our eyes locked. I couldn't speak, couldn't think, couldn't breathe, because hidden behind the photo of Tara and Reed was the photograph of me, naked, cheeks flushed, tangled in his bedsheets, in her father's bed. Nothing felt real. I was in a time warp, trapped in a moment where everything stood still, yet raced past me at the speed of light. That was just... Tara glanced back down at the photograph, her eyes as wide as saucers. A gasp fell out, a croak, a horrible sound I'd never forget, like everything had just unblurred, and the picture in her shaking hand had come into full focus. The truth held physical form and was devastatingly undeniable. Her father was having a sexual relationship with her best friend. Oh my God, she breathed out, shell-shocked, dumbfounded, horrified. You're sleeping with him? My stomach curdled. Nausea spewed bile against the back of my throat. Weak, pathetic words squeaked past my lips. It's not like that. My skin sweated, my hands shook. I swung my head back and forth as if to dislodge the photograph from her mind. I tried to reach for it, to snatch it away, but she wrenched her arm back. Tears blanketed my vision. Tara, this is you. She jabbed the image through the air like a gavel against a sound block. This is you, in my dad's bed? Tara, I cried, choking on her name. It's not what you think, it's not, Sucking in a sharp breath, I voiced my confession. I love him. Her eyes flared twice their size. You what? She needed to know. This was real. This wasn't a fling or a charade. This was love. Nodding through my heartbreak, I swiped at my cheeks. I do. I love him. No. She gawked at me, her gaze flitting across my face, assessing my truth bomb, wading through the cataclysmic aftermath, and processing it all with buckshot in her skin. I stepped toward her. She moved away. My hand extended, a plea for pardon as I silently begged her to see this for what it was. But she kept inching away, plodding backward, and with a sharp sob, Tara tossed the picture frame to the nightstand and raced past me out of the bedroom, still clutching the photograph of me. She darted from the apartment. I stood like a statue in the center of the room, unable to accept what had just happened. I glanced at the discarded frame that was still filled with the original picture. Innocence veiling a deadly secret. I shouldn't have given him that photo of me. Shouldn't have been so stupid to think that concrete evidence of our sins wouldn't be uncovered. Scraping my fingernails through my hair, I dashed from the room and followed Tara out to the parking lot, tears dangling from my jaw and dampening my neck. She was already in the driver's seat, her hands curled white around the wheel. I jumped in and ambushed her with apologies. Tara, please, I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. It just happened. It just happened, and I couldn't stop it, and we just... Don't, Pressing a hand to my chest, I twisted the fabric of my dress between my fingers. "Let me explain." She swallowed and started the engine. "You don't need to explain." The car jerked and we jolted forward, cruising out of the parking lot at double the speed limit. The drive was made in silence, itchy, crawling silence. Every time an excuse or explanation skipped across my tongue, I swallowed it down, unable to string the words together. What could I do? How could I fix this? My mind reeled with vicious thoughts. My limbs trembled as the tears fell, and I swore only a few seconds had passed us by before we were pulling into Whitney's driveway. I tried again. "Tara, listen to me." She hauled herself out of the convertible and slammed the door on my words. I watched as she stormed up the walkway into the house, and I just sat there miserably, broken, completely lost. When I gathered up the fragments of my strength, I followed her inside, catching sight of Whitney staring up toward the second floor, where Tara must have escaped to. She frowned, glancing at me. "What's going on?" I shook my head, a battle cry teasing my throat. "Nothing." Then I darted up the stairs 2 at a time, mumbling behind me. "Everything." Tara was sitting on her old bed, now a guest room bed, when I entered, her fingers coiled around the fuchsia-blossomed bedspread, the picture of me sitting beside her. I stared at it, cursed it, wanted to rip it into tiny shreds and toss it to the wind. But it was doomed to blow back in my face, an eternal reminder of my betrayal. "Tara, I'm so sorry." I cupped a hand around my mouth as my shoulders shook with grief. "Please forgive me. I never meant to hurt you." Her eyes lifted, slowly, sluggishly, her brows gathering between her eyes. She was silent, stiff. I stepped toward her, riddled with desperation. "I wanted to tell you so many times. You have no idea how much it was killing me. I promise I never wanted to." Tara jumped up from the bed, slicing my words at the quick. At first I thought she was going to slap me, shove me, slaughter me with her wrath. But I froze when she raced toward me, pulled me into her arms and wrapped me up in a firm hug instead. My whole body went rigid. Shock infected me. My ill-timed heartbeats skittered with a shot of hope, with the realization that maybe I'd assumed the worst. Maybe Reed and I hadn't given her enough credit to understand us, to come to terms with our relationship. Maybe we're going to be okay. Drinking in a relieved breath, I closed my eyes and held her tight, sinking into the warmth of her embrace. "God, I'm sorry." I pressed my temple to her shoulder. "I'm so sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I wanted to, so badly." "Shh." She shushed me, stroking my hair. "You have nothing to be sorry for." I smiled, tears puddling in my eyes. Thank God. This whole time we'd been wrong about her. All that pain and heartbreak for nothing. Tara was smart. She understood. "You've been through so much, Hales," she continued, skimming a soothing hand up and down my back and tugging me closer. "I can't even fathom it." I nodded, tears trickling down my cheeks. "I know." We stayed like that for a drawn-out heartbeat, for one precious moment where she was my best friend and I was hers, and nothing would ever come between us. But then she inched back. Tara stared at me, her gaze hardening to unburnished stone. She squeezed my biceps, her jaw clenching, expression creasing with new fury. "Listen to me," she stated, her tone steeped with ice. "This is not your fault." Sniffling, I gazed back at her, confusion settling in my gut. "What are you—" "This is my father's fault." I blinked, my stomach lurching, my lungs constricting. Tara snagged my pinky finger like a promise and squeezed tight, and then she finished with words worse than death. "He groomed you, Haley," she said darkly, "and he won't get away with it."
Chapter 31. Read.
"Daddy, I'm scared."
The sun beat down on her Care Bear's helmet, while two brown pigtails fell over the shoulders of her denim overalls. I held my hands over her tiny fists as they clung with terror to the handlebars. "Don't be scared, Squirt. I'm right here."
"But you're letting go. I don't want you to let go."
"I have to let go eventually. How will you learn?" She pouted, her button nose wrinkling.
"I can learn tomorrow."
"Why not right now?"
"It's too scary right now. Look, it might rain."
I glanced skyward, squinting my eyes at the golden globe of sunshine hovering overhead without a cloud in sight. No rain, only sunny skies, and a father who's about to be really damn proud. Tara's feet idled on either side of the bicycle as she let out a long sigh.
"Mommy says that's a bad word."
A chuckle slipped out, and I crouched down beside her on the sidewalk, waiting for her to look at me. When our eyes met, I cupped her scraped knee with a smile. "Hey," I said, my voice full of reassurance. "You're going to be really brave today."
"I don't feel brave."
"That's because you're afraid. Being afraid always comes first. That's the first step to being brave." She studied me, her big green eyes glistening with tears.
"Why are all of my friends braver? I'm 6. Everyone can ride without training wheels except for me."
"Bravery isn't about comparing yourself to others," I said gently. "It's about facing your fears, no matter how big or small they may seem. You're trying, even though you might fall, and you're going to get back up again. That's the bravest thing of all." A little tongue poked out between her lips as she processed my words.
"You will never let me go, right?"
"Not yet," I murmured. "Not right away."
"Never, Daddy. Never let me go."
I tried not to read into her innocent words and brushed the thumb over her neon pink Band-Aid. Pulling to a stand, I steadied her bike and prompted her feet onto the pedals. Wispy streamers dangled from the handlebars as a little bell chimed with gallantry when I gave it a flick. "I won't let you go, Squirt. You're stuck with me." A smile bloomed, and Tara schooled her expression with resolve.
"Okay,"
she said, inhaling a deep breath.
"Let's go."
I held on to her as we pushed forward, my steps gaining speed as the tires rolled. Her eyes rounded, the breeze picked up, and a warm feeling trickled through me, pulsing with pride and love. "You've got this. You're doing great."
Don't let go,"
she called out, the bike wobbling side to side as it cut across sidewalk cracks, her pigtails flailing behind her.
"I'm going to do it, Daddy. Just don't let go yet."
My eyes watered as I stood in the middle of the sidewalk, both of my arms lifting toward the sky. I'd let go 10 seconds ago. She was already doing it. I parked my truck in front of the house, then scrubbed a hand over my face. My skin was layered with cool sweat, still sticky from my training session. Whit had called me at the studio 20 minutes ago, alerting me of a situation and to hurry over to the house. I had cut my session short, apologizing to my client and half running through the parking lot to my truck. Considering I wasn't ordered to the nearest hospital, I tried to settle my racing heart, hoping it was something manageable. A leaky pipe, a clogged toilet. Maybe Ladybug had eaten something she shouldn't have, and the girls needed help getting her to the vet. Whitney wouldn't tell me what was wrong. All she'd said was,
"Reed, I need you at the house. We have a situation."
Her tone was flat, unflinching. I knew Whit, so I knew that when she spoke with little emotion, something was wrong. It was the same cool inflection she'd had when Tara had been bitten by the neighbor's cat on her 9th birthday. Given Whitney's blasé attitude, I'd assumed it was a minor nick. Instead, there was horror movie-level blood loss, swelling, and redness casing up the length of her arm. Now I could only wonder if I was about to walk into a pinprick or a bloodbath as I stared at the old 2-story house with cream shutters and a blue door, imagining what situation lurked on the other side of it. Pocketing my keys, I exited the truck and jogged up the familiar walkway to the front door with my heartbeats thundering in my ears. I hesitated before twisting the knob and shuffling inside. Deep breath. Swallowing, I stepped through the threshold and glanced around the living area. "Hey, what's—" My words tapered off. Frozen in place, I scanned all 3 ashen faces staring back at me as fear crept inside my bones. What happened? Instinct had me searching for Ladybug, thinking the worst. But the golden fur ball was sprawled out on the couch with her snout tucked between her paws. She didn't run to me, didn't shimmy her butt or wag her tail. Even the dog sensed the cloud of dread hovering over the room. I blinked several times, closing the door and stepping forward. Silence greeted me. Whitney stood off to the side with her arms crossed, her red-rimmed eyes the only indication she was upset. Haley sat beside Ladybug on the couch, slouched over, her head in her hands. And Tara? How could you? My daughter stormed across the room and beelined toward me, her expression a mask of indignation, her eyes razor blades. How could you? She repeated, sharper than the last. Stunned, I shook my head as confusion rippled through me. What's going on? Tara glared at me. You tell me. Then she stalked forward, lessening the gap between us, and slammed something against my chest. Explain. My eyes were glued to her face. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Explain, she demanded, her fists balled at her sides. I forced the haze to evaporate and glanced down at a photograph I'd been unknowingly clinging to. I stared at it, processed it, registered the gravity of what I'd just walked into as the image trembled between my fingers. Fuck me. A barrage of guilt, horror, and devastation rained down as I slowly looked back up and locked eyes with Tara. Stupidly, and for bullshit sentimental reasons, I'd dug the damn photograph out of the garbage can right before trash day, recovering it, then hiding it behind another picture. A catastrophic judgment call. I bit down on my tongue, a film clouding my vision. Squirt, I am not your squirt. My muscles locked, breath stalling in my throat like I was being held underwater. This was not how I'd intended for this to unfold. This was the worst-case scenario. This was my nightmare. Tara lunged at me and shoved at my chest with both hands.
You're a monster. You're sick. How could you do this to her? What is wrong with you?
Anger mingled with pain as tears dribbled down her bright red cheeks.
How long were you lusting after my best friend? How long were you grooming her? Tara?
Whitney whipped forward and snagged our daughter by the elbow.
Calm down. Think about what you're saying. I seem to be the only person thinking clearly right now. God, this is the Stacy situation all over again.
Tara shot back, genuine emotion rocking her words. Whitney paused, frowning.
This is not the same. Yes, it is. Open your eyes.
My lips parted to speak, but nothing came out. Only a gravelly sound of despair. Off my paralyzed silence, Haley stumbled from the couch and hurried toward us, inserting herself between me and Tara.
No, Tara, please don't turn this into something it's not.
The photograph fluttered from my feeble fingers, then landed at our feet. All I could manage was another head shake, as Haley tried to defend my honor, while I just stood there, shell-shocked and numb. I was letting her down. I was letting everyone down. Tara's face twisted with disgust.
Don't, Hales. Don't justify his behavior. He's a full-grown man, and you're practically a child. You were traumatized and abused. He took advantage of you. Stop it.
Haley squeezed both fists, her cheeks flaming.
I'm an adult. This was mutual. I pursued him, and he tried to stop it. This isn't his fault.
Her eyebrows hiked up.
That is exactly something a victim would say.
Tara swiveled around to face her mother, her hair catching between her lips.
Mom, come on. You've spent your entire life dealing with social work cases. You witnessed firsthand what happened in Charleston. Haley is a victim.
Whitney's eyes glimmered with tears.
I understand why you would feel that way, but this isn't the same thing. I know your father. You know your father. Let's try to be rational here and look at this for what it is. It's different. Listen to yourselves.
Tara's arms flew up at her sides.
Haley was vulnerable and desperate for affection. He preyed on that. He didn't prey on me,
Haley interfered, close to sobbing.
Stop talking like I'm a clueless idiot who can't think for herself. We fell in love, Tara. Love isn't always black and white. It's murky, gray, and complicated. Nobody planned this. We met before I even knew he was your father.
Tara's mouth snapped closed as she glanced between us, processing the claim.
What do you mean? I mean, I met him at a party 2 summers ago. A total coincidence. I had no idea he was related to you.
My zoned-out eyes ping-ponged between all 3 faces. 3 blurry, blacked-out faces. Sound was warped and muddled, my brain a hollow organ. Only my pounding pulse gave way to proof of life. Tara stiffened, tears streaming down in rivulets of betrayal.
2 summers ago? Yes. You and I had only just become friends, and I didn't know he was your father.
Hot lava rage flickered in Tara's eyes.
2 summers ago, you were 17.
Haley fumbled for a reply, blinking rapidly as she peered up at me, silently begging for help. My forehead creased, my head still swinging, rejecting everything. No, it wasn't like that, I finally said, feeling like a third party in my own body. It's not what you think.
He speaks,
Tara bristled. Whitney cut in.
Just for fact purposes, the age of consent in Illinois is 17. There is no crime here, Tara, regardless of your moral stance on the matter. I'm not saying I approve of any of this, but your father is not a felon by any means. I don't care about the laws, Tara scoffed. Wrong is wrong.
I inhaled a breath, then let it out, hoping words came with it. Listen, things only escalated recently. I tried, sounding pathetic, sounding frail. Yes, I did meet Haley when she was 17, before I knew she was your friend. A connection formed, but I kept my distance.
Right. Roping her into private training sessions, pretending it was for her own benefit, was totally keeping your distance. That was my idea, Haley interfered.
I swallowed. I care about her. A lot.
You only care about yourself. If you cared about Haley, you wouldn't have put your damn hands on her. If you cared about me and Mom, we wouldn't be standing here right now, dealing with this mess you created.
Slivers of truth bled into the madness as everything jumbled to distortion. Wrong, right, black, white, lust, love. Fuck. Nothing had prepared me for this reaction from Tara. She thought I was a monster, a disgusting creep. Am I? Holy shit, this was a fucking mess. Tara just tried to—
Don't tell me what to do.
She was seething, raging.
You lost that privilege the moment you started fantasizing about a 17-year-old girl. Stop,
Haley sobbed.
This is crazy. This is so far from the truth.
Turning to face me, she latched onto my useless, lifeless arm and shook me hard.
Reed, tell her this is real. It's not a crime. I'm not a victim. This is love, and it's pure, and it's beautiful.
She shook me again.
Tell her you didn't know I was 17 when we met, and that I lied to you. I told you I was older. Then I chased you down, kissed you, begged for you to train me so I could be close to you. I did this. I'm responsible. Me.
Another lull of silence festered as Haley's onslaught of words soaked in. Tara frowned, her eyes narrowing with consideration and disdain, her steadfast belief in her best friend gaining holes. She sucked in a breath.
Is that true?
Yes,
Haley said. Gaze freezing with ice, Tara stared at Haley, her loyalty cracking, shreds of doubt blossoming.
You lied to him so you could sleep with him?
I choked. Panic crawled through me as I glanced between Haley and Tara. Haley cowered back, new fears blooming to life. The fear of losing her best friend, losing her found family. Slowly, I panned my attention back to my daughter, drinking in her broken, conflicted face. Memories unfurled with light and love. Sweet, tender moments. Childhood laughter. Late-night homework sessions. Sparring at the park. Bonding over television sitcoms while eating pints of ice cream on the living room floor. Birthday parties. Ocean waves. Family dinners. Bedtime stories. But everything was eclipsed by a promise. A promise to the woman on my left that I'd always fight for her, protect her, keep her safe, so no one could ever hurt her again. I hurt her. I set this in motion because I was weak, because I fell for her, despite the flashing neon fucking red signs telling me to turn back now. Tara would forgive me one day. I knew she would. The storm would pass, the waves would placate, and our family would get through this. But Haley, she had no one else to guide her through the seas of uncertainty, through the high tides of recovery. She'd already lost one family. I couldn't let her lose another. A feeling came over me, a painful, all-knowing feeling. Bravery, stupidity, a mix of both. Aiming my eyes at the floor, I found my voice and used it to tell the greatest lie. "You're right, Tara," I whispered, the haunting hum of my broken words loud enough to crumble mountains. Haley's grip on my arm loosened. A look of pure blindside splashed across her face. "What?" "You're right. About everything." I turned to Tara, trying to keep myself from buckling. "I did this. I took advantage of Haley when she was vulnerable, and I hate myself for it."
"Reed."
Haley blanched before my eyes.
"No."
I kept going. I had to keep going, because there was no way out of this for us, no matter which road we took. But there was still a way out for Haley. For her heart, I'd absolve her of these sins. I could tell she had a crush on me, I said. I was lonely, weak, and selfish. Haley is beautiful, and I lost control. Haley gouged her fingernails into my bicep, her pleas shrieking with disbelief.
"No, he's lying."
She whirled around to Tara and Whitney, her face in ruins.
"He's lying, I swear."
"I'm not lying." Whitney closed her eyes, her fingers sliding through her hair.
"Reed, stop. Just stop talking."
"None of this is Haley's fault," I continued, stoning my resolve, forcing the words out as my stomach did somersaults, and I nearly bent over and retched. I knew better. I knew it was wrong, but I did it anyway, regardless of the consequences. Those training sessions were my idea. It was an excuse to be around her because I couldn't stay away. My daughter's hand shot up and clamped around her mouth, her eyes squeezing shut. "Don't blame Haley," I pleaded with Tara, as I broke apart and died inside. "Please, she doesn't deserve any of this. Blame me. I'm the bad guy. I made her believe we had something real so I could keep her in my bed. I'm not proud of it. I'm ashamed. But that's the fucking truth." My limbs trembled, my mouth cotton-balled dry. Nausea spun and churned, and all I wanted to do was shout from the rooftops that I loved this woman, that she loved me. But Tara would never buy it. She'd crucify Haley. I saw it all over her ghost-white face, and that would crucify me. Tara's shoulders tremored, her face paling to ash. She gaped at me, sickened and horror-struck, then removed her hand to speak, shattering me into pieces.
"You're disgusting."
Her teeth chattered from the strength of her revulsion.
"You're disgusting, and I hate you."
Tears rimmed my eyes as my voice quavered. "I understand. I hate myself too." A single salient beat passed as I watched my little girl digest all the things I'd just forced her to believe before she flew past me to the foyer and raced outside, leaving the front door swinging on its hinges like a wrecking ball. Haley lifted her chin, her eyes meeting with mine. We gazed at each other, apology flickering across my face, scorn molded into hers. Her features collapsed with hysteria, tears pouring down her cheeks. She shook her head, horrified by the lies I'd just expelled like water. With a wretched cry, Haley let go of my arm, then charged out the front door, slamming it behind her. The window panes rattled. An engine whirred to life. Tires squealed out of the driveway. Only wreckage was left behind as everything went silent, blanketing the room in the eerie quiet that permeated after a hurricane stormed through. A post-apocalyptic hum. Ladybug crawled off the couch and trudged toward me, landing atop my feet with a defeated sigh, while Whitney looked at me with incredulity from across the room. Her voice vibrated as she murmured,
"What the hell did you just do?"
I gazed out the window, imagining a 6-year-old Tara riding her bike without training wheels for the first time, as her pride-like giggles echoed in my ears. That gave me the greatest sense of peace. 12 years ago, I made a promise to my daughter that I'd never let her go. Then I made another promise, a promise to the woman I love that I would always fight for her, even if it was the only thing I'd ever be allowed to do. But promises were like petals in the wind, easily scattered, hard to hold. I couldn't keep them both. A tear trickled down my cheek as I swallowed the ashes of my sins. What the hell did I just do? I exhaled, closed my eyes. What I had to.
Chapter 32. Haley. My knuckles bruised with the weight of my knocks as I slammed a fist to Reed's front door for the 20th time. "I'm not leaving," I shouted, uncaring that neighbors were poking their heads from cracked doors with invisible buckets of popcorn. I was making a scene. Good. "Open the door, Reed. I'm not going anywhere until you talk to me." I knew he was inside. I saw his truck in the parking lot. He was ignoring me, hoping I'd grow tired of pounding and hollering like a madwoman in his hallway. Not a chance. All he did was turn his music on. Loud, shrieky metal music. Son of a bitch. 5 minutes crawled by, and I was still here. He underestimated how stubborn I could be. Knock, pound, knock. I swear to God, I will curl up and go to sleep on this shitty maroon carpeting tonight if you don't. The music shut off and the door whipped open. I staggered back, not from the motion itself, but from the disheveled, bone-weary look in his eyes. Dark circles, chalky skin, hair sticking up in every direction. My gaze rolled down his body, taking in his wrinkled white tank and sweatpants that hung from his solid frame like a flag flown at half-mast. My resolve weakened. Empathy leaked through as my eyes flicked back up and met with pure sorrow. He mistook my moment of vulnerability for surrender and tried to shut the door in my face. I shot my hand out and barged inside, shaking off the sympathy. "Finally," I mumbled. Reed idled in the threshold, one hand curled around the doorframe, the other planted on the wall as he hunched forward, his back to me. "What?" was all he said. "What? What?" My chest heaved as the anger funneled back in crimson waves. "I have plenty of whats," I hissed. "What was that? What the hell were you trying to accomplish with that ridiculous charade? What made you think more lies and deceit would fix this? What?
You shouldn't be here.
Whirling around, he shut the door and collapsed against it, his head slamming to wood, eyes falling closed.
You need to leave.
I'm not going anywhere. His eyes fluttered back open.
Yes, you are. You're going to the East Coast with Scotty.
My jaw dropped. All my words chopped to bits. Only a humorless bark of laughter slipped through. No, I'm not. Reed's face remained expressionless, as if all the passion he was trying to conjure up had fizzled out in the aftermath of a soul-sucking defeat.
I think it's for the best. You wanted to travel, see the world. You deserve that.
You don't get to decide what I deserve, and you certainly don't get to rip the rug out from under me, then roll me up in it and toss me off the nearest cliff. He scrubbed a hand down his face.
You're being dramatic.
I'm being dramatic. I gawked at him, my head rearing back. A few hours ago, you delivered a show-stopping performance that brought everybody to their knees. It was Oscar-worthy, truly. A glare was his response, but it wasn't hateful, wasn't angry. It was just detached, painfully distant. I took a step forward, trying my hardest to spin my fury into conviction. Reed, please. We need to talk about this.
There's nothing to talk about. It's done.
It's not done. It's only beginning. And maybe if you had tried to convince Tara that what we had was real, we'd have an actual beginning to work with. Tears welled, despite my yearning for strength. What were you thinking? Finally, something other than apathy shimmered in his eyes. Reed pulled up from the door and hovered in front of me, his brows creasing with pain.
I was thinking about you, Haley, he said. Something I should have thought about from day one. Yes, I twisted the truth, but not everything was a lie. I was weak. I was selfish. And now I have to suffer the consequences of those actions.
Reed. I stepped toward him, closer, melting the icy gap between us. Love is weak. Love is selfish. It's not this fairy tale illusion of candy hearts and paper flowers. It's messy and painful, but it's always worth it. He dropped his eyes.
You keep saying that word.
What word?
Love.
He spit it out like he'd chewed it up first. I blinked at him, tears still threatening. Well, do you? A long sigh commandeered the mountain between us, and Reed fisted his hair with both hands as he moved around me into the living room.
I don't know what you want me to say, Haley.
The truth.
That's counterintuitive.
It's not, I whispered. Pacing the room back and forth, forward and back, he shook his head.
Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want me to say that will make this better.
No, I volleyed back. I only want you to say what you want to say. Do you love me? It's a yes or no question. It's an easy answer. You can...
Yes!
Reed stopped pacing, coming to a dead stop a few feet away. He stared at me, jaw clenched tight, hands balled even tighter.
Yes, Haley, I'm in love with you. I think I proved that when I threw myself under the bus and completely destroyed my relationship with my daughter to protect you, to keep her from hating you. He gritted out. So yes. I love you. I love you fiercely, wholly, selfishly, and unselfishly more than I ever fucking should. I love everything about you. From your smile to your perfect heart to the way your hair always slips from your ponytail when you're running or sparring and hides those eyes I've been enamored with since the moment I first saw you. I love how you take every picture like it's the only one you'll ever take, how you love like it's simply a way of life, and how you cook from your soul because it makes everyone around you so goddamn happy. I love the strength you pulled from nothing, from bare bones and rock bottom, and how you choose to dance through life with grace and courage, finding music in every soundless shadow when anyone else would have laid down and died.
He choked out the last words, emotion catching in his throat as his chest puffed with the weight of each breath.
Now, tell me how that changes anything.
I gaped at him, jaw dropped, heart sunk. Every inch of me was submerged in warm water as I drowned myself in his words. Color drained in my periphery, sapped from each newly gray pocket and hollow crevice. But he was bright. He was vivid. Reed was a dazzling mural, a splash of watercolors in a sepia world. I hadn't realized I'd been holding on to all my air until a burst of breath fell out, dousing us both in sunlight. I wanted to curl up, live here, stay forever in this moment of pure contentment. Reed loved me. That changed everything. But the tragic look in his eyes told me he didn't believe it did. I rushed forward, spilling into his arms like my bones were made of putty. My face smashed to his chest, and I breathed him in, memorizing the scent of his skin and the echo of his confession. "You love me?" I near sobbed, my tears dampening his shirt. Slowly, despite everything inside of him telling him to remain stiff and lifeless, he raised both arms and wrapped them around me, pulling me closer. Love did that. It sapped your heart when it'd rather give out, and it possessed your arms when they wanted to droop instead of hold. He was defenseless. Love made us all so damn defenseless.
You know I love you, but that's not always enough.
It has to be. We'll make it so.
We don't have that kind of power, Comet. We don't fit.
I shook my head against him. We fit in every way that matters. Palming the back of my head, he pressed a hard kiss to my forehead before inching me away. He held me at arm's length, both hands curled around my biceps as he bent to eye level.
Listen to me. If I saw a way out of this, I'd take it. I'd fucking reach for it and keep you in my arms forever. But that's not how the cards fell. You're 19 years old and I'm 36, he said. Your life is just beginning. You need to be brave enough to start over.
My face crumpled with agony. I want to start over with you.
How?
The question was full of thorns and barbs.
I can't marry you. I'm not having any more babies. I'm pushing 40, Haley. And you're on the brink of a bright, fulfilling future.
I don't need marriage and babies, I reasoned.
You say that now.
I'll say it forever. None of that matters.
Stop. Please stop and think.
He squeezed me tighter.
All your dreams, your plans, you can't toss them to the wind on a feeling that never should have existed in the first place. Feelings change and ebb, but lost time is irreversible. You're going to wake up one day and realize you threw everything away. And for what? A relationship with your best friend's dad that no one will ever condone, let alone nurture. My body shook with tremors, my lips wobbling as I tried to speak. Nothing came out. Words turned to dust on my tongue. He latched onto my hesitation. Go to Charleston, he pleaded. Swim in the ocean, take pictures, walk down the aisle in a white gown, and raise beautiful children who see you as the center of their universe. I want that for you. I need that for you. Pain carved its way into his words as he tried in vain to keep the shudder out of his voice. If you don't go, I will. But I think you should. It's what's right. And I know you see that too, even though it's really fucking hard. I shook my head side to side, rejecting what I did know was right. The proof resided in everything he'd just said. Our relationship was doomed, severed at the roots before it ever had a chance to grow. I knew he was right, but all I wanted was right now, right here, with him. I lived my life in present moments because there used to be days when I didn't know how many I'd have left. A fist to my face could have been the last. Glass in my artery could have caused me to bleed out. Days locked in my bedroom with no food might have led to my slow, painful demise. The future was a privilege. Dreams were a luxury. I cherished the right now. And that was Reed. He was tangible, warm, and mine. Seeing beyond what I held so dear felt like a violation of my heart. It hurt. It stung and chafed in places I didn't know existed. Reed cupped my wet cheeks between his palms and pressed a kiss to my lips. Go, Haley, he whispered against my mouth. Go with Scotty. Go because I love you. Go because it'll kill me if you don't do everything in your power to live a life you won't regret. I kissed him harder, forcing his mouth to part to deepen our hold. He exhaled a groan when our tongues touched, a soft flick of yearning. He fused our foreheads together, canting his head left and right like it was taking all of his effort not to crack. Haley. I'll go, I cried out. I'll go. His eyes snapped closed as I said the words he both longed and loathed to hear. He nodded, every muscle twitching and tense. It's better if I go and you stay, I said, gasping for breath and strength. You need to fix things with Tara. Rebuild your relationship while I try to build some semblance of a life without you. He kept nodding, his eyes squeezed shut as tears leaked out. I hate this, but you're right. I reached up to dab a tear from the corner of his eye with my thumb. Maybe one day I'll find love with another man, the way I found it with you. I'll try to take pictures that aren't all black and white. I'll swim in the ocean, all while wishing you were on the same side of the waterline with me. I'll try, Reed, I rasped out. I promise I'll try. He inhaled a ragged sigh. Good. I lifted on my tiptoes and pulled his face to mine, releasing a final request against his lips. Just let me lose myself one more time. A beat passed as our mouths idled, warm breath mingling as one. Then he gave in on a needy groan and tugged me to him.
Our mouths locked again, both opening at the same time as our tongues tangled together, desperation fueling us. He gripped my hair, cupped my jaw, pressing closer like he could forge a home inside of me. I'd let him. I'd let him gut me from top to bottom and build anew. The kiss grew vibrant wings, our hands dipping everywhere, my leg curling around his hip, his arms hoisting me up. With a quick tug, I was in the air, linking my ankles behind his back as he carried me to the bedroom. Reed lay me on the bed, carefully, like I was a precious thing, and trailed both hands up my thighs until my dress was inching its way up and over my head. He discarded his clothes and crawled over me as I slid my underwear down and off. My knees parted, an invitation, a petition for forever. But I knew all we had was this, our last dance. I wrapped my arms around his neck as he settled on top of me, skin to skin, eye to eye. He was inside me before I could take a breath, moving like warm molasses, savoring the sweetness of our final moment. It was slow, careful, tender. There was no urgency because there was nothing else waiting for us on the other side of it. My hands sifted through his soft hair, branding the texture on my fingertips. My feet grazed over his lower back, sliding across his skin. His strokes deepened as he tried to reach my innermost parts. Our hearts pounded together in synchronized rhythm, matching his thrusts, and my eyes remained open the whole time, hazel fixed to the prettiest color green I'd ever seen. I saw the sadness. I saw the love. I saw a crystal clear future reflected in his gaze that neither of us would ever live out. His mouth parted on a low moan, one hand dusting down my hip until he was palming my thigh, squeezing, memorizing, just like me. He peppered kisses to my throat, my collarbone, my cheeks and nose, my lips that trembled with lust and loss. There was magic in the air, magic and mourning bleeding into our bones. When his fingers caressed the space where our bodies joined, I arched back, unwilling to let go. I wasn't ready. I knew the pinnacle was nothing but a headfirst dive off this love-grown cliff. Reed rubbed harder, thrust it faster, deeper, edging me closer to the drop-off. I clutched at him, fought, fingernails and teeth, with everything I had left. But then he leaned over and released precious words into my ear, his fingers working me, his body filling me with everything I'd ever need. His breath warmed the shell of my ear as he said softly, "I love you so much." I broke. I couldn't hold on. My legs gave out, my feet lost traction, and I slipped into the blinding light, into the shimmery, star-studded void where my soul took flight and our love felt everlasting. My moan a serenade to goodbye. Reed followed with a final thrust, gripping me with a ferocity that felt powerful enough to keep us together. He buried his face against my neck, kissing the delicate skin as he unraveled, meeting me in that eternal place where time stopped and everything else evaporated into fog. Tears flooded me. I sobbed beneath him, bent and sucked dry. He gathered me in his arms and held me through the heartbreak, shushing my tears with kisses and gentle words. It wasn't enough. It will have to be enough. The following moments were a blur as we untangled and slipped back into our clothes, my loveless future dangling in the bleak chasm between us. There was nothing left to say. It was time to go. As I trudged over to his front door with a knot in my throat and my eyes bone dry, he called out to me before I walked out of his life. "Do you think you can someday?" I hesitated, my hand loosely curled around the doorknob. Glancing over my shoulder, tear stains burned lines down my cheeks as I breathed out, "Can I what?" Reed swallowed, the gesture causing his lips to tremble, his eyes to water. "Love again." I closed my eyes and imagined the future I'd always wanted. A man to love, a house that felt like a home, children laughing and playing at my feet while I cooked dinner, an idyllic, wholesome life I knew I deserved, a life with a man who wasn't Reed. Lowering my head, I twisted the knob and yanked open the door. I gave him my final words. I offered him the only truth I could pull from the tangled threads of my heart. As much as a girl can love, the next best thing. Chapter 33. Haley. Depression had carved a black tar tunnel through my insides. Bleakness oozed. Misery prevailed. I'd only lived in this apartment with Tara for a few weeks, and now I was packing up still cluttered boxes with everything I would need to start anew, hundreds of miles away. But I supposed the last few weeks between these drab white walls had still felt more substantial than it had ever felt living in my childhood home, so I was making progress. Tara whizzed by me, eating a bowl of oatmeal as I sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room. I could hardly lift my head to glance at her. Everything was difficult, even tiny, inconsequential gestures, a smile, a wave, a look that sparkled instead of dulled. She came to a stop, standing over me as she licked the back of the spoon. "Did you give your notice to the banquet hall?" Nodding, I stuffed clothing into the shoddy cardboard, uncaring that my carefully folded items had already unraveled. I gave Monique my 2 weeks. How did she take the news? Monique has two emotions, overly enthusiastic and firecracker mad. Thankfully, she was the former. Tara frowned. "She's glad you're leaving?" "No, but I told her I was going to start up my own photography business in South Carolina, so she's happy for me." It wasn't a lie, but it was a hopeful exaggeration. I'd be lucky if I left my bed for weeks, let alone prioritized new business ventures. But someday I'd start living again. Tara took a cautious step forward, then dropped to the floor, lowering to her knees in front of me as she discarded the oatmeal. "I'm really going to miss you, but this will be good for you, Hales." My face remained expressionless as I tossed a pair of sandals into the overcrammed box. I couldn't scrounge up the effort to force a smile, but I didn't want to throw my anger at her either. The truth? I was angry. I was pissed off and fuming. There wasn't a single part of me that sympathized or understood Tara's feelings in regard to her father. How she could accuse him of grooming me, of being a monster and a predator, was beyond my comprehension. My anger and confusion had only heightened in the days since everything imploded, while we lived together, slept in the same bed, and participated in lackluster conversation that did little to soften my edges. It didn't make sense. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine the scenario playing out like this. I thought surely Tara would hate me, blame me. Never Reed. Never her own dad. It was almost funny how I was so concerned with Tara turning her back on me, cutting me out of her life, slapping the label of traitor on me, when in reality I was the one doing that very thing to her. "I know," was the only response I could muster. Tara sighed. Mom has a lot of connections with therapists and psychologists, Maybe it would be smart to talk to someone before you leave, so you can start over with a clear head. I froze. My hand halted midway to the box, my fingers squeezing a tie-dye t-shirt with bleached knuckles. She thought I was broken. She thought I'd been brainwashed by a man who'd only ever had my best interest in mind, who'd only ever loved, cared, nurtured, and provided for me. For both of us. It sickened me. Teeth clenched tight, I shook my head, releasing the shirt and watching it splash across the pile of outfits in vivid color. I slammed the folds on the box, hiding it all away. I don't need to talk to anyone, Tara. I'm not a victim. I'm not defective. Hales, this is more complicated than you realize. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't want to have this conversation again. That's because you don't understand. You can't see the truth yet. Her features buckled, sadness seeping into her eyes. I don't want you to leave like this. I want to fix things. There was only one way to fix this, and that was for Tara to see the truth, to scrub the rot from her mind and see what was right in front of her clear as day. Slowly, I panned my eyes up, my lightless ones peering into glistening jade. Then fix it, I said flatly. Tell me you jumped to ridiculous conclusions. Admit that you latched onto the most heinous, unrealistic explanation in a moment of blindside, and you regret ever branding your father a monster. Darkness flickered across her face, dimming her eyes. I can't do that. Then that's that. I pulled myself up and stalked out of the room. She gave chase. Haley, stop. Wait. I need to get ready for work. There's a wedding this afternoon. I'm on your side, she called out, her voice heightening with desperation. I balled my fists to stones and whirled around, facing her in the center of the hallway. You're not on my side. If you were, you'd put your misguided beliefs aside for one goddamn second and try to understand me. Your dad didn't take advantage of me. He saw me as an equal, as a woman. I do understand you. Believe me, I do. A huff of frustration expelled from her lips. I'm not blaming you for feeling that way or for you believing wholeheartedly that you love him. He manipulated your feelings. Older men have a way of doing that. That's bullshit, I spit out. You've always been the one to say I'm so much older, so much wiser than you. Why can't you trust that now? Why can't you trust that I'm a woman capable of reasonable thoughts? I'm a victim, yes, but Reed has never been my abuser. He's been my savior. And maybe I do need therapy, but it has nothing to do with him and has everything to do with my disgusting, worthless father, who almost put me in the ground before I ever got a chance to experience true love. Out of breath, I shoved pieces of hair out of my face, then slammed the heels of my palms to my eyes to prevent the tears from leaking out. Haley. Tara shuffled closer, extending her arms for a hug. I love you. You're like a sister to me. I swore nothing would ever come between us, and I meant that. Don't let it be this. I shook my head, dodging her comfort. You're making everything worse, I whispered brokenly. Why can't you try to see it from my point of view? Because he admitted it himself. Her face twisted with grief and disappointment. Why would he do that? I inhaled a tear-filled breath. He did it for me, He was protecting me just like he said he always would. In his mind, you hating him was better than you hating me, and part of me will never forgive him for that. She hesitated, looking away. A few beats rolled by as she considered her next words. Listen, I know from experience that sometimes the people we trust most are capable of things we never thought possible. It happens, it does. And I refuse to be an enabling bystander again, wearing rose-colored glasses, justifying something that's wrong just because he's a family member. She swallowed. Just because I love him. Studying her, I fell silent, mulling over her words and searching for the deeper truth. Again? I echoed. Tara was holding back, keeping something from me. What experience? Her eyes remained fixated on the far wall, her complexion turning ashy. My brain spun back in time. The confrontation with Reed had been horrifying and unexpected. I'd been so lost to the heart-wrenching feelings, the anger, the disbelief, I hadn't stopped to consider the little moments, the breadcrumbs sprinkled in, adding a new layer to an already nightmarish fallout. Charleston. Something had happened in Charleston. Stacy. Tara? I took a step forward, softening my voice. Tell me what happened in Charleston. She lifted her head, her eyes flaring. I can't. You have to. I need more context. I stared at her pleadingly. It doesn't make sense that you'd slap a label like that on your father when he's only ever loved you unconditionally. She blinked at me, and just like that, her features crumpled. Tara draped both hands over her face and hunched over, tears drenching her fingertips. It was my fault, she sobbed. Empathy soared to the surface, overriding my resentment. My best friend was hurting, and I didn't know why. I bridged the gap between us and pulled her into my arms. Tell me. I comforted her with gentle touches as she vibrated with sadness. Please, I need to understand. She was my best friend, and I failed her. Who? Stacy? She nodded. I don't believe that. You're an amazing friend. It's true. Sniffling, she popped her head up, swiping beneath her eyes. There was this teacher, Mr. Baker. He taught sophomore English class and would leave us little sonnets and poems sometimes, hidden in our folders. I thought it was sweet. He was handsome and charming, and because he was older, I assumed he was just being nice, fatherly. He had a daughter, so it made sense at the time. My chest panged as I held my breath, processing her words. Stacy was my best friend. She sat next to me in homeroom and made me feel like we'd known each other our whole lives. Just like you. Tara rubbed at her nose, her eyes bloodshot, lashes damp. She was struggling in English class, and Mr. Baker offered to tutor her after school. She told me she felt uncomfortable, but I convinced her to do it. He was so kind, so attentive. I never thought... Oh, God. A sour feeling swirled in my gut as the pieces fell into place. Months went on, and Stacy started acting mopey and withdrawn. She said her grades were bad. I didn't think anything of it, but she stopped wanting to hang out with me, with everyone. She always had plans, other things to do. Her breath quivered as she inhaled. One day I saw her reading a note in the bathroom. I took it from her and she freaked out. It was from Mr. Baker, but it wasn't innocent, Haley. It was awful, disgusting. I couldn't believe it. Tears slid down my face, my eyes closing. Tara. It was a fucked up love letter from our teacher. It was sick. He talked about making plans, a future, and referenced something sexual they had done. Chest heaving and fire spitting from her eyes, she hissed out, "She was 15!" I shook my head, reached for her hand, and squeezed. "That wasn't your fault." Tara pulled back, crossing her arms. "It was. I told her to tutor with him. I trusted him because he was older and attractive. I was so stupid, Hales. And I swore I would never let something like that happen again." Pushing a hair off her face, she glanced at me. "I understand what you're feeling. Stacy thought she loved Mr. Baker, and he knew exactly how to manipulate her because she was young, vulnerable, and needy for affection. I refused to turn my back on a friend again, on a victim. When I say I'm on your side, I truly mean that." I rubbed at my forehead, debating my next move. Even though my heart broke and my tears fell faster, I needed Tara to understand that this wasn't the same, not at all. I wasn't Stacy. Reed wasn't Mr. Baker. "This is different, Tara." Urgency tinged my words. I had to rewire her faulty way of thinking. "It's not the same because you know your dad. You know he's a good man." "I thought I knew him," she croaked out, picking at the skin around her thumbnail. She sighed hopelessly. "God, I can't believe he would do this." I grabbed her by the shoulders and forced her eyes on me. "Look at me. I swear to you, your father never manipulated me. Forget what he told you. He was taking the blame to keep you from turning your back on me. I was the one who pursued him. I was the one who lied about my age. And I was the one who begged for him to train me, even though he told me it was a bad idea. He tried to stop this from happening." She squeezed her eyes shut, more tears slipping out. "We fell in love," I confessed, my voice cracking. "Real love. He saw me as a woman, as an equal, as a partner. Age doesn't matter. They're just numbers. There is no crime here." Tara sucked in a long breath and withdrew, moving away as she tightened her arms across her chest. "I can't accept it, Haley. It doesn't make sense." "It doesn't make sense because you're looking for parallels in a completely different situation." She stared down at the floor, her body stiff, and all she said was, "I'm sorry." Defeat sunk me. Exhaustion soaked into my bones, leaving me dry. Closing my eyes, I stepped backward, wishing I could crawl under the bed covers and sleep the day away. Sleep the rest of my life away. "I have to get ready for work. Please, just think about it," I pleaded. "I need you to try to understand." Tara said nothing, didn't call me back. She stood statue still in the middle of the hallway, her eyes glued to the carpet beneath her feet. Tears still falling, I walked into the bedroom and closed the door, praying, wishing, begging she could make sense of this. 2 weeks had passed, and nothing made sense. Scotty helped me carry the final boxes to his van as I robotically trailed behind him with a scrapbook in my hands. We'd stopped by the Stevens house before leaving town to gather the few boxes that hadn't made their way over to the apartment yet, and to say goodbye. although I now grasped the root of Tara's reaction more clearly, stemming from the lingering guilt of her past that she'd been carrying around for years. We had yet to make any progress in seeing eye to eye. Tara couldn't scrub the similarities from her mind, which meant I was leaving with this painful crater still wedged between us. I swallowed, my throat stinging like a beehive. Tara and Whitney stood on the front porch with crestfallen expressions, while I pivoted back around and faced them from the edge of the driveway. This was real. This was happening. I had sold my Camry, figuring I'd need the extra cash to get back on my feet, and now I was driving off into a daunting unknown with nothing but some flimsy boxes and a hole in my chest. My attention panned to Tara as she took a seat on the porch step and stared at me from afar, her ponytail swinging in the early August breeze. The sky turned gray, her skin sun-faded. Even her eyes were a somber shade of green. I wondered if my own eyes were playing tricks on me, muting all color to match my mood. Inhaling a deep breath, I moved forward just as Scotty reached for my hand. I glanced at him.
"Hey,"
he said gently, dusting a thumb over my knuckles.
"I'll be in the van while you say your goodbyes."
"Okay."
"Unless you need me."
I shook my head. The only man I needed was holed up in his apartment, far away from my knee-buckling departure. "I'll be fine. Just give me a minute."
"Sure thing."
He let go of my hand, and I was on my own. I slogged up the driveway, shoulders sagged and legs wobbling. The moment I looked back up, tears flooded my eyes with a waterfall of grief. My face crumpled, and I clasped a hand over my mouth to keep the wail from pouring out. Tara jumped up and ran to me. She pulled me into her arms and buried her face against my shoulder, sobbing her heart out. Pushing my bitterness aside, I held on to her. This was more important, this sad goodbye. And she was still my best friend. She was still the girl who held my hand through the worst years of my life and dusted off my crumbly heart. "I'm going to miss you so much." "I'll miss you too," I choked. "I'll keep in touch." Inching up, Tara swiped the water from her eyes and nodded. "You better." I sniffled, my hair stuck to my cheeks. "Can you promise me something?" She crooked her pinky finger and secured it with mine, nodding. "Anything." I held up the scrapbook and handed it to her. "What's this?" Her blue-tipped fingers danced over the peach cover that featured a singular photo of us sitting by the lake. Whitney had taken it the prior summer as we sucked on red and white and blue popsicles, staring at each other with goofy grins and drowning in laughter. "A photo album?" "Sort of. I've been working on this scrapbook for a while. I wanted you to have it." She went to open it, but I stopped her. "Later, after I'm gone." "Okay." Her eyes flicked up to mine as she asked, "But what's the promise?" My eyes watered as I pictured Reed. His handsome face skipped across my mind in full color, a permanent photograph in my mind. His voice, his laughter, a precious melody. My favorite song. I smiled sadly, more tears trickling from my eyes. "Try." It took a moment for the statement to process. When it did, her eyes flashed. "I promise me you'll try. Try to understand. Try to see him as the man he is, the good, noble, loving man who raised you right. Try to put love above all else. Please try. For me, for him, for you." My silent plea crackled between us as our eyes locked, and Tara fisted the scrapbook with 2 hands. More tears spilled down her flushed cheeks as she glanced away and gave me a single nod. It was a promise I would forever hold her to. I love you, Hales. I love you too. Soft smiles tipped our lips as Whitney approached us from the walkway. Tara stepped aside as Whitney moved in, pulling me into a warm embrace. She smelled of cinnamon and cake, sweet, comforting. I wrapped my arms around her and squeezed her tight, unleashing my eternal gratitude into her ear. Thank you for everything, I said, for giving me a home, a real home, for 2 beautiful years that I will never, ever forget. Oh, Haley, she broke down, her body vibrating against me. You're precious to me. It's been my greatest honor having you here with us. You made our house a home. I knew in that moment that I could do hard things. After all, I loved Reed Madsen. I loved him with every ventricle and chamber of my broken down, barely beating heart. And now I was walking away from all of them. It was the hardest thing I'd ever done. My years of abuse and torment paled in comparison to this feeling, this heart-crushing feeling of voluntarily leaving behind something so pure. These people were my family. They were my heart. Whitney pulled back and cupped my cheeks. I'll talk to her, she promised, stroking my face. It'll be okay. We'll get through this. My lips trembled. You know the truth, right? I know that forgiveness, growth, and understanding can be found in even the darkest circumstances. I know that love has power, power to break and ruin, and power to rebuild. She wiped away a tear. I know that what is meant to be will be. You can't rush it, you can't fake it. You just need to wait for the storm to pass and pick up the pieces when the time is right. We never meant to hurt anybody, I said softly. I know that, too. Trust me, I've been there. I've made awful choices, and those choices had consequences. There is no right or wrong here. There is only what is and what will be. You'll be stronger for it, Haley. So will Tara. You're both young. It's never too late to forgive and recover. I hugged her again, inhaling her sugary scent and her words of solace. You don't hate him? That mattered. That matters most. I don't hate him, she said. I'm disappointed it turned out like this, but that's life, and life is too short to hate people we care about. Tara will realize that soon enough. I allowed her wisdom to spread through me, offering a semblance of relief amid the pain. All I could do was hope that all the fractures I'd set in motion could be sealed in my absence. Love would reign. Everything would be okay. With time. As I pulled away, the front door cracked open, and a final farewell greeted me in the shape of 4 paws and a swishing tail. I broke down again, collapsing to my knees as Ladybug barreled toward me and sank into my arms. I held her extra close, stroking her fur, releasing my tears into her golden coat. I thanked her for being my friend, my steadfast companion, a constant reminder that unconditional love could be found in many forms. Be a good girl, Ladybug, I said, drenching her fur with wetness. Take care of Tara and Whitney. My heart spasmed, bled, splintered. Take care of Reed. I kissed the top of her head and scratched behind her ears. Then I told her goodbye. As I twisted around with a strangled sob, I glanced behind me one last time. Tara and Whitney waved me off, while Ladybug sat in the middle of the driveway, her paws dancing up and down like she wanted to run to me but knew she couldn't. She whined, a squeaky little sound that shot beams of devastation to my heart. She knew. She knew I wasn't coming back, and in the back of my mind, I knew too. This would be the last time I'd ever see her. As we rolled down the familiar neighborhood road and the Stevens home became smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror, a feeling came over me. I shot up in my seat, my chest squeezing, heart pounding. "Can we make a quick stop?" Scotty turned the radio dial down and sent me a brief glance. "Sure. Where to?" "Just a few streets over." I guided him onto Bradshaw Avenue. Towering, branchy trees lined the old street as little ranch houses came into view. Gravel driveways, withered light posts, a child riding a pink plastic trike. Familiarity burned holes in my bones as I drank in the remnants of my childhood. When I stopped him in front of the small, ruddy bricked house, my pulse jumped and my mind dizzied. For a moment, panic inched its way inside me. Awful memories bloomed like poisonous flowers in the garden of my mind, their thorns sinking into my flesh. I swallowed, staring at the cracked bricks and dilapidated doorframe. "I used to live here." Scotty was silent for a beat. "You want to say goodbye?" I blinked through the foggy glass. "I don't know." I hadn't stepped foot on this street in the 2 years I'd been away. It was too painful, too triggering. I was petrified my father would be lurking behind trees and bushes, eager to swoop me up and carry me back to that hellhole. My mother had never reached out, never called, never visited me. There were days when the notion had festered in my blood like a disease. But, as Whitney had said, what was meant to be would be. Only time could paint the clearest picture, and time had showed me in striking pigments that my mother didn't deserve me. She wasn't worthy of my love. Once upon a time I thought I missed her, but it was she who'd missed out on me. Not all mothers were meant to be caretakers. Not all monsters were meant to be rehabilitated, and not all love stories were meant to last. Finally, I dropped back to my seat and shook my head, turning to Scotty as I buckled my seatbelt. "I'm ready now." Chapter 34. Haley. "You've got mail." I popped my head up from the slew of boxes strewn across the second bedroom of Scotty's apartment. My apartment. The window was cracked, the hot August air doing little to cool the muggy space cursed with defective air conditioning. Car horns blared from the busy street, and I did my best to pretend they were the melodic lull of ocean waves. Unfortunately, living by the beach cost a pretty penny here in Charleston, so it was a solid 15 minutes to sand and shorelines. Sweat cased my hairline as I tightened my ponytail and pulled to a stand, meeting Scotty in the bedroom doorway. We'd driven into town 4 days ago, and I was still slowly unpacking. Doing anything was hard enough when there was a dark cloud hanging over my head, but filling rooms with decorations and colorful knickknacks felt like a Herculean task. I managed a small smile, glancing at the priority mail package in Scotty's hand. "That's for me?" "Yep." He nodded, handing it to me. "No return address. Doesn't weigh anything." Mysterious. Thanking him, I took the padded envelope and retreated back into the room while he shuffled into the kitchen to whip up a pot of spaghetti. I hopped onto the lilac bed covers and crossed my legs, peering down at the address label. My heart stuttered. I recognized the handwriting. With a closed-up throat and a jackhammering pulse, I tore through the package with my fingernails and jabbed a hand inside. Something soft tickled my fingertips, fuzzy and plush. I shimmied it out of the bubble wrap, then glanced down at the item, resting in my palm. It was a Beanie Baby. A blush pink bunny rabbit. I gasped, my eyes watering as I looked back inside the packaging and discovered a note. Eager to read his words, to imagine his voice in the privacy of my mind, I fingered the cream sheet of stationery and tugged it free, my hands shaking. Through a wall of tears, I read, "Comet, you told me a story once. You were standing in the kitchen making a taco casserole, wearing a fuzzy sweater that matched your eyes. It was a story about a bunny. When you were young, a little rabbit had found its way into your garage, injured and bleeding. You wanted to save it. You wanted to give it a second chance at life. Unfortunately, the story didn't end well, and I wished so hard that I could go back in time and help you save that bunny. Since my powers are limited, I did what I could. Meet Hoppity. I hope that when you look at it, hold it, set it on your shelf, you think of me. I hope it serves as a constant reminder of your beautiful heart and the way it changes people, the way it changed me. You changed me, Haley, in all the best ways. Let this be your second chance at life. Take risks, take opportunities, take pictures that hang in galleries one day so everyone can see your talent, your beauty, your immeasurable worth. Fight for you, for your future, not with fists and kicks, but with what you've always fought best with. Love. The night I met you, you sat down in a cold lake and said, "You're welcome." I said I didn't thank you for anything, and you replied with, "You might one day." You were right. Thank you, Haley Foster. You've made me a better man. Read. Tears bucketed down like rainfall as I clutched the letter in one hand and Hoppity in the other. I fell backward on the bedspread with the plush toy plastered to my heart, my body shaking like a storm front had belted right through my soul. I grieved hard, messily, painfully, and I allowed the crushing moment to span for 1 whole hour, even when Scotty came to check on me, even when he crawled into bed beside me and held me in his arms, trying his best to soothe a bleeding heart that could only be healed by one man who was hundreds of miles away. I let him hold me, hush me, swipe away my tears as my pain petered out and left me drained. Then I regrouped. I brushed off the remaining shards of my shattered dreams and made a promise to myself that I would be strong, brave, formidable. I can do this. Days rolled into weeks, weeks into months. Scotty took me to the ocean every weekend, and I would dunk my feet into cool water, letting each dip wash away another fragment of my fear. As the sun began to set on a warm October evening, a shiver rolled through me as I stared out at the churning salt water. Deep, dark waves crested, hypnotizing me. It was fascinating how beautiful things could look so frightening when you were up close. But then, the very things that frightened you could be beautiful too, if you looked a little closer. I turned to Scotty as he waited a few feet away, his profile splashed with golden sunlight. He found my eyes, his smile broadening against the hazy low light, triggering my own. Blinking back toward the water, I stared out at the aquamarine abyss with new eyes, with eyes scrubbed clean, and I drank in a salt-spun breath. Then I did exactly what Reed told me to do. I fought. Chapter 35. Haley. August 1999.
Welcome. You've got mail.
The announcement was followed by the sound of a squeaky door opening. I plopped down in the rolling chair, sorting through notifications while Scotty rummaged around the shelves behind me, dusting and organizing. Over the past year, Reed's East Coast training studio had flourished, with Scotty at the helm, me as the administrator and assistant coach, and a slew of accomplished trainers who helped make this business thrive. Life had been busy, fruitful, and shockingly fulfilling. While most of my weekdays were spent here, my weekends were almost entirely filled with wedding photography. Photography was my passion, and love was my philosophy, my calling. Combining two of the most important elements of me had been nothing short of therapy. In a gratifying twist of fate, Monique had stayed true to her self-imposed title of nomad, joining me in Charleston 8 months after I'd left Illinois. Together, we'd started up a 2-person photography business, earning clients through word of mouth, shining referrals, and paper flyers taped around town and in local cafes and coffee shops. We made a good team, and the fact that I was able to help train fellow survivors at the studio, a full-circle career achievement that paralleled my own recovery process, was the ultimate validation and a testament to my resilience. Nothing had been easy, rewarding and necessary, sure, but never easy. Those first 6 months post-move had been harrowing, heart-wrenching, and hard as hell. Scotty had been a steadfast friend and companion through it all, and while I had attempted to spin our platonic relationship into something more, that soul-sizzling, heart-stealing connection had never managed to bloom. I'd tried, I truly did, but romantic love could not be forced, and my affections began and ended with friendship. We'd kissed, we'd gone on dinner dates and sea-swirled walks along the beach, hand in hand. I had done my best to mimic that sparkle in his eyes whenever he looked at me, yet nothing beyond gratitude and lukewarm feeling ever stirred inside me. Scotty was understanding, a true friend, and over the past year he'd settled down with another woman named Angela, well on his way to forging his own love story. I hoped his ended more happily than mine.
I'm thinking oysters and ocean waves after work, Scotty said, breaking into my daydreams. Ange has a friend in town. We can make it a group thing.
I scrolled over the newest email and printed it out as a reminder to set up the consultation. Sounds good to me.
You hate oysters.
I don't hate them. I just need to hold my nose while I eat them so I don't taste them.
Smear them in peanut butter.
My frown went to war with my glare, a formidable battle. I hate you.
Less than peanut butter? I'll take a win when I see one.
When are you proposing?
About that.
He pressed a hand over his heart and heaved in a melodramatic sigh.
You complete me, Haley. Marry me.
I smirked, tossing a pink eraser at him and relishing in the way it bopped off his nose, making him flinch. He scratched at the lingering tickle.
Fine. As soon as Ange stops making anti-marriage comments, I'm going for it.
Another sigh left him, more defeated than theatrical.
It's really putting a wrench in my plans, specifically the ring-shaped plan sitting in my nightstand drawer.
That does complicate things. I swiveled back to the computer and tapped a pencil to my chin. But don't worry, you've stashed away the evidence in the most unassuming place. She will never, ever find it there, so your secret is safe, and she will be none the wiser.
You're such a brat.
Why, we're friends. We did a secret handshake because we were 7. Our conversation was interrupted by the AOL chat messenger ding when I switched over to my personal account. A giddy smile crested, and I swiveled back around to face the computer, already knowing who it was. I reached for the mouse, my grin widening.
Tara, met this guy in a chat room. His screen name is Bloody Morrow 187. Theories?
Me. Tomorrow will be quite grisly, and he has 187 hatchets in his murder garage to prove it?
Tara.
No. Me. Maybe he's British. Tomorrow will be a buggering 187 degrees. Bloody hell.
Tara. You're so weird.
Me. Not as weird as the British serial killer who's courting you via the interwebs.
Tara. BRB. He's talking to me.
Tara disappeared for 20 minutes before I was alerted of a new message. I pulled up the chat box and skimmed.
Tara. Update. The screen name is based on an urban legend of a woman who was slaughtered on a street called Morrow. Her bloody ghost was spotted walking down the street if you honked your horn on a bridge 3 times. 187 was the call sign for murder.
Me. Told you.
Tara. Dang it.
Me. You're still talking to him, aren't you?
Tara. Winky face.
Chuckling under my breath, I rolled back in the chair when Tara disappeared again, then closed out the chat box and switched back to our company account. Tara and Josh had ended things amicably 10 months ago, so she was on the prowl, roping me into her mini dating adventures from nearly 1,000 miles away. Tara had visited once with Whitney, our only in-person encounter since the moment I'd driven out of their driveway, my furry golden friend watching me leave from the edge of the driveway, her image shrinking in the rearview mirror, but never in my memories. For my 20th birthday, the Stevens women had had a custom canvas of Ladybug and I hand-painted and shipped. Opening that gift was the hardest I'd cried since the day I received a Beanie Baby bunny in the mail, with a note that still resides underneath my pillow. I miss them. I miss them all, desperately. But internet chats and email updates with Tara and long, heart-healing phone calls with Whitney had lessened the burden of my pain. I was a work in progress, an admirable second draft, well on her way to a finished product. Scotty left the office, gearing up for his next session, and I shuffled around the room, watering plants and digging a yogurt out of the fridge. Back to work. Emails piled up with clients rescheduling appointments, as well as potential new clients seeking information, looking to take advantage of our first free training session. I returned phone calls, scribbled notes, and sipped my coffee, popping spoonfuls of blueberry yogurt into my mouth between tasks. As I moved the mouse to close out the screen, a new email chimed to life with a subject line that stated, "Upcoming visit." I froze. My eyes lingered on the familiar email address, my insides tangling into knots. Read. 2 years had trudged by and I still couldn't keep the tremble out of my hand or the shiver out of my bones. Reed checked in from time to time, helping Scotty operate the Charleston location from afar, behind the scenes. He helped with budget and marketing mostly, but we were in the architectural stage of adding on a new addition, so he'd been in more frequent contact recently. I opened up his email, tapping both feet under the desk as I held my breath.
Hey, I'm coming into town next week to finalize the design with the architect. I'll be flying in on Monday. Just a heads up. Reed.
Acid burned cavities in my throat. It wasn't like we hadn't communicated over the years, considering I worked for his company and manned the communication aspects of the job. But every time I read over his words or listened to the rich baritone of his voice on the other end of the phone line, time had a way of narrowing to nothing. All my hard-fought progress withering to dust. Be strong, Haley. Stay strong. I shot back a quick, impersonal response that conveyed none of the still open wounds carved into my essence, and closed out the screen. Thank you. We're looking forward to the visit. Haley. In my imagination and vari-colored daydreams, if I ever saw Reed again, I'd be a picture of regal beauty, dolled up to the max with curls in my hair, ruby stain on my lips, and wearing the sexiest dress, fresh off the rack. My strut toward him would be a slow-motion glide of seduction and grace. He'd be mesmerized, no doubt. In reality, I was flat on my back after taking a miscalculated kick to the stomach by Mrs. Bronson, sweating profusely from every crevice as I wheezed out a lung. My hair was in shambles, my face painted in blood-red splotches, and my athletic shorts were riding up my ass. Cartoon birds flitted behind my eyes as the ceiling blurred and a distorted face came into view above me. I blanched the moment the birds evaporated and the image cleared. Reed? An amused smile hinted as he stared down at me. Hi, Haley. Oh my God! I hauled myself up, popping to my feet and swiping my chaotic hair back as drops of sweat trickled down my forehead. I thought you were flying in on Monday. I came in a day early. I stunk. I was within inches of the man I loved for the first time in years, and I smelled like year-old gym shoes. Mrs. Bronson apologized profusely from behind me, her cigarette-parched vocal cords blowing smoke through our unexpected reunion. Sorry, she rambled out. I went to that happy place you told me to go to, and you suddenly morphed into my ex, Ronnie. Nothing personal. I glanced at her, trying to catch my breath as I begged my pores to douse themselves in feminine floral notes. No worries. I'll see you next week, same time? With bells on. She winked at Reed as she moved around us off the mats. Reed was still smiling when I turned back to face him, the tilt of his lips softening, less amusement, more starstruck affection. We stared at each other for a few beats, my pulse pitter-pattering as I drank him in. He was 38 now, but he was aging well, wearing only a hint of silver in his dark goatee. A golden bronze hue colored his complexion, making his light green eyes all the more striking. He wore a winter gray t-shirt like a second skin, paired with charcoal jeans and familiar black combat boots that swallowed his feet. Muscles strained, his jaw ticked, and the smile faded the longer our eyes held, erasing the dimples I'd come to cherish. We spoke at the same time. It's great to see... You look... I laughed, ducking my head. I look horrifying? I'm sorry for that. No. His voice was a mere whisper. He squinted like he was studying a lost relic, flicking a hand through his hair as he murmured, You look exactly like how I remembered you. Just what? His eyes rolled over me, head to toe. Older. It sounded like a compliment, so I blushed and lifted my gaze to his. Unlike you, do you age? Only in my back. A chuckle vibrated past my lips before dying out. I didn't know what to do with my hands, my mouth, or my heart. My arms swung awkwardly as I fumbled for something else to say. So we haven't burned the studio down yet? I'm impressed. Reed folded his arms, looking fidgety. The toe of his boot scuffed across the shiny floor as his jaw ticked.
Your form is good.
My form? My form. Sparring, training, business. Right. I cleared my throat, dragging my gaze to the far wall for no other reason than to avoid getting sucked into his pale jade stare. I did learn from the best. He was staring at me in my periphery. Hard lines, firm muscle, stiff stance. But softness emanated from the places where it counted, within the hair's breadth parting of his full lips, the muted glow of his irises, and the whispery exhale that mellowed out his chest. He was striking, stunning, standing right in front of me. My hands curled, tension infiltrating my muscles and joints. Well, I'm sure you have a lot to do. I don't want to keep you. Lies. I wanted to keep him forever, for always. Reed's lips opened a fraction more, but the words he wanted to say dissolved. I watched them draw lines in the space between us, pinning his deepest secrets before evaporating into nothingness.
Yeah, I need to go over those designs.
Of course. I coughed because that was what people did when they avoided saying the hard things. It was really great to see you. Then I ducked my chin and shuffled past him with no destination in mind. No long stretching road, no detailed map, no compass would ever lead me back to him. It didn't matter where I went. But his arm snaked out and snagged my wrist before I moved out of sight. Our eyes met. I held my breath and swallowed, every inch of me focused on his fingers coiled around my trembling wrist.
Did you,
He blinked several times, lost in the eye contact.
Did you receive the package I sent you? The letter?
Emotion stomped on my chest, bruising me deep. I nodded lightly. Yes, thank you. His lips twitched before his hand dropped away from me in a slow motion slide.
Yeah, he said. You're welcome.
And that was it. With a roll of his neck, he pivoted away, heading toward the office. I watched him go with a knife between my ribs, then turned in the opposite direction.
You know what?
Reed spun back around and stalked toward me, scrubbing a hand over his jaw.
Fuck it.
Fuck it? I blinked, spinning around to face him. Fuck what?
This. It's stupid. You're here and I'm here and we have history.
Okay, I breathed out.
I miss you.
My eyebrows hiked up, meeting my hairline. I miss you, too.
Good. Have dinner with me tonight.
I went quiet. Oh, comets and shooting stars barreled through my chest, settling in my throat as I squeaked out a gasp of surprise. Oh.
If you're not busy.
I'm not.
And if you're not...
He glanced at the office over his shoulder as if imagining Scotty on the other side of the closed door. I shook my head at the implication. I'm not. He swallowed, relief tenderizing the tension-riddled lines on his face.
All right.
Reed took a few paces back, his eyes still coasting over every inch of me.
There's a little seaside grill in Folly Beach called Rita's. Meet me at 7.
My lips flopped like a fish as I stuttered out a reply and watched him walk away. I'll be there. His half-smile saw me off, and he disappeared inside the office. I stood there dumbstruck, vibrating with shock. Hope soared like a baby bird's first skybound flight, wings of promise fluttering inside me. Reed and I had ventured through the best and worst out of life. Love, pain, laughter, soul-bared intimacy, and the saddest goodbye. But there was one thing we'd never done before, never got to experience. Something so simple, so common. The idea of it stole the breath from my lungs. A date. Chapter 36. Haley. When I saw him again 5 hours later, the shell shock hadn't thinned. Reed Matson had evaporated from my orbit like a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving behind a trail of stardust that clung to my core, impossible to scrub away, no matter how hard I tried. Now he'd returned, like a thief in the night, leaving me breathless and wanting without the span of a single heartbeat. As I approached, I spotted him, leaning against the wood-planked exterior, perched beside an aqua-bordered entry door. Fingers tucked into denim pockets and eyes charged like a storm-licked sea. Reed gazed at me with tragic longing as I sauntered down the sidewalk and into his line of sight. This was a terrible idea, truly idiotic. Yet neither of us seemed to care as our own brand of magnetism pulled us together for what felt like a reunion of souls. He hugged me. No hesitation, no awkward falters. Everything else fell away. Time, age, social propriety. It was just me, tucked inside the warmth of his arms, where I was always meant to be. Reed exhaled a breath against my ear, tugging me closer, his large palm cradling the back of my head.
"It's so good to see you."
He wasn't pulling away.
"Sorry this was sudden. I wanted to cut to the chase earlier, before I lost my nerve."
My body buzzed and melted at the same time. "I'm glad you did. I probably would have talked in circles about nothing until the days drifted by and you were gone again." Painstakingly, he inched back, his hands taking their time to trail down my arms and return to his sides. His eyes held hotly to mine, torture and affection creasing his brow line.
"It's hard to believe I'm looking at you. Something other than a photograph or memory."
Then those eyes crawled down my body, drifting from the curve of my neck to my shimmer-dusted cleavage, all the way down my bronzed legs. When they flicked back up, his gaze glittered with dark lust.
"Take a walk with me?"
I blinked away from his thigh-clenching stare, glancing over at the restaurant in my black, thigh-length cocktail dress and chic ankle boots. I thought,
"I know. I've just always wanted to do this."
"Do what?" He reached out and clasped my hand, linking our fingers together.
"Hold your hand in public."
My breath burst out in a puff of wonderment. I nodded and we started walking toward the crowded seaside street with salt and laughter mingling in the air. Words couldn't find me, only feeling. Only the sensation of his palm squeezing mine, our steps a perfect rhythm. This isn't a date, we're just friends. This can't be a date. Friends held hands. Scotty and I held hands. It didn't have to mean anything, because it couldn't mean anything. But the mantra folded in half as his thumb dusted over my knuckles, our fingers intertwined in a way that felt like more. Emotion burned holes in my chest. Love blazed hot, the fire far from cindered. "I don't know what to say," I admitted, as we dodged other couples, dogs on short leashes, and a slew of baby strollers. I think my words are broken. He glanced at me, tangerine highlights from the low-hanging sun brightening his dark hair.
You don't have to say anything.
I should. There's so much to say. I sighed, squinting my eyes at the orange globe hovering on the horizon. How are you?
Never been better.
I mean, before you came here, how's your business? Your life back home? He stared straight ahead, his cheek twitching.
Doesn't feel like home these days.
How is, My eyes closed, pain sinking inside. How are things with Tara? The grip of his hand strengthened, and I could almost hear his pulse kick up.
Strained,
he said. God, still? It had been 2 years. Reed was never a topic of discussion between Tara and me. I refused to bring him up, hoping, praying, silently begging for her to broach the painful subject that haunted all of us. She never did. Had she looked through the scrapbook, drank in those pages filled with love and truth? I didn't know. She had never mentioned it. I swallowed, clinging to his hand. I'm sorry.
Whitney told me everything.
He glanced down at the sidewalk and stroked his chin with 2 fingers.
I'd known a little at the time. A teacher getting fired, a strained friendship. I knew Tara was going through something, but I never sought out details. I was busy getting my business off the ground, and I regret not being more present, more in tune. If I'd had known...
Reed's eyes glassed over as he exhaled through his nose.
I never would have put those ideas in her head.
Our palms squeezed. My heart clenched like a fist around an iron weight.
Anyway, I just keep hoping every day brings with it the potential for a fresh start, forgiveness, healing.
His eyes narrowed with thought.
I've seen her. I think she's trying, but it's not the same, and there's still this divide between us, a dark cloud. Whitney says she's making progress, but it's hard to see it that way from my side.
We turned a corner, headed toward the beach. The breeze stole his hair, spinning it into a disheveled, glorious mess I ached to sift my fingers through. I'm still hopeful. If I can be standing here after everything I went through, so can she. A smile tipped his lips as he switched gears.
You're doing amazing things, Haley. I saw your website. Your wedding photography, it's just incredible.
A shimmery beam dazzled through me at the compliment, lightening my mood. It's been everything I ever dreamed about, capturing forever moments, love in motion, the smiles, the speeches, the carefully selected flowers and trinkets that decorate tabletops. I peered up at him, unable to tame my smile. My favorite part of the whole wedding is when the groom catches sight of his bride walking down the aisle for the first time. While Monique is concentrating on her, I'm focused on him. The tears in his eyes, the unmistakable love splashed across his face. It can't be staged. It's just so raw, so magical. He smiled sadly as the pavement beneath our feet morphed into sand.
Do you want that?
I wavered for a moment. Love?
A wedding.
Oh. I glanced ahead, a landscape of blue-green water coming closer into view. I don't know. It's not something I think about. His eyes narrowed with consideration.
Interesting.
I don't photograph weddings and ever wish it were me in the white dress with flowers in my hair. I'm fully absorbed in their moment. their joy. As we ventured toward the waterline, Reed stopped, releasing my hand and digging into his pocket. My eyes followed the movement, waiting, wondering. Then he pulled out a little stem of vibrant blue flowers, morning glories. My breath shook as he lifted the blossoms in the air and tucked them behind my ear, pushing my hair to the side and adjusting the stem into place. A grin crested on his mouth, so bright it outshined the backdrop behind us that glittered with golden sunlight on water.
You look pretty with flowers in your hair.
I didn't know much, but I knew for certain that my heart wouldn't make it through the night without imminent implosion. I was toast. Fiddling with the fragile blooms, I forced back tears. Flowers, hand-holding, a long walk on the beach. I bit down on my lip. This feels like a date, Reed. He took my hand again and ushered me forward.
It's just a day.
Our arms swung with levity, the dark clouds fading into clearer skies.
A really good day.
Food trucks and charming shacks crooning with live music lined the shore, the scent of deep-fried treats and savory snacks infusing the air. I stared out at the rippling water, foolishly imagining more days just like this, more really good days. Reed guided me toward the row of food trucks as people shoveled barbecue and overstuffed tacos into their mouths from paper trays. My stomach tightened with hunger pangs. Should we eat?
You cooking?
He sent me a sparkling sidelong glance that put the ocean to shame.
I miss that.
Maybe my grandmother was right.
How's that?
The best way to a person's heart is through their stomach. He nodded slowly, tugging me into one of the food lines.
Maybe, but you found a way in before I ever tasted your food.
Warm flush soaked into my skin. Yep, I was absolutely toast. My smile was now plastered to my face with super glue as we dallied at the end of the line, our shoulders brushing. Tell me about the studio, I said, changing the subject before I disintegrated and became one with the sand. Do you have a lot of clients?
He nodded again. Business is booming. Keeps me busy. Distracted.
Have you made friends?
I have.
Good. You were always such a recluse.
I'd left most of my friends in Charleston, so it was hard starting over once I moved back to Illinois. My daughter certainly didn't get her social butterfly persona from me.
I tried not to flinch at the mention of Tara. I'm glad you're not alone, I mused, before an insidious, clawing feeling inched its way between my ribs. Are you, seeing anybody? A lump formed in my throat, and my chest thundered with anxious black heat. He swallowed, glancing away.
Nothing's worked out.
I rubbed my lips together. Sorry to hear.
What about you?
Same.
Anything happen with Scotty?
I tried. Shrugging, I dug the toe of my black boot into the sand. It didn't go anywhere. We're better off as friends. He studied me, taking in my answer.
Does he agree?
He does now. We're really close and still share an apartment together. I'm saving up to get my own place, and he's been in a long-term relationship for a year. He's happy. He even bought a ring.
That's great.
Reed scratched the back of his neck as we inched up the line.
I'm happy for him.
It was great. So many things were great. But Reed and I were both single, staring starry-eyed at each other and standing together on an ocean-rimmed beach. yet we lived 1,000 miles away, the mountain between us even vaster. This wasn't great. It was painful. As we approached the window, I crossed my arms and glanced at the menu. My breath caught when I noticed the signage. Pierogies? A knowing grin teased his lips. Homemade, the best kind. Airiness danced between us again as we collected our orders and strolled across the crowded shore, melted butter and onions seizing my senses. I shoved a forkful in my mouth, moaning. Oh my God, I mumbled through the giant bite. Heaven. Reed chewed through his own bite, his eyes twinkling as they settled on my giddy face. I concur. Music filtered around us as we ate our food, both our strides and conversation losing their tension. He told me survivor stories about his clients, the lush condo he leased in May that overlooked the downtown scenery, and Ladybug's harrowing love story with the neighbor dog. A chihuahua? My eyes bulged. An unforeseen plot twist. He bit her on the cheek and then had instant regret. Whitney found the two of them curled up next to the shed that afternoon, the chihuahua licking her wound until dusk. He chuckled. They've been inseparable ever since. I was partly amused, but mostly touched. So touched that another prickle of tears teased my eyeballs. Sniffling, I forced a laugh as we discarded our empty food trays into the nearby trash can. Now that I would have loved to have taken a picture of. We made it to the edge of the water, where dry sand turned to sludge. My boots sunk into the muck as a gust of wind whipped through, blowing my freshly washed hair into chaotic ribbons across my face. I was so fixated on the way the sun made love to the water, I hadn't noticed Reed digging through his wallet. A photograph emerged in front of my face. I blinked down, pushing a section of hair to the side, my eyes landing on a picture of Ladybug and her new friend, Nico. Oh, my heart. Memories soared as high as my emotions. I plucked the photo from his hand and studied the image, dragging my fingertips over the outline of my fuzzy best friend. Nico was nestled against her belly, one of her huge golden paws secured around the tiny creature. Their eyes were closed. Utter contentment. Nodding through a wave of heartache, I fisted the picture and handed it back. Keep it, he said. I took it for you. My gaze lifted, wide and awestruck. You did? Yeah. Hands in his pockets, he rolled back on his heels. I take a lot of pictures now. I have a shoebox full of them. I plan to mail them all to you one day. What? I blinked away tears, a watery smile blooming. Reed. It keeps you close. Like you're right there with me, pressing the button. I turned back to the water, folding in my lips to keep the sound from falling out, the anguish. Then I tucked the picture inside my purse that was strapped across my torso. You should get your feet wet. You should come with me. Reed glanced at the water, his brows gathering as he slid his thumb across his lower lip. Maybe another time. His words from that first night at the lake coursed through me when I'd invited him into the water and he'd declined. My voice lowered with sorrow as I echoed back. Liar. I towed out of my boots anyway, dropped my purse to the sand and sauntered forward, the cool water sloshing against my bare feet, drawing them in, drawing me from Reed. He stood still at the shoreline, watching me submerge, his black boots barely teasing the shallow tide. I turned to face him and walked backward, yelping when the tide grew wings and crashed against the back of my thighs. A laugh fell out of me, and he laughed too. 15 feet away, we stared at each other as I allowed the ocean to suck me in, while Reed's adoring smile did everything it could to keep me standing upright. Seawater lapped at my hips, drenching the bottom of my dress. My toes curled into the spongy floor. I flapped my arms, splashing the air with droplets and twirling in circles as sunlight painted my body in vivid colors: fuchsia, orange, and amber. His eyes reflected the same colors. Shivering and soaked, I padded back to the shore, meeting him on dry land. Reed reached for me the moment I was within arm's length as a song played from a cobblestone patio draped in string lights. "Dance with me." I pretended it was our song, composed just for us. I let him hold me as he wrapped both arms around my waist and pulled me to his chest. We swayed lightly to acoustic guitar strings and the remnants of the setting sun while warmth settled in, eclipsing the ocean's chill. I was at home again, not in Illinois, but in Reed's glittering galaxy. A comet landing in the arms of its favorite star. He sighed heavily, dropping his face to the crook of my neck, his stubble tickling my soft skin. His arms tightened. My heart ballooned. We danced, undulating side to side in unsteady circles, with wet sand beneath our feet and salt on our skin. Tears and ocean mist. This was all I wanted tonight, Haley. Just this. Something we never got to experience. His words were warm honey against my ear. Everything between us was built upon respect and genuine connection, but it was only able to be harnessed in the physical sense, behind closed doors, kept in the shadows. Reed slid a palm up and down my spine, his thumb grazing the zipper of my dress. It killed me that you left, and we never got this. Not once. Public affection, transparent love out in the open. A fuck you to the universe that we were right and they were wrong. Age didn't matter. Numbers meant nothing in the grand scheme of destiny. I still want this. I murmured against the heather-gray cotton molded to his chest, the fabric tormenting me with masculine, familiar sense. I'll always want this. I know. He kissed the column of my neck. Me too. But there was always a but. We both knew what it was. Tara hadn't forgiven him yet. She hadn't accepted that we were more than a clandestine affair, more than a repeat of her harrowing past experience. Something that never should have been. And until that day came, we would never have a chance to be. As the sun fully set behind the horizon, we'd somehow drifted toward a little gazebo, away from the crowded beach. He took my hand in his and ushered me inside the wooden, screened-in pavilion that was shrouded in dusk, noise from the crowds sounding miles away. The moment we were tucked inside, he kissed me. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't anticipating his mouth on mine, parting my lips with his eager tongue. My body sagged against him, turning to dough, my tapered moans swallowed by his. He pressed me against the timbered wall, cupping my cheeks between both hands and devouring me. I latched onto the front of his shirt, gripping tightly, tugging him closer as my leg lifted up his thigh. Our faces angled, tasting deeper, taking everything. Nips, groans, licks. He was intoxicating, and I wasn't sure why he thought this was a good idea. Reed was leaving, going back to Illinois to his life without me. We'd be separated in a day's time, banished to our homeless homes on opposite ends of the earth. His mouth lowered to nick my jaw, then settled on my throat, his tongue sheathing a trail of wet heat up to my ear as he nibbled the lobe and whispered my nickname, Comet. He'd only intended for this to be a kiss. What more could it be? But he should have known better. My thighs spread on instinct, my leg lifting higher, offering an invitation he couldn't refuse. Temptation. Our mouths were still locked as he grazed a hand up my inner thigh and pushed my underwear aside beneath my dress. I jolted, gasped, my head falling back against the gazebo planks. Reed. He kissed me again, my mouth falling open as our tongues clumsily and blissfully danced. 2 fingers slipped inside me, caressing, claiming. I held on for dear life, my nails digging into the planks of his chest, my back anchored to the wall as voices floated over to us from the beach. Music played, waves crested, a soundtrack to our stolen moment. Reed rubbed my clit with his thumb, 2 fingers still buried inside. Wetness soaked him, leaking down my ocean-damp thighs. It didn't take long. It never took long for me to break, splinter, shatter against his touch. Dizzying white heat blanketed my vision as an orgasm slammed into me, leaving me slumped and heart heavy against the shelter's wall. Reed gathered me in his arms as I came down from the high, releasing apologies into my ear. Apologies. No celebrations, no fireworks, no beginning to our happily ever after. Only a goodbye, setting as quickly as the August sun. I hugged him harder than ever before, tears tracking grief down my cheekbones. The morning glories had slipped from my ear, now splattered at our feet in broken buds. Morning glory. Both bleeding together with despair. I love you. Reed tried in vain to erase my tear stains with his desperate kisses, but they'd carved holes, left scars.
I love you, Haley.
He gritted out.
I'll never stop.
We lowered to a nearby bench and he scooped me into his lap, cradling me as all the light was sucked from the night sky. That was where we stayed for another hour, weeping and wishing, delaying another painful goodbye. I saw Reed one last time at the studio before he left town 24 hours later and headed back to Illinois. I'd known it was temporary. Every piece of me had known it, except for the most important piece. That piece ached and sobbed, begging for a different outcome. I'd come a long way over the last 2 years, and I wanted so badly to say I was okay, that I'd moved on. But while I could confidently say I'd moved on in so many ways, from my past traumas, my insecurities, my bone-deep fears, the love I held for Reed hadn't budged. It was a constant presence anchored inside me, steadfast and stubborn. All I could do was wait. Reed had given me a lifeline, but I wanted a lifetime.
Chapter 37. Reed. Hollowness festered in the months after I'd returned home from Charleston. Business went on as usual, the studio hovering at the forefront of my distractions. A friend had roped me into regular weekend boating trips while the weather clung to warmer temperatures, and my brother had made it into town temporarily occupying my runaway thoughts for a few days with drinks at bars and afternoon golf outings. I'd recently turned 39. I guessed that meant I golfed now. But it didn't interest me. Nothing did. And at the very bottom of my interest list were the come-hither invitations from one of my training clients who was dabbling in jiu-jitsu. I was a session away from encouraging her to find another studio. While life dragged by in shades of dishwater gray, nothing unsettled me more than the thought of being intimate with another woman. A woman who wasn't her. Haley possessed my mind like a relentless storm. When I closed my eyes, I pictured her standing waist-deep in the ocean, her hair a golden halo around her face, her eyes shimmering with sunset swirl, puckered skin from the cool mist, full, parted lips begging to be kissed. I was a fucking idiot for kissing her, for taking something that wasn't mine, for touching her in places that were no longer meant for me, for giving us both a deadly ray of hope. She'd been too willing, too responsive, too goddamn beautiful. It was a recipe for disaster, and that disaster had followed me home. Over the past year, I'd transformed half of the back room into an office, where I spent weeknights detailing workflow spreadsheets for both locations. A computer sat atop a paper-strewn desk in the corner, only sharing the space with a cup of pens, a stapler, and a single pewter frame that held a photograph of Tara and Haley sitting by the fireplace on Christmas Eve. I glanced at it, missing them both, craving Tara's hugs and Haley's kisses. My mind zoned out, just as a notification dinged to life on the screen. A chat box. I pivoted forward in the rolling chair, my heart skipping at the unexpected message. Haley.
Late night at the office?
We hadn't messaged like this before. There had only been impersonal, work-centric emails that did little to subdue the sharp ache between my ribs. I hadn't thought about making personal contact. It felt too real, too intimate, too goddamn painful. But that was before our visit, when my fingers had found their way between her legs. Love confessions had spilled from my unworthy lips, and my tongue had nodded with hers, while a salt breeze fused with tears. Blinking at the instant message, I lifted a hand, positioning my fingers over the keys. A slew of poetic words whirled through my brain. They didn't make it to my fingertips. Me. Hey. Lame as fuck. Haley.
Hey yourself.
Me. Sorry. You caught me off guard. Haley.
In a good way or bad way?
Me. Good. Always good. A solid minute passed, while I waited for more conversation that I would inevitably butcher. Haley.
Since your greeting led me to believe you're gearing up for some rich, insightful, soul-bearing conversation, I can only follow up with something equally fitting. How's the weather?
I grinned, chewing on my cheek, as I imagined her sitting cross-legged in her desk chair, her sun-kissed hair piled on her head, pajamas swallowing her slim frame. Me. It's not picture book sunsets over sparkling water, while splashes of color paint your face and your laughter outsings the ocean waves. But I'm enduring. Haley.
Ooh, there he is. Much better.
Smile emoji. Me. I miss you. Haley.
Even better yet. I always knew you were secretly a romantic.
Me. Because I swept you off your feet. Literally, countless times. Haley.
LOL. The scissor sweep. But no, it's because of the Beanie Baby sitting on my desk. Hoppity knows the truth.
Me. Smile emoji. How are you? Any weddings lately? Haley.
We're wrapping up the busy season next weekend, and only have a few more in the books until April. I'm going to email you a new favorite picture I took. Hold, please.
I held on to my breath, my heart, my hopes. A new email chimed, and I switched over to my inbox and opened it up. It was a low-quality image of a mother and daughter dancing. The bride's head was tipped back with laughter, while the mother's face scrunched with emotion, tears falling down her cheeks. It was beautiful, candid, a testament to Haley's keen eye, talent, and unmatched heart. Me. It's incredible. Haley.
Thank you for pushing me in this direction. A dream come true.
Me. Rock, paper, scissors foreshadowed this, remember? If I won, you were going to chase your dreams. Wings spread, eyes on the sky, no looking back. I won. Haley.
Feels like I won.
Smile emoji. And yet, it felt like we'd both lost. Lost something vital, something fundamental. Sadness trickled in, dampening my schoolyard smile. She was 1,000 miles away, too far to touch, to hold, to cradle in my arms, and lull to sleep with the beats of my heart. I drummed my fingers on the desk before sending a reply as a knot hollowed out my throat. Me. I'm going to head home and make dinner. Haley.
Have some pierogies for me.
Me. Not the same without you. Rice Krispies it is. Haley.
The Christmas edition?
Me. You know it. Haley.
Good night, Reed.
Me. We should do this again sometime. Haley.
We should. Maybe the weather will get better. Sunny skies ahead.
Me. The forecast is looking up. Good night, Comet. Signing off, I lingered at the desk for a few more gloomy minutes before gathering my keys and heading back home. Late October chill nibbled at my skin as I jogged from the studio over to my condo a mile away, my somber thoughts drifting to my daughter. The last 2 years had been painful, trying to maintain a semblance of a relationship with Tara, while her cold shoulder and glaring eyes cut me into pieces. I truly thought it wouldn't take this long for her to see the light, the truth, to open her heart to me again and view me as something other than a nefarious monster. Our lunch date 6 months ago had been arranged with little progress coming from her, but she'd showed up, slumped in the diner booth across from me, making squiggly designs in her ketchup as itchy silence scratched between us. Whitney had encouraged her to go, to make amends, and I'd fucking tried so hard to reroute her pain into acceptance with ill-timed jokes, forced smiles, and questions about beauty school, only to be sliced down by cool indifference. She'd been a brick wall. But she had come, and that had been the tiniest beam of sunlight in my cold, shadowy world. As I approached my front door and sifted around for my keys, I was surprised to find that it was already unlocked when I reached for the handle. Weird. Cautiously, I cracked open the door and peeked inside, freezing in place when a silhouette came into view, seated stiffly on my couch. I blinked, convinced I was imagining her. Tara? Sullen emerald eyes lifted to my face, the twinkle long since faded. She sat like a stone, waiting for me to enter the condo. With a hard swallow, I pushed inside, closing the door behind me and pocketing my keys. I studied her, lost for words, having no clue why she'd be here. It had to be an emergency. Whitney or Ladybug. Fear creeped into my bones as the color drained from my face. What happened? She frowned, her eyes narrowing.
A lot has happened.
Did someone get hurt?
Yes.
My eyes assessed her from toes to top before I realized she wasn't talking about physical injury. I stepped forward, my throat fizzing with stinging heat. What are you doing here? She looked away.
I don't know. Mom said you were depressed. She was giving me a guilt trip.
I'm not depressed. I was.
No?
Slowly, her gaze found me again, still devoid of the glimmering light I craved.
Never mind then. False alarm.
When she moved to stand, I whipped forward, extending my hand. No, wait. I don't want you to go.
It was stupid to come.
We can talk through it.
Words won't help.
She picked at the sleeve of her fuzzy ivory sweater.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't about to down a bottle of pills or something.
My brows pinched together. I'm not suicidal. She shrugged.
Cool. I'll let Mom know.
Tara remained seated, still fidgeting with her sweater, her feet tapping in opposite time. I crossed my arms, my heart pounding with hope. She hadn't seen my new condo yet, but I'd left a key for her with Whitney, wishing one day she'd walk through the door and fall into my arms again. You were worried about me, I decided, unable to keep the sliver of warmth out of my voice. A huff fell out like bitterness.
Don't get all excited. I just don't want to see you dead.
Thanks.
I should have had Mom check on you.
Hesitantly, I crossed the room, idling a few feet away from her. But you didn't. You came. Another apathetic shrug. I scratched at my hair and sighed. Talk to me. Tell me what's on your mind. We can get through this. We can...
Did you see her?
My throat closed up, a line of sweat forming on my hairline. Yes.
And?
And nothing. I had to fly in and meet with the architect and contractors.
Convenient.
Necessary. Her lips pursed to the side as she glanced at me.
You still love her, don't you?
The question sent a flame through me. My skin heated, my heart scorched, and only the truth spilled out like a river bursting its banks. More than I can say. Tara stared at me, her expression creasing with every emotion. How do you feel about that? I prompted. She blinked at me.
How do I feel, knowing my father is having sex with my best friend?
I lowered my eyes to the charcoal gray rug beneath my boots. Was
what?
I was sleeping with her. That's been over for 2 years.
Because of me?
Yes, I confirmed softly. Because of you. Tara lunged up from the couch, swinging her head back and forth, her brown hair spilling over her shoulders.
That's not fair. Why do I feel like the bad guy here when you were the one fooling around with a 17-year-old behind everyone's back?
She was 19.
17 when you met. That's fucked up, Dad.
Dad. I hadn't heard that title in years. One little syllable had the power to bring me to my knees. My eyes watered, the rest of her spiel becoming background static. Biting her lip, she took in my expression, a softness coasting across her face. Then she shook it off.
I never thought you'd still love her after all this time.
Why? You do. Her eyes flared, almost like she'd never taken the time to put the pieces together like that. I'd been the damaged piece, the chewed-up, broken piece that didn't fit into the puzzle. Everyone was allowed to love Haley except for me.
That's different, she said.
How is it different?
You know how it's different. You're double her age.
Swallowing, she glanced away.
I realize you didn't know all the details about Stacy. I told Mom, but I never told you. But that doesn't change the situation. I can't ignore the parallels and how it makes me feel.
My mind wheeled back in time to standing in that living room with Haley latched onto my arm, begging me to defend what we both knew was real. But it hadn't been the time for truth. If I hadn't done what I did then, Tara would have abandoned us both. I'd been certain of it. Now, 2 years later, the truth felt like the only thing left to say. I took one more step forward, watching as Tara crossed her arms defensively. I had to break through her shield. Tara, listen to me. My voice lowered, imploring her to listen. I love Haley because it's impossible not to. It wasn't planned. It wasn't even wanted. It just happened. And I'm sorry this affected you so profoundly. I'm so damn sorry for that. I had no idea how deep the situation went back in Charleston. If I had, I would have done it all differently. I wouldn't have filled your head with that untrue shit. I closed my eyes, breathing out through my nose. But I see what you see. A strong, capable, resilient woman. I never viewed her as a teenager or a broken soul who needed fixing. She just needed guidance, love, someone to believe in her. And that was you, me and your mother. My love just came with consequences. Tara's eyes flicked over my face, her lips twitching.
I've tried, Dad. I've been trying so hard to understand this. I promised Haley I would, and I didn't lie.
Tears welled in her eyes.
I didn't realize how hard it would be. I'd been so clueless to what happened with Stacy and our teacher, so stupidly ignorant, and I promised myself I would never allow that to happen again. Not to anyone, especially my friend.
Tara, it's not the same. God, it's not even close.
You hurt me.
She gritted her teeth, trying to hold back her heartbreak.
I trusted you, more than anyone in the world.
My shoulders slackened. 2 years of tension slipped away at the sound of her voice breaking, her words cracking. Finally, something other than steely detachment poured out of her. And all I wanted to do was mold it into something sweeter, something we could use to make this right. I lifted a hand and stepped forward. She jumped back.
No, I'm not okay yet, she said brokenly. And I'm not trying to be petty or selfish or unforgiving. I swear to you, I'm not. I realize it's been a long time. Years. It's just really hard to trust in this after everything I've been through.
I understand. Everything about this is hard. Tears blurred my vision as I pressed my hands together like a prayer, a desperate petition. But easy love is overrated. Hard love means you have to fight, and when you're fighting, it means you have something worth fighting for. And that's beautiful. That's everything. I ran my tongue along my top teeth. I want you to fight. For me. For us. For our relationship that I miss so damn much.
I don't know how to just accept this,
she confessed.
I thought it was over. When she left, I thought you'd start dating again. Start over with someone else. Someone your own age. At the time, I truly believed Haley was nothing more than some twisted fantasy you needed to satisfy a disgusting itch.
Mind-numbing pain trickled through me as my face collapsed. You know me better than that.
I thought I did.
She shrugged, hopelessly.
I think that's why this hurts so much. You blindsided me. You lied. Snuck around behind my back for 2 years.
Tara, I had no clue how to deal with it. Every day that passed, the harder I fell for her. And the harder I fell, the more I buried myself deeper. Betraying you was the last thing I ever wanted.
But you did it anyway.
A tear trickled from the corner of her eye, drawing a grief-stricken line down her cheek.
And then you allowed me to believe you were a monster, a creep. It took months of long talks with Mom, of legitimate therapy, to understand why you did that.
My own tears burned, drowning me in heartache. But nothing sucker-punched me more than her next words.
You were choosing her.
I choked on my breath, stared at my daughter with devastation carved across my face. I'd made a knee-jerk decision in that moment, and I'd chosen to protect Haley's heart over my daughter's, believing so entirely that Tara would understand one day, forgive me, use the tools and wisdom she'd acquired from a privileged, love-drenched life to heal her wounds. Haley had never had that. She'd come from nothing, and my own selfish decisions had left her with nothing but packed bags and a daunting, unknown future. But I hadn't known the weight of Tara's trauma, her own burdens that haunted her, her pain. In hindsight, I could have done something differently. Tried to find the balance in disorder. Thought harder. Fought harder. Maybe I could have saved them both from the damaging repercussions of my actions. But in the game of forbidden love, someone always lost. I just never thought it would be all of us. Tara looked away off my silence, dropping her chin, her eyes squeezing shut as more tears spilled out. She shook her head, inhaled a shuddery breath. I had no more words of solace to give, no more explanations to offer. She already knew that I loved Haley. Time had opened her eyes to that truth. But I feared nothing I could say would ever convince Tara that I loved her just as much. And that was my fault. That was my eternal cross to bear. I rubbed a hand over my face, defeat weakening my bones. Tell me how to fix this. Tara swiped away the remnants of her sorrow and straightened her stance.
I don't know, Dad. This isn't my 4th grade science project. You can't just run to the store when the glue runs out and save the day.
There has to be something. My words bled with rawness, with pleading. You're my little girl.
I'll always be your little girl.
Tara gathered her purse from the couch and breezed past me, muttering a final statement over her shoulder that twisted the blade in my chest all the way through.
And you'll always be the man who broke my heart.
Chapter 38. Tara. Mom was seated at my tiny kitchen table with a glass of wine when I slipped into the apartment and kicked off my shoes. Her head popped up at my entrance, her eyes glimmering with hope. Sorry, Mom. Hope doesn't live here. You broke into the wrong apartment. I tried to remain inconspicuous despite my lumbering retreat to the bedroom, unable to meet her eyes. The last thing I wanted to do was talk about this again. "Tara, I'm tired," I called back. "I don't know why you're here." "Yes, you do." She stood from the chair, the legs squeaking against yellowing tile. "How did it go?" Sighing, I paused in the center of the hallway and flicked my hair out of my eyes. "He's not dead." Then I attempted another escape. She stopped me. "Tara, let's talk." This sounds worse than a lecture from Aunt Laurel about the importance of color coordinating your prayer shawls for the church bazaar. "I'm serious," she said, swirling her wine glass before taking a hearty gulp. "This is important." It was important. That was why it hurt so much. And when something hurt, I avoided it instead of dealing with it. I distracted myself with shiny, pretty things, eager to bury the pain and move forward, focusing on anything else. Everyone had their coping mechanisms. Mine had served me well enough. But I recognized her tone. She wasn't going to let up. She'd follow me into the bedroom and try to talk sense into me while I daydreamed about burrowing under the bed covers and waking up to a new day where my mother wasn't hovering over me, forcing parental wisdom down my throat. I huffed and spun around to face her, my face a mask of irritation. "I'm 20 years old. I don't appreciate you showing up at my apartment without an invitation." "You gave me a key." "For emergencies." "This is an emergency." My eyes narrowed. Dad screwing my best friend isn't an emergency. It was a stunning lack of judgment on his part that I don't feel like rehashing for the billionth time. "I'm tired. Please leave." She stared at me with knowing acorn eyes. Warmth resided there. It always did, no matter what crass words spilled from my mouth. No matter how incorrigible I could be, she was always warm and soft, reassuring in a way that severed my defenses and had me wanting to run into her arms, regardless of my anger or bitterness. Haley never had that, not until she lived with us. It was hard for me to imagine a life without a mom like mine, so that was what had me trudging forward, sighing with surrender and loosening the chip on my shoulder. "I tried," I murmured. "I tried to understand, to accept, but it feels impossible." A smile tipped her lips as she gestured me toward the table. "Sit." Ruefully, I obeyed, inching closer to the kitchen. That was when my attention landed on something sprawled across the tabletop, something that had my jaw clenching, my fists balling, my heart kicking up speed. "Where did you find that?" She glanced at it. "It's been collecting dust under your bed for 2 years. That's mine." "Have you looked through it?" I swallowed, folding my arms. "No." "Why not?" "That doesn't matter." Acid stung the back of my throat as an itchy feeling crawled over my skin. "I'll look at it when I'm ready. You don't get to decide when I'm ready." "I'll look through it with you. Maybe that will help." "Help with what?" I scoffed. "Is there a time machine inside? Can you erase the last few years?" Mom sat back down and gestured toward the empty chair beside her, discarding the wine glass. "No need for a time machine. Erasing the past doesn't do us any favors. If everything had an easy way out, we'd be a brittle, complacent species." She arched an eyebrow. Sit. My hands uncurled. Damn her. Damn her and her motherly wisdom. She'd always been the sensible one. Now she was almost 40, so she had time on her side. Time and experience to weave into life lessons that she couldn't wait to shove down my throat. I didn't appreciate it, but I would listen. I owed her that much. Pulling out the chair, I plopped down like a petulant child and planted my chin in my hand. I stared at the wall. I wasn't going to make this easy on her. Nope. I remember taking this picture, she noted, grazing her index finger over the image on the front cover of Haley and I at the lake. It was only a few months after Haley moved in. I knew in that moment she was going to have a better life. A good life. Softening, I looked over at the photograph. You did an amazing job. So did you. I commend you for standing by her side through all of that. The transition? The fallout. Her eyes thinned, studying the picture. Anyone else would have painted her the villain. The betrayer. Girls can be catty and self-absorbed. You were brave. A true friend. A true friend. A resentful daughter. I wasn't perfect. Mom opened the scrapbook and my eyes fell away again. I wasn't sure what I was afraid of. The truth? Yeah, that was it. I was content living with my anger, trapped between self-constructed walls. It felt safer than opening myself up to soul-crushing epiphanies. I wasn't built for that sort of thing. Tara, please look. Mom reached for my hand and clasped our palms together. Haley gave this to you for a reason. This is her truth, her journey through her eyes. My own eyes misted, bitten with talon-tipped tears. I slowly panned my gaze to the open book and peered at the pages. Ivory cardstock, multicolored doodles, stickers and notes. Pictures. So many vivid pictures, some that I recall, some I never knew about. I drank in a cracked breath and moved in closer, skimming over each carefully assembled page. It was the story of us, our lives in technicolor brilliance, beach days, homework huddles, game nights, holiday parties, barbecues, prom night. I studied that one, honing in on the way Dad was squished in next to Haley and her head was dipped toward his shoulder. An unsuspecting moment I never would have given a second glance to, but now with context I saw something there. I kept going, flipping pages, burning images into my mind. There were a few taken at Dad's apartment. Part of me wanted to spew hostility all over the secret, stolen moments, but I pushed my animosity aside. Dad was sitting on the couch with a video game controller in his hands. He was looking at the television screen with a smirk on his face, knowing Haley was sneaking memories in his periphery. It was playful, sweet, an everyday moment I had soured with my wrath and misconstrued beliefs. Mom continued to hold my hand, a steady presence keeping my broken bits from unraveling. More photos glimmered from sketched pages. Haley in bed with Ladybug. I had taken that one. Golden hair and fur blended as one as they slept soundly. Haley's pink cast kept a clunky hold on our beloved pet, a reminder of everything she'd been through, everything she'd survived. Another photo of me and my father sent a wave of emotion funneling through me. I was asleep on his shoulder, curled up and peaceful after an afternoon of sparring at the park. His arm was slung around me, his head tipped back against the couch cushions, eyes closed. I didn't think he knew the picture had been taken, caught and captured, forever immortalized. I missed that. I missed his warm, safe arms around me, protecting me even as I slept, dreamful and free from burdens. And then there was a photo of just my dad, sitting on a park bench, his hair caught in a breeze. Bones, the Beanie Baby, was a blur clutched in his hand, partially cut off in the frame. He was looking at the camera with the barest smile, his eyes as close to sparkling as I'd ever seen them, looking right at Haley. The photo was rimmed with a heart in blue Sharpie, and beside it, 3 words bled into the cardstock. He sees me. My breath caught. It was so raw, a candid, real-life moment. There was feeling there, tangible feeling I could almost reach out and touch. I felt it in my chest, in the tainted chambers of my closed-off heart. Life seeped inside of it, relighting the shriveled-up organ. Defibrillator paddles sparked it anew. Warm tears rushed down my cheeks in rivers of remorse. All this time, years had flown by while everyone else had moved on with life, and I'd remained idle and stagnant, too comfortable in my hatred, too stubborn in my staunch beliefs. I'd painted my father a monster in my mind, and he hadn't steered me any differently. Maybe he was waiting for me to see the truth. Words were useless when falling on deaf ears. Only I was able to allow the honesty inside when I was ready. Am I ready? God, I wanted to be. I was so done with this. I was over living with this pain that constantly possessed me, day in and day out. It wasn't comfortable. It wasn't safe. It was poison. My mother squeezed my hand, dusting a thumb over my knuckles. "Do you see it?" she asked me. I chewed on my lip, sinking the heel of my palm into my eye socket as the other eye leaked more tears. "See what?" "What you need to." I nodded because I did. I saw it. I saw everything and more. "How do you accept this so easily?" I croaked out, my words shaken by grief. Mom sighed, swallowing down her own pain. "Forgiveness comes a lot easier when you've had practice. I spent years learning to forgive myself. I was the betrayer once. I was the enemy. Life is fragile. Choices are reckless, and forgiveness is always hard-fought. Your father isn't perfect, and neither am I. Neither are you. Neither is Haley. Imperfections are what bind us together, our common thread. We're all capable of screwing up, but we're all capable of forgiving, too. That's what makes us stronger humans." I sniffled, still bobbing my head, letting her words touch all of my cold, sealed-tight places. "They really love each other, don't they?" She smiled gently. "What do you think?" "I think I made it a lot harder for both of them. I ruined something beautiful when beautiful things in life are so fleeting. Haley moved away because of me. Dad stayed behind because of me. The verity of my willful convictions haunted me. They had given me power once. Resentment held power. Negative energy held power. People mistook that power for feeling, but all it really did was suck away the feeling and drain us dry. I was barren, a shell. "Do you think it's too late?" I wondered, lifting my bloodshot eyes to my mother. She didn't even flinch. Do you? You keep answering my questions with questions. That's how we find answers. My gaze panned back to the scrapbook where the answers lived, where they dwelled in dormancy, lurking, lingering, waiting to be harnessed and molded into action. I did hold power. Power to destroy and power to heal. I thought about the puzzle Dad and I had done years back, the one with the gummed-up, crooked piece. That puzzle would never be perfect. It would never be exactly what I'd envisioned it to be. But it was still a finished puzzle, with every piece stitched together, just the way it was supposed to be. I would put the final piece into place, imperfect, flawed, but complete. And then finally, a new puzzle could begin.
Chapter 39. Read. There was a knock at my door. Pulling up from the training mat in my bedroom, I jumped to my feet and searched for a clean t-shirt as I swiped a sheen of sweat off my face with a towel. Coming. I flipped off the radio, assuming it was my elderly neighbor asking me to turn the music down. Draping the towel over my shoulder, I sauntered to the front door and tugged it open. Nothing. Nobody was there. I blinked, glancing around the vacant hallway. Then, shaking my head with a sigh, I moved back to close the door. But something stole my attention the moment I dropped my eyes. My heart rate tripled. It was a photograph of me. A picture, taped to cream-colored cardstock, decorated with blue marker and flowing words. Beside it was a little note. I bent over, my pulse in overdrive, and plucked the pages off the floor. Curious, disbelieving eyes roved over the picture as I registered what it was. Haley's handwriting stared back at me. He sees me. It was the picture she'd taken on a spring day long ago, in the early stages of our budding relationship that would tip us sideways and rock my world. I was sitting on a park bench as she flaunted a disposable camera in front of my face, her foray into photography. She'd managed to capture an authentic reaction, despite my efforts to remain stonewalled and expressionless. A tilt to my lips, a twinkle in my eye, the beginning of the end. My eyes watered as I studied her doodles and words. He sees me. I did see her. From the moment my eyes had landed on the sad girl in the lake, staring out at a bleak, dark canvas of water, I had done more than notice her. I'd seen her pain, her misdirection, her hopelessness. I'd felt it. She'd seeped inside of me and never left. I exhaled a long breath as my attention turned to the accompanying note. Whitney? A frown creased my brows, and my heart jumped again. No. Tara. It was my daughter's handwriting. A few words were scribbled onto a scrap of lined notebook paper. Words that stole my breath.
I see it too, Dad.
That was all it said. But it was more than I could hope for, more than I ever thought possible. It was an olive branch, a first step, a stand down, a little white flag, fluttering with forgiveness. I cupped a hand over my jaw and reread her words over and over until I slumped to the floor. Years of stress, hardship, and bone-deep heartache evaporating like mist under the warm sun. It was enough.
Chapter 40. Haley. The moon hung from the night sky, surrounded by jewels. A shiver rolled through me as the ocean lapped at my ankles, the mid-50s chill of late November causing my skin to pucker. I folded my arms. There was a sadness tucked inside of me, cradled by the melody of soft cresting waves. I often came here when I needed peace, a place to let my mind wander. When I was younger, I'd venture off to the lake and stand just like this, imagining a life beyond the ripples and swells, a bright, vivid future, miles away from the horrors of my unforgiving cell at home. So many secrets dwelled beneath the surface. We'd compare notes, the water and me, and it had always allowed me to feel less alone. Tonight, the last thing I expected was an ally.
Are you lost?
I whirled around, water sloshing at my legs and disbelief pounding between my ribs. What? It couldn't be. I was imagining him. Blinking rapidly, I pressed a hand to my chest, squeezing reality back into my heart. I gaped, jaw dropped and legs wobbling. Reed? He stood on the shore, his hands hidden in the pockets of his dark washed jeans. He'd be too far away for me to make out the color of his eyes, but I'd already memorized the precise shade of pale, verdant green. We gazed at each other across the barren beach. When he took a small step forward, I swallowed hard in a daze. Do I look lost? A little. What are you doing here? Reed tilted his head to the side, studying me through the night shadows.
Scotty told me you were here, that you go to the ocean alone every Friday night.
That doesn't answer my question.
Yes, it does.
He smiled. No, it didn't. I couldn't possibly know why he was here. Licking a salty drop of seawater from my lip, I shook my head. You're here for work.
Try again.
Something with the studio, the building design.
No.
Tears muddled my vision. Reed. Still smiling, he took a seat along the shoreline, drawing his knees up as his fingers sifted through damp sand.
I'm having a strange sense of déjà vu.
I was having a heart attack. Instinct and knee-crippling shock had me lowering into the water, sitting a few feet across from him as I splayed my legs and stared at the way the moonlight glimmered in his eyes. My voice shrank to nothing. My limbs vibrated with ocean frost and incredulity.
I spent the day looking for an apartment.
A what?
An apartment in downtown. I found something that could work for now. A few miles from the studio. It could use some color pops. A woman's touch.
Please speak in English. He grinned, his dimples shooting Cupid's arrows to my heart.
I'm moving here, Haley.
You're not.
I am. As soon as my lease is up on my condo back home.
Stop, I sobbed. Why are you saying this? He was messing with me, cruelly playing with my barely beating heart. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I brought my legs up, pressing my face between my knees.
I'm saying this because it's true, he said, because I've been wanting to say it for over 2 years, because I want it more than I want to breathe.
Reed. I choked on his name, on his words, on his imaginary presence. This couldn't be real. There was no hope for us. Yet he was hinting at promises and serendipity and a future I so desperately ached for. With such conviction, all I could do was cry. But we're doomed. We're not meant to be.
Why?
Because Tara, she would never.
She gave me her blessing, Haley.
My head snapped up, my blood pumping with hot lava hope. What? I gawked at him, searching for the lie, the trick. That's not possible.
It is possible. I'm here. I'm here because there's nowhere else I'd rather be.
She would never approve, never be okay with this. My head shook, my palms fisting ocean sludge. It's been years.
Years have a way of making things look a lot clearer, he told me. We talked. We cried. Tara may never fully accept it, but she understands this is real. She doesn't want to be the forever wedge between us. She loves you. We both love you. And even though that love was built differently, it comes from the same place.
Heaving in a deep breath, Reed stood. He rose from the sand-blanketed shore and took a step toward the water, placing a hand over his heart.
It comes from here.
My chin lifted, my eyes glued to him as I watched him plod into the water, an inch at a time, a new barrier crumbling between us. Shallow tide kissed the toes of his boots as he pressed forward until the ocean swallowed his feet to the ankles. Both of us, together, on the same side of the waterline. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, hypnotized, spellbound by his careful approach, his body sinking deeper into the water. And then he sat down, right across from me, caging me in with two long legs. I leaped at him. Water sprayed and splashed, mingling with my tears as I launched myself into his arms, and he caught me before we tipped backward and submerged, just for a moment. But I was already drowning, sinking with shell shock and love so pure I couldn't breathe. He held me close, wrapping both arms around me and peppering kisses into my hair. I pulled back to cup his cheeks between my hands, then sifted my fingers through soft brown-black hair. His eyes glittered, the shadows gone for good. "You're here to save me," I breathed out. Warm lips brushed against mine as he whispered,
"Maybe you're here to save me."
Then he pulled me to my feet and spun me around, his smile engraved like it had been carved with rare diamonds.
"Dance with me."
Laughter poured out of me as he twirled me in the water. I clung to him, my fingers digging into his arms, never wanting to let go, never needing to let go. Reed hummed the chorus of Wonderwall, knowing there were no more walls standing between us, no more barricades, just the open expanse of our shared horizon, painted with the colors of hard-fought love. We danced, we swayed beneath the moon, the stars, the vastness of possibility, water drenching our legs, and a well-deserved future soaking our minds. He held me, he dipped me, and when he pulled me back to his chest, he murmured softly,
"Do you like this song?"
Tears of joy flooded me as I pressed my cheek to his chest and listened to every perfectly timed heartbeat, serenading precious melodies against my ear. "It's my favorite," Epilogue. Haley. June 2005. Ladybug bounded through the front door of our quaint bungalow, her time-worn snow-white muzzle connecting with my face for over-eager kisses. At 13 years old, she was far from feeble, still brimming with puppy energy and unconditional love. There was a time when I thought I'd never see her again, but things in life that were meant to stay always managed to find their way back to us. I held her close and kissed her snout, drinking in memories and baby powder softness. "Mommy, Auntie Tara is here." As Ladybug collapsed into my lap, my best friend sauntered through the door with 2 giant suitcases, Whitney trailing behind her. "Longest drive ever." I grinned up at Tara, scratching behind Ladybug's ears. "But worth it? Depends on what you're cooking." "A casserole." Her eyes narrowed with consideration. "And wine?" "Yes, please," Whitney cut in, shimmying out of her jacket. "Wine, Mexican casserole," my eyebrows waggled, "and whiskey bread pudding for dessert." Tara's eyes bulged. "Jesus, sold. Then we're immediately going to the ocean. You can't stop me." I stood from the floor and swiped golden fuzz off my leggings as Reed sauntered out of the kitchen with a scowl on his face, decked out in his usual attire of a t-shirt and dark jeans, but it was the extra item he was wearing that had Tara snorting a laugh behind her hand. "Nice." Tara had stayed true to her promise from years back of gifting Reed an apron. It was pink. He wasn't happy about it, but he'd dig it out of the closet every time Tara came to visit, which was twice a year, summer and Christmas time. Sighing with a self-deprecating shrug, Reed rearranged his face until a beaming grin shimmered back. "Hey, Squirt." He glanced at Whitney. "Whit?" She smiled a greeting. Tara shuffled forward, releasing her suitcases and accepting the warm hug he extended. "Good to see you, Dad," she said, holding him close. My eyes misted at the sight. The year's been kind to all of us, difficult at first, but filled with compassion, healing, and understanding nonetheless. When Reed had packed up his condo and moved to the East Coast to be with me, I had no idea how the future would play out. Would Tara hold on to her resentment? Would it burst back to life in shades of black and gray? Those first few months had been anxiety-ridden and daunting, but as time had passed and Tara had communicated amiably without any lingering doubt or hostility, our lives had begun to take on fresh meaning, a new outlook. Love won out like a steady flame. As I moved the suitcase to the side, our adopted babies rushed to the foyer, all squeals and smiles. "Hi, Grandma. Hi, Auntie Tara." Both women bent over, scooping up a respective child in their arms. Tara held our daughter close, their brown hair blending as one. "You got bigger." "I'm almost 5. I was 5 once. It was great." She set our daughter down and mussed our son's hair as he lay sprawled against Whitney's chest. "I missed you, little rascals." "We missed you too." "That's the truth," I said. "They talk about you every day." "Of course they do. I'm the best." Our pinky fingers linked together as we shared a tender smile, and the 2 children ran into the bedroom to show Tara their new toys. A deep-rooted part of me had always wanted to foster children one day. The forgotten, the unloved, the homeless and abused. It was a blooming desire that grew wings with every passing day. Reed was fully supportive of the idea, so a year into our whirlwind relationship, we fostered newborn twins that had been pulled from a drug-addled home, a girl and a boy, Mina and Jace. Mina meant love, and Jace meant to heal. Of course, my heart hadn't been built for giving up two precious bundles of pure love, so it wasn't long before we were signing the adoption papers. Once the kids grew older, I wanted nothing more than to keep fostering, keep nurturing, keep sharing my home with sweet, lost souls. I'd been lost once. Sometimes all it took was a helping hand to guide us in the right direction, to allow us to find ourselves again. When Tara and Whitney joined the kids in the bedroom, I ambled into the kitchen where Reed was checking on the casserole. I came up behind him and wrapped my arms around his middle, pressing my cheek to the warmth of his back. You smell good. I showered. I remember. He swiveled in my arms with a wink, then pressed a kiss to my forehead. I might want to shower again, later, I confessed. Yeah? His eyebrows arched as lust glinted in his eyes. You're insatiable. I'm in love. He pulled me to him, resting his chin on top of my head and stroking a hand down my spine. Tingles erupted, blooming like the balloon of happiness in my chest. I always knew we had that kind of love, he told me, sighing with an air of solace. What kind of love? I was putty in his arms, a sagging, boneless heap. Reed swayed me gently, side to side. The growing old together kind. My eyes closed. Tears prickled as my heart soared. While I'd never felt the need to get married, knowing our love story burned brighter than wedding bells and legal binds, Reed had asked me to marry him in the fall of 2000. Of course I'd said yes. It was a simple ceremony at a local lake with our closest friends and family, and Monique had been overjoyed to capture our blissful day, leaving me on the other side of the camera for once. Now we had gold rings on our fingers, a home we owned and cherished, and two precious babies who blessed us daily. We had it all. Growing old with the one you love was an underrated treasure. Aging was frightening. Death was an ominous certainty that nipped at our ankles. But the journey to the other side of this life with someone who held your heart, who shared your dreams and fears, who knew you in the deepest corners of your soul, was a privilege beyond measure. It was a promise of companionship through every storm, and as Reed's words encompassed me like a comforting embrace, I knew that no matter what lay ahead, we would face it together. I was good at doing hard things, and the hardest things in life gave way to the greatest rewards. We ate dinner as a family, a CD playing from the speakers in the living room. Stop Crying Your Heart Out by Oasis was a well-loved soundtrack to our meal, our children's favorite song on the album. Luckily, I'd stopped crying my heart out a long time ago, so the song only brought a smile to my face as we shared stories, laughter, and plans for the future. When supper was finished, we gathered in the living room beside a stack of photo albums featuring old pictures passed down from Whitney, as well as my photography portfolio, and our own book of family memories. Mina flipped through the leather-bound album, her chubby finger pointing at every picture. That's Daddy. Her chocolate brown eyes widened with awe as she glanced at another image of us together. Mommy and Daddy at the beach. That's right, I smiled, my soul alight and filled to the brim. We were going for a swim. It was the day before we brought you home, and we wanted to celebrate with a dip in the ocean. One last day of just the two of us before our home got bigger and our lives changed for the better. "What's this one?" Mina wondered. I glanced at it. That was when your dad and I opened up a third location for our training studio in Washington. "The fighting place?" Jace inquired. "Yes, the fighting place." I chuckled, pinching his arm. "We help people become strong and brave, just like you." Jace leaned over to study another photograph of Reed, watching me walk down the grassy aisle in my modest ivory dress. It was my favorite picture taken that day. The way Reed's eyes had glistened with tears and love, the elated smile stretched on his mouth, the crease between his brows, wrinkled with every emotion. A priceless moment, forever immortalized. His love for me. Clear as day, never to be questioned. "Hey, Mommy?" Jace inquired, his brown eyes skimming over the page of wedding photos. "How did you and Daddy fall in love?" I blinked. My gaze trailed over to Reed as he sat beside me, squeezing my hand. We shared a look, a knowing, love-steeped look that sent tingles to my heart and a warm shiver down my spine. I turned back to the kids as Reed's arm wrapped around me and tugged me close. With a contented sigh, I dropped my temple to the breadth of his shoulder, closed my eyes, and replied softly, "I'll tell you when you're older."
This is the end of Older, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more contemporary romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Older, produced by Mitch Raines, written by Jennifer Hartman, performed by Grayson Ash and Gideon Frost. Text copyright 2024 by Jennifer Hartman. Production copyright 2024 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.